pitching for Detroit?
They haven't given it to us yet.
Is that you from last week?
Yeah, I'm trying to get it on today.
You're trying to get a cadence, a tone.
Yeah, trying to get today here if I can. Make sure we're not on yet. Here we go. I'd like for him to call us up. Here comes Glenn. Maybe he's got these positions. Testing.
I'm not counting. I'm not in your way.
No, not at all. Not at all.
All right, talk to me. Positions.
Favorado is going to be pitching. He's down as DH, but at the moment, subject to change, he's listed as the pitcher. John Entwistle is the catcher.
Okay.
Subject to change.
Okay.
Billy Shields will play right field.
Okay.
And Gino Beretta, their base.
Beretta.
Hold on just a check.
Oh, third base.
Hold on. What's that?
Somebody have a new ball for my pitcher to warm up with?
What did he say the catcher's name is?
The catcher is Erstwhistle.
First.
No, Entwistle. Sorry, Entwistle.
Entwistle.
John Entwistle.
John Entwistle. You're ready to go whenever they tell you. Solons, right?
You guys good over here today?
Yes. Gene Beretta. I had decent amount of first. We have two first basemen.
Yeah. We'll have to watch the number that goes out there.
What's that?
We'll just watch who goes out there.
Favoretta. That's who we'll be pronouncing.
This is the 65 quad A, it says.
65 quad.
Yeah.
It's essentially between first base and third base. It's for Beretta.
Yeah.
That's because we don't have a first baseman. We have two first basemen.
Oh, we got to go. Umps are out there. Where's your thing? See if they're ready for us. In the truck.
Just a second. Guys, are you downstairs? Come back. Production truck, come back. Production truck, come back. Yeah, is that Mac? Okay. Oh, hey. Are we almost ready to go? Umpires are on the field. Okay. And then you can count me down, okay?
Just a reminder for both of our teams, 5 minutes from now, that's in 5 minutes at 9:50. We'd like to ask the players, both teams, to take the place on the baseline and line up for our pregame ceremonies. That's in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Oh, did you get the umpire names?
Let me see if wait. Shoot. Let's see if they're open. Hold on.
It's windy on our mics too upstairs. Mad windy. Hello. Just the color guy, so. See me waving to you? Hello. I can see you in the shade. There you are. I know, right? I have a tent over me and the sun's screaming in my face, so I went home with a nasty sunburn last week.
Good morning, baseball fans, and welcome to Roy Hobbs World Series Baseball from Hammond Stadium in Fort Myers, Florida. It's a windy Saturday morning here, and we're going to have 65 and older Quad A. This is Quad A World Series between the Sacramento Salons and the Detroit 65s. I'm Doug Jennett along with David Wasson and Glenn Miller down on the field. And we will bring you this game this morning in the Roy Hobbs World Series 65 and older division. Right now, let's pause for our national anthem and a moment of silence for our Veterans Day. Our national anthem and our moment of silence for Veterans Day. Veterans Day today, honoring the many men and women in our armed forces who make it possible for us to be out here today and enjoy the freedoms of the United States. Thank you to all the veterans watching and listening and playing in this game. Once again, I'm Doug Jennett along with David Wasson, and down on the field is Glenn Miller, our sideline announcer. Well, David, back for another Saturday, and what do you expect today?
I tell you what, Doug, I thought last Saturday was a perfect day for baseball. This might top it, another clear blue sky here out at Harmon Stadium, the Lee County Sports Complex. A beautiful day. We've got two great teams that have advanced all week long to this championship game. It's going to be awesome. The wind coming out of right field across to left field should be a factor. It's a little bit breezier, as you said, than it was last week. Might be a factor for fly balls throughout the day. We'll have to keep a watch of that.
Well, as we said, this game will feature the Sacramento, California Salons and the Detroit 65s. So these are the 65 Quad A's, and they're having their umpires meeting there at home plate right now with the coaches. One of the things we might say before we get started, for all you that have not seen Roy Hobbs baseball, Roy Hobbs is the predominant adult baseball league in the United States. And they come here each year and put on their World Series in the fields all over Fort Myers. And it's a wonderful, wonderful show. Well, right now we're going to have three of our newest inductees to the Roy Hobbs Hall of Fame are going to throw out the first pitch. And they're out there in the middle of the diamond. And this is Dominic Cantanella, Mark Reinerth, and Willie Boyd, who will throw it out for this first game. And they'll be inducted into the Roy Hobbs Hall of Fame tonight at the Shell Factory. That's at 6 o'clock at the Shell Factory, and it's a great ceremony. They're going to induct, I believe, 8 tonight. But, David, let us know what's going on out there.
I tell you what, the Hall of Famers are getting ready. The umpires finishing their pregame conference with the two managers. The field, they put a little extra water down on the field to make sure that the dust wouldn't be a factor today. So that was right before the pregame introductions and everything. The managers are going over the ground rules. This, obviously this stadium being a major league ballpark level stadium, the ground rules are a little bit peculiar in here, but making sure that the tarps and everything are being talked about. But the two teams are ready to go. We've got some fans in the stands, and I know we've got a really good listening audience and viewing audience on YouTube around the world tuning in for great Roy Hobbs baseball. It's fantastic to be with you.
It sure is. We'd like to thank one of our sponsors who helped do this for the first time this year, Flea Masters Flea Market. It's right around the corner from the Player Development Complex down on Dr. Martin Luther King Boulevard. They're open Friday through Sunday, 8 to 5. They have something down there for everyone. Well, we're going to have the first pitch honorees, and let's see. We're going to get 3 catchers out there. I believe the owner of the Roy Hobbs organization is going to be one of the catchers down here, Tom Giffen. And then 1 catcher from each of the playing teams in this. Once again, David, tell us who these are. Do you have a list? Wait just a minute. I've got it here. This is Dominic Cantanella, Mark Reinerth, and Willie Boyd.
Great to see these Hall of Famers out here. Certainly tremendous contributors to Roy Hobbs baseball. They let fly with 3 great strikes. It's great to see this. They will be among the inductees tonight at the Roy Hobbs Baseball Hall of Fame ceremonies. I think we're getting ready for Glenn Miller downstairs here in just a moment for a pregame interview as well. He's lining up with the Detroit 65's manager. That'll be ready in just a second, it looks like.
Once again, Sacramento and Detroit in this. This is the 65 and over age group. And these young men, and I say young men that are able to play in this tournament, have played 6 to 7 to 8 games this week. And here they are in the World Championship game here at beautiful Hammond Stadium. It's a little windy. Once in a while, you're surely going to hear the wind in our mic. And let's see if we're ready to go down to Glenn Miller down on the field. He's going to talk to the Detroit 65's manager. So let's throw it down to Glenn here in about 5 seconds.
Glenn lining up to meet with to talk with Jeff Blatt, who's the one of the DHs tonight for the 65s. Today for the 65s, he's lining up there with them. and we are getting ready to go here. And it looks like Glenn is ready, so here we go to Glenn.
Okay, I'm with Jeff Blatt, the manager of the Detroit 65s or 60s.
65.
Your shirt says 60. Okay. Tell me about your team and how you got to this point.
We're a combined team, half Philadelphia, half Detroit. We've been together since 2002. We've won multiple championships. We won 2 years ago. We won in 2002. We won in 2004. It's a great group of guys. We have good pitching, good defense, and we hit the ball.
What do you know about the Solons? I'm sure you know them.
They're gigantic. They hit the ball really well. We've played them multiple times. We've played them for a few championships in the past.
All right, thank you, sir. Good luck.
Okay, we're getting ready for this, the championship game. Sacramento will be the visiting team. So pitching today for Detroit. Now, he said this is, I think, David, he said this is a combination Philadelphia-Detroit team.
Yeah, how about that? Truly a nationwide team of sorts. You know, half the players from Detroit, Michigan, the other half from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, gathering together in Fort Myers, Florida, of all places, to play some World Series baseball. That is awesome and truly what Roy Hobbs baseball means. So, you know, a fantastic display of what Roy Hobbs baseball is like here for everybody.
And once again, these are 65 and older. This is the Quad A division, which is the better division of the 65 and older. On the mound out there for the Detroit 65s is Mike Favaretto. He's a right-hander. And leading off for Sacramento, number 4, the right fielder, John Lane. John Lane's a right-handed hitter. Red uniforms for Sacramento, California. Clear out here in Fort Myers. First pitch of the ball game is outside. We're underway in the 65 and older World Series. 1 ball, no strikes to John Lane.
Setting up the battery, Mike Favaretto is on the plate, or is on the hill, and John Entwistle is behind the plate.
There's a fastball inside, called strike, inside corner. Strike one.
Also,
1-1.
Also on the bases, or I'm sorry, on the umpires, Chris Smith is behind the plate. Stefan Brown is on the base paths.
Smith and Brown sounds like a law firm.
That does sound like a law firm. There you go. It's 1-2 now to the leadoff hitter, John Lane.
1 ball, 2 strikes on John Lane, the right fielder. Here's the wind, the pitch, outside and high, ball 2.
I think I would trust Smith and Brown on the base paths. Maybe more if they were my lawyers. I think I'd be looking for a bill of sale the whole time.
2-2 pitch. Here it is. Curveball, called strike 3. And that's the first out of the ball game. John Lane takes a called third strike.
I tell you what, tremendous breaking ball there by Mike Favaretto. Catching John Lane looking, he buckled a little bit at the knees, and that pitch fell right in there. Chris Smith, no hesitation with the called strike 3 punch out there for the first out against the Solons.
That'll bring up Joe Soto, the third baseman, another right-handed hitter. The pitch right over the outside corner, strike 1. Favaretto looks like he can have an idea of what he's doing on the mound. He's a good pitcher.
I have a feeling this isn't his first rodeo on the bump here.
There's the curveball outside, breaks wide, 1-1. Once again, Quad A division, 65 and older. The first of our 2 games today here on Roy Hobbs World Series. Here's a high pop-up, hit out towards second base. The second baseman Spratt back, and he makes the catch for the second out of the inning.
So far, so good here. That's the first fly ball we've seen. The wind actually has just slackened a little bit, probably blowing a good 15, 18 miles an hour before that. Now probably down to 8 or 10. And, Spratt had no problems settling onto that ball to make a catch.
Here's the shortstop, Mark Adams, hitting in the third position. Number 24 in the back of that red uniform from Sacramento. The wind. Pitch, high and outside, ball 1.
Now, it stands to reason if the 65s are from Philadelphia and Detroit, then I wonder if there aren't some Solons from, like, Eugene, Oregon or somewhere. You just don't know. We're going to have to get into their backgrounds a little bit as the game goes on.
There's a curveball that stayed inside, ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes. Mike Favaretto pitching for Detroit. Maybe we ought to call this Detroit Adelphia or something like that. But it's Detroit 65s. Ground ball. It's going to be a tough play. Shortstop over. He makes the long throw, and that guy ran pretty well. But he got him at first base. That's Cal Cogno, the shortstop, making the play, and it retires the side. So up and down in order goes Sacramento here in the top half of the first inning.
Cal Cogno gets in front of that ground ball, a little four-hopper to him, no problem with the scoop. The throw over to Kurt Giesemann at first base, catches him by a couple steps. An easy call for Stephon Brown on the base pass, our umpire there. 1, 2, 3 go the Solons on the first. 3 up, 3 down, and now we see what Detroit Adelphia, or should we call it Philatroit, the Detroit 65s, we get to see what they do.
Fans, are you famished after a full day on the field? Catch 22 live music and sports bars waiting for you if you need to refuel. Easy access off the Colonial Boulevard here in Fort Myers near the Midpoint Bridge. That's Catch 22 live music and sports bar. Well, we're ready for Glenn Miller down the line with another interview.
Oh, we're here with Dominic Catanella. Did I pronounce that right?
Yes, thanks, Glenn.
New Hall of Famer.
Thank you
Tell me
kindly.
about the honor.
I'm overwhelmed. I've been coming down for 21 years, and I'm just thankful for someone who nominated me, which would be Bonnie Fear, and then my good friends Vito and Roger.
And so you have 16 family members coming here or already here?
I have a total of 16 people. It's my whole family, all my grandkids.
So this will be an emotional evening for
Yeah,
you.
without a doubt.
Have you prepared a speech for tonight?
I have one, but Mr. Giffen is going to let me do some question and answers instead, but I'll try to get a couple of lines in anyways.
Okay. Well, good luck in that and congratulations.
Thanks a lot. I appreciate it. Thank you.
One of our Hall of Famers going into the Hall of Fame of Roy Hobbs baseball tonight at the Shell Factory here in North Fort Myers.
One of the really fantastic things about Roy Hobbs baseball, having our own Hall of Fame is just a tremendous way to honor the people who have given so much to this Roy Hobbs World Series and the Roy Hobbs organization to make it what it has become today in its 29th year of existence with this World Series. Just a fantastic event these 3 or 4 weeks.
Here we go to the bottom of the first, and leading off for Detroit is the center fielder Ed Kleeman. He's a left-handed hitter facing the big left-hander. That's a big left-hander on the mound named Brad Baker.
Brad Baker on the mound. Jeff Hetherington is his backstop today, getting ready to go.
Here's the first pitch, a bunt attempt, popped it up. It's going to be out of play. Strike one.
I tell you what, Hetherington had a hard time finding that bunt. That bunt got about 50 feet in the air. Hetherington had no idea where it was until it was too late, falling harmlessly to the grass in foul territory.
As we said, Brad Baker, a big left-hander, on the mound for Sacramento. The wind, the big lefty brings it. It's a high pitch, but swung and missed. Kleeman is in the hole 0-2.
As we talked about last week, and if you're uninitiated to Roy Hobbs baseball, no aluminum bats in this league. This is baseball as it was meant to be played, wooden bats, so you'll hear the crack of the bat all day long.
Here's the 0-2 curveball. It stayed inside. It's 1-2.
Kleeman bailing out of the way on that one. I think he wasn't sure whether that breaking pitch from Baker was going to move enough to get him not on first base.
Same pitch, high and inside. That may have nicked him. Nope, the umpire says you're staying right here to hit.
Kleeman sold that really well. He thinks, you know what, that might have hit me. He's still kind of arguing his case. Umpire Chris Smith going out, even checking the elbow to make sure there weren't any fresh nick marks on there.
2-2. Here's the pitch. Slow breaking curveball called strike three on the outside corner for one away.
Baker goes upstairs twice, one with a breaking ball that doesn't break, backs Kleeman out. The next one with a high fastball inside that moves Kleeman back, almost hits him, and then comes back with the big bender. Kleeman had no shot there for strike three.
That will bring up Mike Spratt. He had to go back to the dugout. Forgot his batting helmet. So here he comes. Mike Spratt, the second baseman for Detroit.
Spratt's so old school, he says, you know what, I don't need that plastic helmet. I'll just go up there. I'll go up there raw. We're good. Obviously not concerned either that Kleeman almost got hit a couple times up there by the big left-hander Brad Baker.
Spratt, another left-handed hitter to face the left-handed pitchings of Brad Baker. from Sacramento. First pitch, strike right down the middle. Good fastball by Baker.
The wind again freshening up here at the Lee County Sports Complex, coming in from right field across the field to left. We'll have to keep an eye out on how this affects the fielders.
Here's the pitch. Outside corner, right there, called strike.
Baker's got that breaking ball working. He missed the one to Kleeman, but after that, it's been nothing but strikes when he throws that number 2.
Here's the pitch, swung on, and a little chop foul down into the first base dugout. So the count stays at 0-2.
Both these teams have played 7-8 games this week. They still look fresh coming into Saturday morning, and for good reason. Yeah, this is a World Series championship. All these teams all week long, all month long, have been playing their hearts out, trying to get to this position, getting ready to go for the World Championship.
Pitch swung on, hit the straightaway center field. The center fielder Smith is there, and he makes the grab for out number 2. So Mike Spratt flies to center field, and Smith makes the catch. We're down to the number 3 hitter in the order, Fred Krause, the left fielder for the Detroit 65.
Dennis Smith doing a good job managing that wind, as you can hear it freshening again. That ball was right on our eye line back here behind home plate, and it probably moved a good 10-15 feet off its trajectory. Smith had no problems.
Here's Fred Krause. He's the left fielder for Detroit 65. Takes a curveball outside, and the count is ball 1. 2 out in the bottom of the first. No score. The 65s. Here's the pitch. High fly ball, short right. Second baseman may get this one on the edge of the grass. Makes a basket catch there. And on Lenny Rupke. Here's the wind. Outside, ball 3. 3-1.
Favaretto missing the zone on the outside part of the plate there. Not really laboring at all. He's actually in long sleeves today.
He's retired the first 4 hitters that he's faced. Here's a pitch, swing and a miss. 3-2. Nice cut that time by Rupke.
Rupke fooled by that pitch. I think he was looking at something off speed. Instead, Favaretto went upstairs to load the count.
Here's the wind. The 3-2 on the way. Ground ball to third, and that one is foul.
Again, Kurt Barata over there at third. Not quite having a play there, but still hauls it in so it doesn't bounce farther down foul territory.
Full count. Rupke. He's the 5th hitter in the lineup for the Sacramento Solange. And he takes a called strike on a curveball right down the middle. And that is the second strikeout this afternoon or this morning.
Second strikeout for Favaretto, both looking again with the 3-2 curveball there. That was not what Rupke was looking for. I think he was looking for fastball. He thought that ball was going to be inside too. Instead, bends right in on the right-hander, called strike 3.
That brings up Pat Kelly. Right-handed hitter Kelly. Swing, ground ball to third, right to Barata. Throw across is good, and that retires the side. Once again, 3 up and 3 down for Detroit.
Mike Favaretto working seamlessly, throwing the ground balls as he's supposed to do as a pitcher, and so far so good for the 65s.
Fans, first we play, then we feast. Sideline Sports Bar and Grill's menu on game days and every day is sure to satisfy even the hungriest teams. They're conveniently located on Veronica Shoemaker, close to the Player Development Complex. Had a chance to eat at Sidelines this last Monday, and the ribs are outstanding. That's Sideline Sports Bar and Grill.
Is it too early to get ribs delivery? Although it would probably not be very professional of us to be smacking ribs on the air.
You're right.
We'll have to wait between games.
That's right.
Okay.
Now down to Glenn for another player interview down the third base side.
All right, here with Mark Reiner, known as Rhino. Everybody calls you Rhino.
They do. Yeah, they do.
And tell me about what this means to you to go into the Hall of Fame.
Well, it means I've lasted a long time, number one. But it's a real honor. Our coach, Gary Wright, went in the first year. And to be a second driller inducted is really an honor.
Tell me a little bit about the Drillers. You guys have been around a long time and had a lot of success here.
We have. We've been coming for 27 years, I think, and taken multiple age years. This year we have 4 different weeks of coming this year. And up until this year, we've had real good success. This has been a tough year.
And what about tonight's ceremony at the Shell Factory? You know what you're going to say?
Never quite know what I'm going to say, but I'm ready for whatever's thrown at me.
Rhino, thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Another one of our fine Hall of Fame inductees here in the Roy Hobbs Hall of Fame. Well, leading off the bottom of the second is the designated hitter, Gene Barata. Let's say third baseman.
The
He
third
was
baseman as
originally told that we were going to DH him, but he's at third, takes a called strike. Left-handed hitter, another left-hander for Detroit against the big left-hander, Brad Baker. No balls, one strike, no score. Bottom of inning number 2, the Roy Hobbs championship game. Pitch just missed on the outside corner.
A bit unusual to see a left-handed third baseman too, Doug. I know that's not as that's kind of rare. That's kind of like a right-handed first baseman, which I was briefly in my career.
Here's the pitch. That's a shot up the middle, base hit. That's the first hit of the ball game. Beretta stayed right on that fastball and drilled it right back up the middle where it came from.
No doubt on that base hit. That went right back where it came from, like you said. Brad Baker, of course, no play there on the hill. That gets into center field. Dennis Smith bringing it back in. So the leadoff hitter on in the second for the Detroit 65s.
That'll bring up Gary Rodriguez, the designated hitter. Rodriguez, a right-handed hitter. Baker at the belt, swing, and a ground ball, slow chopper to third, and it's going to be a foul ball. Just at the last moment, got away from that.
Joe Soto opting to let that ball bounce into foul ground. Probably the right play to make. That'd be a tough throw all the way over to first, and of course wouldn't be able to get the lead runner at second base. So a good play there to let that roll foul.
No ball, one strike. Gary Rodriguez. Man on first is Barata. Baker at the belt. Checks the runner, not much of a lead. Here's a curveball hit high and foul back over the first base dugout. And it goes up into the stands, and the count is 0-2.
Gene Barata, the leadoff hitter at first base, still working that base path over there. A one-step lead so far. He might lengthen that lead out to 2 or 3 steps at the most.
Here's the stretch. And the lefty's pitch. Ground ball right side. That's going to get through for a base hit. And the second straight hit here in the top of the second inning.
Rodriguez going with that pitch from Brad Baker and hitting it into right field. Again, the second baseman for the Solons, Gary Eubank, was shaded over a little bit towards center field. No chance to make a play there, and that ball rolls into right field. The first 2 runners are on. Runners on first and second here for the Solons, trying to get something going. Or for the 65s, trying to get something going.
We got a pinch runner at first base for Detroit 65s. I didn't catch the number down there, but the batter is number 12, Jeff Blatt, another left-handed hitter. Okay, it's going to be number 21.
Number 21, Bowman.
Bowman is running at first. 2 on, nobody out. Let's see if they're going to move the runner. He tried to on the bunt. Did he pull the bat back? Yes, he did, the umpire says. 1 ball and no strike.
Jeff Blatt trying to make a sacrifice effort there. That ball from Baker way inside, and Blatt determining that discretion, the better part of valor there, getting out of the way and getting the barrel of the bat back.
Here's the pitch. Down low, ball 2. He's trying to move the runners over and give them an out. And Brad Baker having a little trouble throwing strikes to this man. Another, as we said, left-handed hitter. Detroit has a lot of left-handers in that lineup.
Countering the left-handed pitcher well.
Here's the pitch. Bunted third base side. This is going to be a very good sacrifice. In fact, Blatt beats it out. So the bases are loaded with Detroit 65ers here in the top, or rather the bottom half of inning number 2.
A really well-positioned bunt there by Jeff Blatt. And Brad Baker was a step slow getting off the mound to try to field that bunt. Almost really kind of a swinging bunt, Doug. bunt, Doug. I noticed it, and so Baker had a tough time getting ranging to his right. That's a long throw for a pitcher to make over to first base. Runners everywhere, and here comes Stan Grissinger.
And he hits a slow chopper to first. They're going to make a play at the plate, and the throw is wide, and it pulled the catcher, and the run will count. So Detroit's on the board first. That throw was wide up the third base line and allowed the base runner, Gene Beretta, to score.
An error there on the throw by Lanny Rupke pulls the catcher, Jeff Hetherington, off the bag at home. And so that brings Beretta in from third, 1-0 for the Detroit 65s on the throwing error.
Base is still loaded, nobody out, and the shortstop, Sal Calcagno, is the hitter, right-handed hitter. Sal wearing number 5 on the back of the blue uniform for Detroit. The wind by Brad Baker, that's a ball high. Calcagno looked like he might want to bunt, but I think he was just taking all the way.
Looks like the 65's trying to play some small ball here after the first 2 hitters get base hits in the outfield. But after that, it's been all infield plays.
Strike called outside corner, 1-1 on Sal Calcagno.
Lanny Rupke, the first baseman, also Joe Soto, the third baseman, really pinching in here towards the plate, trying to ward off a bunt.
Bases loaded, nobody out. Here's a foul ball back over the first base dugout up into the stands, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes on the Sal.
Calcagno opting not to bunt there, taking a full swing and fouling that way back into the stands here at Hammond Stadium.
Once again, you're listening to Roy Hobbs World Series Championship game in the 65 and over. Here's a pop foul back, same place, and the count remains at 1-2.
These Roy Hobbs designated baseballs are getting sprayed throughout Hammond Stadium over here so far. They will get back into play. No free sodas if you bring them back either. Not like when Little League baseball back in our day, you got a free pop when you brought the foul ball back.
Here's the 1-2 pitch, swung on, and that's a shot up the middle. That's going to score 1 run, and we'll go base to base. Calcagno with a RBI single right up the middle.
Calcagno absolutely getting onto that pitch. Brad Baker that delivered it, and Calcagno again puts it right back where it came from, straight up the middle to center field. That brings in Rodriguez easily from third base. Blatt moves from second to third. Grissinger from first to second. The bases are still full of 65s, and Brad Baker is in trouble here in the second.
First baseman Kurt Giesemann is the left-handed hitter again for Detroit. Takes it outside. David, you talked about the foul balls. Hey, interesting stat here. Last year, they used 4,460 baseballs in the 5 weeks of this Roy Hobbs tournament.
That is an impressive stat.
Ground ball to second. They're going to go to second for 1. Back to first. They did not get the double play, and another run will score. So Giesemann, it's a slow ground ball to second that results in an RBI.
Second baseman Gary Eubanks play over to Mark Adams, his keystone mate at second base, gets the lead runner Calcagno at second. Giesemann getting to first base before the relay throw is in time. So an RBI fielder's choice here for Giesemann. That scores Jeff Blatt. Runners on the corners now with 1 out.
And that'll bring up the pitcher, Mike Favaretto. Now, we say these are Detroit and Philadelphia, but Favaretto has on a Baltimore Oriole batting helmet, so they may be from everywhere. Here's a swing and a miss. Favaretto took a mighty cut and miss. 3-0 in favor of Detroit here in the bottom of inning number 2.
Jeff Hetherington giving his defense some signs there, as there might be a double steal situation here with runners on the corners. The 65s getting greedy, wanting more base runners in scoring position.
1 down, runners at the corners, and the curveball, swing and a miss by Favaretto.
Who knows where Favaretto's from? He could be from Baltimore. He could be from Tokyo, Japan, for all we know. This is a worldwide organization, the Detroit 65s.
At the belt. Baker's pitch. Oh, it's over his head, goes all the way to the screen, and coming in to score the 4th run of the inning from third base is Stan Grissinger.
A wild pitch there by Brad Baker. That almost pelted Mike Favaretto. He got out of the way, and Jeff Hetherington barely able to get a glove on it, gets all the way to the backstop. and Grissinger is able to score without a throw or a play. So now 4-0 for the 65s.
Baker at the belt. Here's the lefty's pitch. Swung on right back over our head. Goes up into the stands. You know, I am really happy you brought your daughter today because she's chasing that foul ball, and she brought so many rocks to hold our papers down.
You nicknamed her Rocky.
Yes, sir.
I go for the tape to hold my stuff down, and she instead got you rocks, which was nice.
Ground ball foul, wide of first base.
And now she's chasing it. Now she's chasing foul balls. We've got her working over. I might have to pay her $1 for all this work.
That's generous.
Well, you know, I'm a generous guy. I mean, I won't pay you any money to be my play-by-play guy, but I'll pay her for the effort.
I'm sure she's going to get a fine home-cooked dinner by you.
You're absolutely right, and free room and board, and the whole deal. So it all works out.
1-2. Here's a curveball. Hit him right in the back. That time Favaretto ducked, and the ball hit him as he's ducking right on the number 12.
Favaretto displeased as he is strolling to first base. I think he gave Baker an extra look as Baker struggling with his control now, first and second for the Detroit 65s here with one out. This foul ball has been retrieved. I have it in my hand. It does indeed say official Roy Hobbs baseball with the signature of our commissioner on it, and the lightning bolt and the RH on there. These are quality baseballs right here, my friend.
Well, we're going to have a change of some kind going into play at first base, or rather at third base for Sacramento, is number 3, and I don't have my roster here, but
Dan Wookmer is going into to play third base, it looks like, for Sacramento.
And Soto's going to the bullpen to get loose. And I might say, the gentleman in the beautiful Cypress Lake shirt here, really, I love that shirt.
That would be my father, who is representing the colors, who's here to pick up our foul ball retriever.
Rocky's leaving?
Rocky's leaving. She's done her job.
Here's the pitch, swing and a miss to the leadoff man, Ed Kleinman. Ed Kleeman struck out in the first. He's the left-handed hitter. Runners at first and second, and we have one away here in the bottom of the second with 4 already in. Pitch to Kleeman. He's going to bunt. Popped it up. The catcher here diving, could not make the play.
A tough play by Hetherington. He saw that one, unlike the earlier foul ball that got behind him and up over his left shoulder. Was able to eyeball that one and laid out perfectly for it. Just outside, the reach did not exceed the grasp there for Hetherington. I'm dropping some verbiage for you. Is it too early for that?
No.
Okay.
That shows everybody what I always claim about a Cypress Lake education.
That's right, my friend.
Well-rounded.
That's right. I went to 4 colleges, but 1 high school, and that's where I learned it all.
At the belt, Baker with the 0-2 pitch, swung on, hit straight up the middle. The second baseman goes over. The ball just died on the grass, and he will flip to the shortstop for the second out in the inning. So Kleeman is going to be safe at first on the fielder's choice.
Kleeman safe at first on the fielder's choice. Favaretto retired 4-6 on that play. A really kind of odd hit there. That ball looped over the pitcher, but had enough pace to just kind of keep it and get down to the grass right before the bag. The only play there for Eubank flipping over to Adams.
Here's Mike Spratt, second baseman. Looks at a strike right down the middle. Nice fastball from Brad Baker.
Spratt, the 8th hitter of the inning here for the 65s.
4 runs in, 2 out, 2 on. They're on the corner still, so Baker not out of trouble yet. Here's the left-hander. Runner going. The pitch is inside. A ball. Fake throw to second, and they let the man have the bag. Second and third now with 2 out.
Kleeman moving on the pitch. That ball so far inside. Hetherington really didn't even have a play to get it down to try to make that stolen base an effort.
Here's a called strike on the outside corner. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Mike Spratt.
Brad Baker, the big left-hander for Sacramento, trying to get out of this inning without any further damage.
The pitch on the way, swung on, Grounded right to second base. Over is Eubanks. He makes the flip to first, and the inning is finally over. But 4 runs on 4 hits, and 2 are left on. We have completed 2 innings of play, and Detroit leads 4-0.
Gary Eubank finally ending the drama for the Detroit 65s. Eubank, the Sacramento second baseman, making that play, getting it over to Lanny Rupke at first base. But I tell you what, the Solons sulking back to the dugout over on the first baseline, having given up 4 runs here in this second inning.
Fans at Drury Hotels, a good night's sleep is just the beginning. Our friendly team members and generous free amenities will brighten your day and make your journey easier. For reservations, call 1-800-DRURY-INN. That's 1-800-DRURY-INN. Or visit us on the web at druryhotels.com. That's druryhotels.com. Drury Hotels, travel happy. One of our fine sponsors bringing you Roy Hobbs Baseball here on this beautiful Saturday, Veterans Day, a day we honor our veterans all over this United States. 4-0 in favor of the Detroit 65s. Now, once again, this is the 65 and older Quad A Division World Championship game for 2017. They've been here all week. They whittled it down to 2 in this division, Detroit and Sacramento. Leading off for Sacramento will be the third baseman, number 3, Dan Wuckmeyer, facing Mike Favarato. Top of inning number 3, Detroit up 4-0. A lot of the fans that came by and talked to us before the game wanting to know how to watch this, it's on YouTube, and then you put in request Roy Hobbs World Series, and you can find the live coverage. Great camera work, good pictures. It's a great thing to watch here from Fort Myers, Florida. 1 ball, no strikes, or correction, 1 strike, no ball on Dan Wuckmeyer.
Our crew from Harmon Audio and Visual doing a great job giving us the sights and sounds from this game.
High outside fastball, ball 1, no strikes on Wuckmeyer. Here's the wind, the pitch stayed outside, curveball that time, and it's 2 balls and a strike.
Wuckmeyer and the Solons still trying to solve the riddle so far that is Mike Favaretto, the Detroit 65's pitcher.
Pitch by Favaretto inside, and the count's 3-1. Favaretto retired the first 6 batters in a row here today with 2 strikeouts, no walks, nobody on yet for him. Favaretto now breaks that streak as he throws the ball outside, a walk to Wuckmeyer.
Just as you're espousing his pitching credentials, he deals the 3-1 ball, sending Wuckmeyer to first base, the first base runner for the Solons, and they are looking to try to get something going here in the bottom of top of the third.
That brings up Dennis Smith, the center fielder, right-handed hitter. Throw to first. Wuckmeyer scampers back. And when I say scampers back, when you're in the 65 and older division, that's a scamper.
That was a scamper. That was a scamper at any level.
That's right. Here's a pitch on the outside corner, a strike. And Smith is in the hole, no balls, 1 strike.
Dare I say that neither you nor I nor Glenn Miller could scamper that fast back to first base right now.
Ours would be a very slow scamper. There's another throw over, another scamper back, and he's safe.
It would be more of a deliberate trod for me and you.
Yes,
you and I.
Yes, that's right. The count's no balls, 1 strike to Dennis Smith, the center fielder. Hits a chopper foul third base side. Nice bounce play there by the manager from Sacramento. He didn't shy away. He made a good pickup of that ball.
No glove necessary over there by the third base coach and manager for the Solons.
0-2 on Dennis Smith. Runner with a pretty good lead at first base, and the pitcher Favaretto saw that and threw over again. They may have a scouting report here that tells them that Wuckmeyer can run, because he looks like he is able to. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss, and down goes Smith with strikeout number 3 by Favaretto.
Favaretto, that's his first swinging strike 3. He has also struck out 2 batters looking so far in this game. Favaretto looking strong, shaking off that leadoff walk so far by the Solons.
One down, here's Phil Gunther. Gunther is the second baseman, left-handed hitter. Another throw to first.
Favaretto being very wary of Wuckmeyer over at first. The runner getting now a 3-step lead.
Pitch on the way is a shot base hit into left field by Gunther, and that is hit number 1 off Favaretto today.
Really the first mistake. Even that 3-1 walk wasn't a mistake, but Favaretto leaving one in the zone there. Gunther depositing it into left field, and now just like that, Sacramento has a little something going here in the third.
2 on, 1 out. Top of the order, John Lane. He took a call third to start the ball game. So Mike Favaretto gives up his first hit of the day. Here's the right-hander's pitch, swing and a miss by Lane, and it's 0-1. 2 on for Sacramento. 1 out. Top of inning number 3. Here's the pitch, curveball. He swings and misses, and that was a mighty cut on a slow curveball that was on the inside corner.
John Lane, 66 years old. He is a mattress factory sales representative. 3 kids, 5 grandchildren. He lives in Sacramento, California.
Here's the stretch. Swing and a miss. That pitch off the plate on the outside corner. Strike 3 and out number 2. That's 4 strikeouts now for Favaretto in 3 innings.
Lane going down via strikeout for the second time in this game. He struck out looking to begin the game. Favaretto has John Lane's number, and here comes Joe Soto.
Joe Soto popped to second his first time. Slow breaking pitch outside, ball 1. We'll be interested to see how long these pitchers can go. They pitched most of the week, and this 9-inning ball game could be tiring. Here's a fly ball hit to straightaway center field. Kleeman is over, and he makes the grab to retire the side. So in inning number 3, Sacramento threatens, but they do not score. We're going to the bottom of the third. It's still 4-0 Detroit.
The center fielder Ed Kleeman there having no problem settling under that one again. Wuckmeyer with a leadoff walk. Phil Gunther with the 1-out single. No damage. The Solons leave a couple hitters on, and so far so good for Mike Favaretto and the Detroit 65s. Looks like we're going to go down to Glenn Miller here with a player interview in just a second after these words.
Fans, did you know you can create your own listing with Got Game Hub to connect with others who love Roy Hobbs World Series and many other sports just as much as you do? Visit www.gotgamehub.com and create a new team.
And now down to Glenn Miller. Looks like Glenn doesn't have his microphone on here, so we're going to...
there he goes. He's asking to check that.
Now...
Well, while Glenn's
some
getting...
technical difficulty there.
Yeah, while Glenn's getting set, let me remind you that steak, chicken, ribs, and burgers, you name it, Bubba's Roadhouse and Salon has it. Bubba's Roadhouse and Saloon, located on Pine Island Road in Cape Coral. You can't miss it. Bubba's Roadhouse.
The bottom of the third here for Detroit, trying to inflict more damage on Brad Baker and the Sacramento Solons. Detroit 4 runs on 4 hits there in the second inning. Let's see if they can get some more.
Fred Krause, the left fielder, will lead it off. He's 0 for 1. He popped to second back in inning number 1. Bottom of number 3, 4-0 Detroit. There, as David said, they're trying to add on here. Ball went back to the backstop, and the umpire trotted back and got it. That's something you don't see when the pros are out here. These bat boys are always hustling.
Chris Smith doing double duty back there behind the plate.
Here's the curveball hit hard to left field. Is that going to be fair? It sure is. It's down into the corner. On his way to second base is Krause, and he'll pull up with a stand-up double.
I tell you what, that ball had eyes and was well hit, about a foot into fair territory down the left field line. No chance for a play there by Ken Adams out in left field. And just like that, Fred Krause with a long leadoff double to the wall for Detroit.
That may be the last batter that Brad Baker faces. And we are having a new pitcher, a pitching change here for Sacramento. So Mr. Baker goes 2 full innings and faces 1 batter here in the third. He gave up 4 runs on 5 hits. He struck out 1. He hit 1. So Brad Baker departs, and we get a right-hander.
This is Joe Soto, the former third baseman for the Sacramento Solons, coming in to pitch. Again, Dan Wuckmeyer still out there at third base, having taken Soto's place in the field. So we bring in Joe Soto. He is responsible for the leadoff hitter here, Fred Krause, as well. Or he is not responsible. He inherits Fred Krause, who stands on second base with his hands on his hips. You know, Doug, it's great to see such good fan participation here all week long, really. The crowd support, family and friends here for all these teams has been outstanding. It's great to see Fort Myers so booming with these Roy Hobbs baseball players.
Just to emphasize that point, the economic impact in 2005 was $8 million of Roy Hobbs, and now it's gone to $15 million each year, the economic impact. It's estimated that 10 to 15% of Roy Hobbs participants have either bought homes, condos, or timeshares in Lee County in the past 20 years. So when these people come in, they take up 13,500 hotel rooms in the 5 weeks that we play Roy Hobbs baseball. So it's quite a boom for this area and for our Lee County and all of our businesses here in Lee County.
That really is remarkable that many Roy Hobbs players come back here.
There's a first pitch by Soto, and it's a line shot to right field by Beretta, the cleanup hitter, caught out there in right field by Lane. That ball was hit hard, but it's just 1 out.
That ball was hit hard. He made a nice play out there in right field, and Krause tags up from second, opting to test John Lane out there in right field, and Krause barely got to third base, just under the tag attempt of Wuckmeyer over there at third base, and so Krause moves from second to third on the fly ball out from Gene Beretta.
1 down. Great job of hitting when you can get that runner from second to third now in scoring position down there for just a fly ball. And the manager, first baseman, goes over to talk to Soto. I think they were having some problem with the pitching rubber to get it dug out where he likes it.
Every pitcher has a unique feel for what they want. You know, Soto obviously different than Brad Baker, so making sure that it's to his liking.
Batter Rodriguez squares. It's a safety squeeze. He pops it foul, out of play, ball 1. The runner at third was not coming. That's Krause. But Rodriguez trying to place the bunt between the pitcher and the first baseman there and get the run across.
Again, Joe Soto, your new pitcher for Sacramento. He is backed up by Jeff Hetherington. Dan Wuckmeyer, the third baseman for Sacramento.
Pitch is inside corner, called strike 2 to Rodriguez.
Joe Soto, a stocky right-hander, not a rangy lefty like Brad Baker was.
Here's the wind. Soto's pitch swung on, grounded to short. This will be a long throw. Nice play by the shortstop and the first baseman. Great pickup there by first baseman Rapke. But on the play, the run comes in to score.
I tell you what, that was great baseball all the way around, Doug. Dan Wuckmeyer diving the third baseman. It gets behind him. Mark Adams ranging to his right to make a great pickup, then a long throw, and a one-hop pickup by Lanny Rapke at first base to retire Rodriguez. The second that Adams let go of that ball at short, Krause motored his way home just under the tag attempt by Hetherington. So if Krause scores from third, it's 5-0.
Here's a bunt attempt called strike 1 on Jeff Blatt. Jeff is 1 for 1, scored a run back in inning number 2. 5-0 Detroit. in the bottom of inning number 3. Boy, that was some leather flashed there by that first baseman, Ropke. Pitch is inside, and it's ball 1, strike 1.
You know, the first baseman doing exactly what first basemen are supposed to do in that situation. Adams did everything he could to get that ball over in the direction of Ropke.
2 balls and 1 strike as that pitch stayed inside, 2-1. Remember, these are 65 and older baseball players still flashing leather like that. A great arm there at short, too. Here's a strike called on the inside corner, and the count is 2-2.
Dare I say those gloves have seen some use in their day. Probably re-stitched or restrung.
Here's a foul back against the screen, and the count stays 2-2 on Blatt.
Jeff Blatt singled a bunt single in the first inning. He scored part of that 4-run rally in the second.
The wind by Soto, the pitch. Nice pitch down low that is hit foul down the third base line away from everybody in that little triangle, and nobody can make the play.
Dan Wuckmeyer fighting the sun, the wind, the transition between the grass and the dirt, really kind of fighting everything there just to get to the position where he might be able to make a play on that. And as Doug said, that ball falls harmlessly. By the way, I have a report from Glenn Miller here in just a second.
There's a foul tip back, and it's still 2-2.
I'm told that Glenn was not having microphone switch issues. He was having microphone battery issues. So we retract the error by Glenn on that interview down there between innings, and instead a technical malfunction.
Ball 3 is a curveball, stays up high, 3-2. Well, we knew Glenn wasn't going to make an error.
Glenn thanking me for making sure that I correctly scored that play on his behalf.
Here's another line shot right back up the middle for a base hit for Blatt. He gets his second straight hit back up the middle.
Jeff Blatt 2 for 2 here, and you know, again, the 65's not going quietly here in the third.
That brings up Stan Gressinger, another left-handed hitter. We've commented all morning about how many lefties that Detroit has in this lineup. Throw to first, runner back safely. Soto came on to pitch this inning. That's the first hit he gave up. Here's the pitch, swing, and a little fly ball to straightaway center field, and there is Dennis Smith right there, and he makes the catch. So in the third, another run for Detroit. They get 1 run on 2 hits, and they leave a man on. So we go to the bottom, the top of inning number 4, and it's Detroit 5, Sacramento nothing.
Kraus, the leadoff double there. He scores on a couple fielder's choices. He scores on the RBI ground up by Gary Rodriguez. Jeff Blatt stranded at first. The Detroit 65's widening that lead now 5-0.
Fans, they're voted Lee County's best seafood 14 years in a row. The Shrimp Shack is a Fort Myers favorite. They're located on Metro Parkway, 5 minutes from CenturyLink Complex. And as I said last week, my mother-in-law and I went to the Shrimp Shack for dinner last Sunday, and I found out that not only good seafood, 1 great tenderloin at the Shrimp Shack located over on Metro Parkway. 5 minutes from here.
I can attest that is not in Doug's script either. That is actual testimonial, and based on how Doug and I comport ourselves in our Roy Hobbs polo shirts, we have been to the Shrimp Shack a time or two.
And it's on my agenda tomorrow again.
Is your mother-in-law taking you again tomorrow?
My turn to treat.
Attaboy. That's a good son-in-law right there.
Fans, after the field cools off, things heat up at the Lighthouse Island Resort Inn and Suites Tiki Bar. Roy Hobbs World Series post-game headquarters on Fort Myers Beach. That's the Lighthouse Island Resort and Inn, the Tiki Bar at the Lighthouse Island Resort Inn and Suites.
Here we go in the top of the 4th. Mark Adams, Chuck the Grizz Williams, and Lanny Rupke for the Solons.
First pitch is outside a ball, and we're underway in inning number 4. This Saturday morning from Hammond Stadium here in beautiful Fort Myers, Florida.
The Lee County Sports Complex bustling today, Doug. There's a softball tournament going on in the fields across the way from us.
Here's a shot into left center field, on the run to center field. He could not make the play. That's Kleeman out there, and Adams is on his way to second with a double.
the second hit of the ball game. That's a tough play for anybody to make. Ed Kleeman trying to range to his right, not quite able to make that play, and just like that, Mark Adams cruises into second. A leadoff double here for the Solons.
That brings up Grizz. Ron Williams grounded to short his first time up, a left-handed hitter. That ball was hit very well out there, and I thought the center fielder Kleeman had a good jump on it, but it got down out there for a double. That'll bring up, as we said, Williams.
The Grizz.
Favorado, the pitcher, lets it fly. Grizz hits a ground ball to second. That'll move the runner to third. Throw to first, and Williams is out 4-3.
4-3 ground out for out number 1 here. Mark Adams moving over to third. The potential sacrifice fly now in play for the Solons, trying to get that first run here, trying to make something happen in the top of the 4th.
First baseman Lanny Ropke, impressive defensive play last inning. Let's see if Lanny can bring this runner home from third. He struck out in the second inning. Pitch is swing and a miss, a breaking pitch that broke away and is a strike one.
Lanny Ropke, 71 years old, a retired American Airlines pilot.
Here's the wind and the pitch outside, 1-1.
This is also Ropke's 16th Roy Hobbs World Series.
That is great. These young men come back year after year after year because they love this great game. Here's the pitch. Oh, it's behind him. It hit him. Hit him in the leg or the foot, so Ropke trots down to first base.
Our third hit batsman here in this game. That's, Favorado getting a little loose there, a little wild with the breaking pitch. That one didn't break. Plunks Lanny Ropke, and here we go. First and third, one out for the Solons.
Pat Kelly's the hitter. Grounded to third in his only plate appearance this morning. 5-0 in favor of Detroit, but Sacramento threatening again. Pitch, fastball outside, ball 1.
Pat Kelly, 66 years old, a retired school teacher and coach for 41 years in Sacramento.
Right up my alley. 44 for me in that same thing. Pitch is outside, a ball, and the count goes to 2-0 on Kelly.
Kelly played 8 years of professional baseball, semi-pro, for the Sacramento Smokies.
Wow. At the belt, Favorado, the pitch is line foul down the first baseline, and the count goes to 2-1.
Kelly also has 7 children, 11 grandchildren. How do you like that? That's quite the Thanksgiving gathering they will have once he gets back to Sacramento.
Is. And it'll be a happier one if he comes through right here. 2 balls, 1 strike on Pat Kelly. A shot right at the third baseman. Boy, that was a shot at Barado. And he tried to get the play at first, could not make the play, and the run will score.
A stinging one-hopper to Barado over at third base. He hesitated a little bit before going to second base to Mike Spratt over at second, so they retire Lanny Ropke 5-4 for the second out of the inning. Pat Kelly, an RBI fielder's choice. He's on at first base with 2 outs, and that brings up the new third baseman, always been in the lineup, Dan Wuckmeyer.
They tried to turn 2 on that, and I tell you, the ball was hit hard enough, but the runner beat it out. That's Kelly at first. 1 run in now, and it's 5-1 as Wuckmeyer, left-handed hitter, steps in. He walked back in inning number 3.
A little bit of hesitation over there by Barada, as much to regroup himself after that stinging one-hopper.
Here's a ground ball to second, backhanded nicely by the second baseman Spratt. Tosses to the shortstop for the out to end the inning.
Boy, you talk about flashing some leather there. How about Mike Spratt ranging to his right, spearing that ground ball, looking down, seeing that it's in the glove, and just flipping it casually to Sal Calgagno over at second base.
He did that like I do this every day. That was a good play.
He did that better than I do just about anything every day.
Well, we're complete 3.5. It's 5-1 now, the Detroit 65's lead. Fans, sip, 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 sip. Nervous Nellies is always ready to keep you hydrated. They're located on Fort Myers Beach. It's truly a diamond in the rough. That's Nervous Nellies. I think we're ready to go down to Glenn now. Nope, we don't have sound again. I think we're having some bad microphone problems down there. So while we're waiting to get that cured, fan, let me tell you there are more than 1,000 reasons to visit Flea Masters. Flea Masters Flea Market across the street from PDC on Dr. Martin Luther King Boulevard. Let's go down to Glenn. Still, no microphone working down the first baseline. Well, let's go to the bottom of inning number 4. And the shortstop, Sal Calcagno, leads it off for Detroit. 1 for 1 today for this right-handed hitter. Sal Calcagno facing Joe Soto, who came on last inning in relief. It's 1 ball, 1 strike on the right-handed hitting Calcagno. The pitch, high, ball 2.
Calcagno, an RBI single, is a part of that 4-run flurry in the second. He was knocked down via fielder's choice ground out in that inning.
2 balls and 1 strike. Pitch is on the outside corner. Nice pitch. And the count is 2-2.
Joe Soto working quickly here from the windup.
Joe Soto, pitch, bounced up there, and it's full count. Full count on the leadoff man here in inning number 4, Calcagno. Here's Joe Soto, pitcher number 2 for Sacramento today. The pitch, nice pitch, hit high in the air over the shortstop's head. Nice running catch by Mark Adams, the shortstop.
I tell you what, we are seeing some leather work, some glove work here by these two teams. Mark Adams on his proverbial horse, ranging backwards to his right, making the over-the-shoulder grab for the first out here in the 4th.
You fans watching that, you saw that that's not an easy play for the shortstop, and a great running catch there by Adams. That'll bring up Kirk Giesemann, the first baseman, and he takes a strike called on the first pitch. Once again, if you're watching us on YouTube, you're seeing the World Series of 65 and older in Roy Hobbs baseball. This is the championship game of the World Series. Here's a ground ball, slowly hit the pitcher over. He'll have to make the play, but can he go? Oh, he fell down and threw it, and the ball gets wide at first base as the pitcher, Soto, got over there quickly, picked the ball up and tumbled, and then was not able to make the play.
Tough play there. Ruled a base hit, obviously, for Giesemann. That brings up Mike Favaretto.
Favaretto's our pitcher today and done a very good job pitching. Now we're going to go out and check and see if Joe Soto's okay. He did a complete roll after he picked the ball up and rolled.
Yeah, that was quite the organized tumble there.
Now our mic seems to be working down on the field, so we will get some Glenn Miller interviews.
The fine folks here making sure that everything's tuned in the way it needs to be. You know, I've got a ton of wires here in front of me. I'm sure I probably crossed one a time or two, but it looks like we're finally good to go with Glenn Miller in between innings. So we apologize for those technical difficulties.
All right, for Detroit, looks to be a pinch hitter, number 32, and I'll have to check the roster and see who that is. It's a foul ball straight back.
This is number 32, Frank Fine. Pinch hitting for Favaretto.
Frank Fine. Thank goodness they give us the rosters before we play here. Here's a pitch. Swing and a miss, and the count goes to 0-2.
Another one of the really neat things here with Roy Hobbs baseball, the level of organization we have. You and I obviously get lineup cards. We have rosters prepared for us all week long, and you know, we're able to give some really good presentation level stuff here for the listeners and viewers. As that 0-2 pitches upstairs, 1-2 now to Favo.
All right, Soto at the belt. checks a runner and throw over. That was close over there at first. The base runner over there, Giesemann, took quite a lead.
I tell you what, yeah, Giesemann took a good lead, and the tag attempt by Lanny Rupke, I think, both knocked the ball out of his own glove and really kind of smacked Giesemann pretty hard on the arm there. They're tapping each other on the rear end, making sure everybody's okay.
Here's a pitch back, fouled back to the screen.
Frank Fine staying alive here, 1-2 to the pinch hitter. Pinch hitting for Mike Favaretto, the pitcher. Favaretto, as part of Roy Hobbs' rules, will stay in the game.
They're limited to, they can bat in the same order that they go in and out of the lineup, but they can go in and out. Here's a line shot by Fine, base hit to right, and he hit that ball a ton. They made a play on him at first base, and Fine is safe at first.
Frank Fine on with a one-out base hit, moves Giesemann over to second. So runners at first and second here for the Detroit 65s, again threatening against the Solons.
Fine did a nice piece of hitting.
That was a fine piece of hitting.
Fine piece of hitting by Fine, and he hit it a shot.
I couldn't let that go by. It was irresistible to me.
And that's great. We like that. That'll bring up the top of the order as Ed Kleeman, the center fielder, left-handed hitter.
Kleeman has struck out looking in the first. He reached via fielder's choice, and the second was stranded there after stealing second.
8 hits now for Detroit. Left-handed hitter, Kleeman.
I'm now being confirmed that was a frequency issue for Glenn's microphone, but it has been fixed. So we had a battery, then a frequency.
Here's a bunt attempt by Kleeman. It's foul down the third baseline. Count 0-1.
Thankfully, you and I are both wired in here, so we have no problems with I have 3 headsets, 3 microphones in front of me.
I have just the mic, but many rocks that Rocky brought me here.
Rocky brought us many paperweights, which was very nice of her to do.
Holding our papers down. The wind seems like it's let down a little bit than it was earlier this morning, but fake to second that time by Soto.
We still get the occasional gust that sends both you and I lunging to our papers to make sure that everything gets held down. Nothing's blown away so far, which is nice.
2 on, 1 out. We're in the bottom of the 4th inning.
The Quad A 65s here, the championship game of the Roy Hobbs World Series.
Soto with the pitch, swung on, that's hit up the middle into center field. That's another base hit, and the bases are loaded.
Station to station go the 65. Kleeman reaches first on the base hit up the middle. Giesemann goes from second to third. Frank Fine trots over to second base. The sacks are full of 65s as, here we go, Joe Soto trying to pitch out of a one-out jam.
Batter is Mike Spratt, the second baseman, and why not? He made such a great play to end that last inning. Here he comes with the bases loaded, a chance to do more damage. Pitch, strike, call, nice pitch that time by Soto.
Spratt flew out to center field in his first at-bat in the first, also grounded out to second to end the second.
At the belt, here comes the pitch from Soto. That's hit into the air, into center field. Now, there might be a play at second on the runner. They did get him, so that'll go down as a fielder's choice, but a run will come across the plate.
Kleeman retired 8-6 on that fielder's choice. A line drive up the middle by Mike Spratt. Kleeman had to hesitate at first base to make sure that he wasn't going to get tagged off of there, and instead he gets beaten out on the throw from the center fielder Smith out to Adams at second. So with 2 outs now, 1 run scores in the person of Kurt Giesemann. It's 6-1.
6-1 Detroit, and that brings to the plate Fred Krause, the left fielder. Fred doubled last time up. He's 1 for 2 today. Runners at the corner, 2 down, and the wind does pick up really strong here. Outside a ball, 1 ball, no strikes.
Yeah, just as you mentioned the wind not being as much of an issue, Mother Nature says, not so fast, Doug Jennett.
Here's the stretch by Soto. Right-hander pitches, ground ball hit 3 hops to shortstop, off his chest, and everybody will be safe, and a run comes in for Detroit.
Frank Fine comes in from third base. That is an error on the shortstop Mark Adams over there on a ground ball that he was hoping would be two, or he would actually hope it to be the third out of the inning. Instead, runners at first and second here, 2 outs, a free base runner, and here comes Gene Beretta.
Gene Beretta, the left-handed hitter, takes the ball inside. Let's make that a strike inside corner. 0-1 on Beretta. He's 1 for 2. He scored a run. Good-looking left-handed hitter. Here's a shot. Right back, 1 hop to the pitcher. Soto to first, and that'll retire the side. But once again, Detroit gets 2 runs here in the 4th, and it's 7-1 Detroit as we go to inning number 5.
2 runs, 2 hits, an error, and 2 runners left on base there for the 65s. The Solons trail 7-1 here as we enter the 5th.
Fans at Drury Hotels, we know you have enough to worry about while you're traveling, but our friendly team members and generous free amenities will make the journey easier, allowing you to travel happy. For reservations, call 1-800-DRURY-INN or visit us on the web at druryinn.com. Also, fans, for an awesome bar for awesome people like you, go to Catch 22 Live Music and Sports Bar, easy access off Colonial Boulevard near the Midpoint Bridge. That's Catch 22 Live Music and Sports Bar right here in Fort Myers.
Doug, I tell you what, 2017, the Roy Hobbs World Series, this is our 29th year, the 25th in Lee County. Roy Hobbs anticipates 250 teams with 4,300 participants and their families being here. Let me tell you something about the food eaten here. Over 8,500 hot dogs consumed, over 9,350 Pepsi products, and over 7,000 bottled waters have been taken down last year at the ballparks throughout the month-long Roy Hobbs World Series. That's a lot of dogs.
It is a lot of dogs. I think the thing that got me was when I read that 828 games played last year here in the World Series over the month.
Over 28 days, and we were told that there are more this year than there were last year.
That tells us that the Roy Hobbs organization is alive and thriving. So Roy Hobbs, World Series here in Fort Myers. Great for the World Series, great for Fort Myers.
Dennis Smith, the center fielder for the Solons, digging in here. He struck out in the 3rd.
Right-handed hitter. Dennis Smith have appearance number 2 against Favorado. Pitch is a ball outside, 1 ball, no strike.
Favorado has scattered 2 hits, 1 run there in the 4th. He has been pitching remarkably well.
5th inning, World Series final game. There's a pitch curveball that stayed inside, and it's 2-0 on Smith. It'll be the 8-9-1 hitters, Smith, Gunter, and then back to John Lane, the top of the order. Here's the wind. Pitch swung on. He hits that out into left center field. That's going to get down. Base hit, a leadoff single for Dennis Smith.
Hit number 3 for the Solons, a looping line drive, kind of a line drive fly ball mix. That falls between the left fielder Fred Krause and the center fielder Ed Kleeman for the 65s. The leadoff man aboard, Dennis Smith, brings up the number 9 hitter, Phil Gunter.
Phil Gunter, the second baseman, singled his only time to the plate for Sacramento. Gunter hits from the left side. There's the pitch. He fouls it back over the screen right off here into the stands. One of the 4,460 baseballs that we use during this World Series comes right back here.
By the way, Rocky took her baseball.
She got a souvenir.
She did. It was pretty nicked up, though. I'm not sure I would have put that ball back in play.
No balls and 1 strike to Phil Gunter, second baseman for Sacramento.
The wily pitcher would have used some of the scuffs on there to his advantage.
Here's a ground ball up the middle. The trying for the backhand again was Spratt, but that ball got by into center field for a base hit. It's in the right center field, and it's the first 2 men on here in the 5th inning for Sacramento.
Gunter's ground ball tests Spratt's range over there. Spratt thought he might have made a play. I think he actually overjudged that a little bit. I think it got between his glove and his body as he dove there. It rolls into right center field, and here we go. first and second, the first two runners on here in the fifth. The leadoff man coming up, John Lane, the center fielder.
Lane has struck out both times, so let's see what Sacramento can do now. Runners at first and second. Nobody out in the top of the fifth. They trail by 6. He's going to bunt. Pushes a nice bunt out to the first baseline. The pitcher Favaretto over, and it's a good sacrifice that time for Lane.
A perfectly executed bunt by John Lane. He, as Doug said, just pushes, taps it down there, the first baseline. The only play for Favaretto to make is over to first to Giesemann for the first out of the fifth, but 2 runners in scoring position here. Dennis Smith at third, Phil Gunter at second, and the Solons bring up Joe Soto, the pitcher, trying to help his own cause here.
Right-handed hitter, Soto. He's flied to center. He's popped to second, 0 for 2. Runners at second and third, both in scoring position for the fastball outside. 1 ball, no strikes.
Joe Soto going old school, no batting gloves.
He wants to get the feel of that wood bat, as we said earlier. Wood bats used in the Roy Hobbs World Series. A pitch, inside ball 2, almost hit him. 2-0.
I'm not sure I have the hand toughness to go no batting gloves.
2 balls, no strikes. The wind whipping the tent around that's above us here. So
you are perpetually in the shade. I'm perpetually in the sun, even though there's a tent over us. You got the better end of this deal.
There's a pitch outside, 3-0, and Mr. Favaretto is in danger of loading him up here.
Favaretto takes a deep breath as he gets set there, getting ready to bring in this 3-0 offering.
And the pitch. Called strike, the automatic right down the heart. 3-1.
Chris Smith, I think, could have made that call, the umpire at home plate, with his eyes closed. Not saying that he ever would do so.
All right, 3-1. Here comes the pitch from Favaretto. It's hit on the ground to the second baseman. He'll take the out at first, and another run will come across for Sacramento.
An RBI ground out there by Joe Soto, out number 2, but that brings in Dennis Smith, the only play there for Mike Spratt to make. Again, over to Giesemann at first. Smith scores easily from third. That also moves Gunter from second to third. Runner at third base, 2 outs here for Mark Adams.
Mark Adams is a fine-looking athlete. He hit a double, and I mean hit it hard the last time up. He's 1 for 2.
Yeah, that was a no-doubter double, and that was for the Solon's first run of the game in the fourth. He led off the fourth with that double, a shot out to left center, as easy a double as it gets here.
Favaretto back up on the mound now. Runner at third. The first pitch is a breaking curveball that went outside, ball 1.
Hammond Stadium, pretty unremarkable in its dimensions. 330 down both lines, 405 to dead center. No real crazy outer, out in the outfield fencing.
Pitch, curveball, up high, 2-0.
The fence, I want to say, is at 10 feet all the way around in the outfield. So again, no peculiarities in the warning tracker in the outfield.
Just a beautiful, beautiful facility. Here's a pitch, called strike outside corner. 2-1.
It's remarkable how much this area in particular right around Hammond Stadium has changed. There's housing, there's beautiful office complexes, all kinds of stuff around Hammond Stadium in the last 25 years.
Here's a shot to short. Calgano shows across, and he got him. Calcagano made the play, and that retires the side. But in the inning, Sacramento gets another run. And they move closer now. 7-2 as we go to the bottom of the fifth in favor of Detroit.
Calcagno over there at short, making the play when he needs to. Getting in front of that ball. A looping throw over to Giesemann. Giesemann had to make a bit of a stretch there, but hauls it in for out number 3.
Fans, as you gather your families this holiday season, make your plans for a winter getaway to Gulf Breeze Cottages, located on beautiful Sanibel Island, Florida. Stay 3 nights, receive a 4th night free. Join us from October 1, 2017 to January 18, 2018, and extend your Sanibel getaway for an extra night on us. Call today and speak with one of our vacation experts. That's 1-800-388-2842 or 239-472-1626. That's Gulf Breeze Cottages on Sanibel Island. And now let's go down to Glenn.
Okay, I'm here with Jeff Blatt, manager of Detroit, batting second this inning. I want to get with you real quick. You're up 7-2 halfway through. You got to be feeling.
I like where we're at. Our pitchers, he pitched yesterday a full 9, so we're watching him. But I'm going to be warming somebody up soon. But I like where we're at. I like how we're playing.
And you had that big 4-run second. You had a bunt. Were you going for the hit or the sacrifice?
It was a sacrifice, but it was in a really good spot, so they couldn't get it.
It was a great spot. All right, Jeff, thanks for your time.
Gary Rodriguez starts the bottom of the 5th for Detroit. Right-handed hitter. Swing. Ground ball to third. Easy two-hopper for the third baseman. Throw high, but another nice play at first by Rotke. Boy, what a good glove man at first base.
I tell you what, Dan Wuckmeyer made Rupke work on that a little bit. Not much of a run there by Gary Rodriguez. I think that Wuckmeyer saw that, and you know, sometimes at first or at third or at short, you want to make that play quickly because the runner's going to be running fast. Instead, I think his timing got thrown off there. Rupke had to really extend up the first base line to make that play, come back down with it for the first out.
Got to bring up Jeff Blatt, 2 for 2, and a couple of great plays in the field. Nice-looking athlete, Jeff Blatt, takes a pitch that's inside, ball 1.
It was good to hear from Glenn Miller that last half inning after doing the previous 2 interviews in mime, which is great for TV, but for sound, a bit different story.
Swing and a miss by Blatt, and the count goes to 1-1.
You know you're a talented sideline reporter when you can do interviews in mime, and that is Glenn Miller.
Pitch is inside, ball 2, 2-1. I think it's great to talk to the managers and find out what they're thinking right during the game. That's a good feature.
It really is, and he just talked to Blatt, and now here he is ready to go in the batter's box, and to be able to talk to the players and the managers is a fantastic feature we have on these broadcasts.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Jeff Blatt, a left-handed hitter.
Blatt bunted his way on in that 4-run second and scored, and then singled up the middle in the third.
Pitches inside, and the count goes full.
The 65s in their gray pants, the blue tops. The Sacramento Solons white pants, red tops.
We're in the bottom of the 5th, 7-2. Pop-up, left field. Over is the left fielder, Adams. That's Ken Adams, and he makes the catch.
Ken Adams fighting the sun right into his face there, hauls that play in. The wind really not a factor there as that ball stayed on a line pretty much for out number 2. Brings up Stan Grissinger.
Stan, our left-handed hitter, is 0 for 2 today, but he did score a run when he was safe on a fielder's choice in the 3rd inning. Here's a swing. He hits a little chop to third. Third baseman in. Nice play, the long throw, and he got him. What a nice play that time by the third baseman for Sacramento, that being Wuckmeyer.
Dan Wuckmeyer making a great play. That ball had a lot of English on it as it landed and spun to his right. He gloves it, grabs it out of the glove, and fires it over to Lanny Rupke with a nice stretch to get Stan Grissinger by a half step. Stefan Brown punching him out there on the base pass, and the Detroit 65s go 1, 2, 3 in the 5th.
We're through 5, 7-2 Detroit. Fans, you really want to get away? Well, Bert's Bar is waiting in historic and gorgeous Matlacha. The sun, the sea, and delicious drinks are waiting for you. That's Bert's Bar. You go on Wednesday and Friday. It's all-you-can-eat fish at Bert's Bar in Matlacha. Well, we're going to the top of inning number 6. Sacramento, it's getting late. They trail by 5. And the right-hander back out there, Mike Favaretto for Detroit. It's going to be the 4, 5, and 6 right through the meat of the order this time for Favaretto. We saw Sacramento had a pitcher down in their bullpen warming up, so we'll have to see if they're going to make a change, although Soto's done a pretty good job since coming on. Don't forget to, if you're here in Fort Myers, support some of our fine sponsors that make it possible for us this year to bring you live action of the Roy Hobbs World Series from here at beautiful Hammond Stadium. Leading off for Sacramento's Ron Grizz Williams. Grizz is 0 for 2. Left-handed hitter. The Grizz. He's grounded to short and grounded to second. 0 for 2 today. We're about ready now to start inning number 6. Pitch from Favaretto, hit hard but foul down against the tarp down the right field line. Thank goodness. No use for the tarp these last 2, 3, or 4 weeks here in Fort Myers. Beautiful weather.
We've officially entered the dry season here, which is fantastic.
The Grizz, left-handed hitter. Here's the pitch, inside a ball. 1-1. Probably properly call him Ron Williams, but as the manager explained before the game, everybody calls him Grizz. Here's the pitch, swing, and a chopper back on deck circle where Lanny Rumpke makes the play. He's made about every play on the field, so he might as well field that foul ball.
The Grizz sporting the Goose Gossage-like mustache. I wonder if that's why they call him what they call him.
That might be. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Williams. Mike Favaretto, he's gone the distance, giving up 4 hits and 2 runs. Here's the pitch. Outside, but the Grizz is protecting the plate with 2 strikes, and he fouls it back against the screen. Don't forget, this afternoon, 1:30, we're going to have an earlier start, I believe, than originally scheduled. We're going to have another World Championship game from here. Here's a high pop foul. Back to where we are. Hits above us here, and the count stays at 1-2. Might say we're not working out of the press box, but right behind home plate on the concourse here at Hammond Stadium.
Under a blue tent, enjoying the beautiful weather as Grizz fouls another one back to the screen. Still 1-2.
Saturday afternoon in Fort Myers doesn't get much better than Roy Hobbs World Series and the sunshine. Here's the pitch. Curveball, stayed outside, and it's 2-2.
There is a great reason why they call Florida the Sunshine State. I want to say like 340 days out of the year we see the sun here in Southwest Florida.
Pitch is outside. Last year at the World Series here, 28 days and 27 of them were sunny. Full count pitch coming up to Ron Williams from Sacramento. The wind. And the full count pitch is hit hard and deep to right field. That ball is hit very well to right. It drops out there, and it'll be a single for Ron Williams. He hit that ball real hard.
Hit that ball really hard, and I think the wind played a little bit of a tricks out there with Kleeman and Shields, the center fielder and right fielder. That ball falls between them. Kleeman lost his hat in the process, so he retrieves that as he gets back to his position at second. A leadoff hit for the Grizz and the Solons.
That's going to bring up Lanny Rumpke. Lanny playing first base, and as we said, really playing first base well. Runner on first, nobody down. We are in the top of the 6th inning here from Hammond.
Rumpke struck out looking in the second, was hit by a pitch in the 4th.
Throw to first. Runner back safely as Favaretto watching that runner over there. He leads 7-2 in the 6th inning. Pitch. High pop foul. First baseman makes the call, and he dropped it right in front of the dugout. Like you said before, that's not easy with the wind.
That's not easy with the wind. Also, again, the transition between the grass and the dirt, that's about a half-inch, maybe 3/4-inch lip, and it's a little baby step down, and all that, that transition between really could throw off the fielder a little bit as they make that last step towards making that play. Kurt Giesemann not quite able to haul that in.
Here's the stretch. The 0-1 pitch, it's swing and a foul tip right at home plate.
Gordon Olson, by the way, the pinch runner for the Grizz over at first base.
Nobody down. Top of the 6th, and the wind really whipping up now. It's not cold. It's not a cold wind. It's just a blowing wind.
Not too hot, not too cold, just right, as Goldilocks would say.
And the pitch. Fouled. He tried to get out of the way. The ball hit the bat. And it's 0-2.
A defensive foul ball there for Lanny Rupke. Like you said, I think that was as much trying to get out of the way as it was trying to get lumber on leather there, and that ball caroms off the backstop over by the first base line.
I know my wife listening doesn't want to hear the wind. She's in Monticello, Indiana. 28 degrees last night. Lovely day. Here's a shot. Left field base hit by Rupke. And that will put runners at first and second.
The Solons getting something going here. Rupke, another kind of defensive swing, but he got the bat around, the barrel of the bat around just enough to flare that into left field. So that moves the pinch runner Gordon Olson over from first to second. Rupke on at first, and here comes Pat Kelly, the DH.
Kelly, right-handed hitter. Now we're going to have another pinch runner as they call time, and from the Solons dugout, out goes number 14.
Here comes Ken Adams to take the base path duties away from Lanny Rupke.
All right, here we go. 2 on. Nobody out. We're in the top of the 6th inning. The Sacramento Solons trail 7-2, but they're threatening. A bunt attempt, throw to second. The runner got back.
That's not something you see every day on every level, Doug. That Entwistle firing that ball back to Mike Spratt to try to get the pinch runner there, Gordon Olson, trying to catch him napping at second base, unsuccessful.
1 ball, no strikes on Pat Kelly. 0 for 2 today. 2 on, nobody out. Sacramento needs a big inning to get back into this. Here's the pitch, bunt attempt, and he missed it. Strike 2. Correction, strike 1. 1-1 on Pat Kelly. The signs at third base. Both runners have their sign. The batter has his sign. Favaretto, the right-hander, at the belt. The pitch way inside, and did it hit the bat, I believe?
Boy, that sounded like a foul ball.
It surely did.
That ball was behind Pat Kelly, and I don't know how he got lumber on that, but somehow that hit his bat and not any part of his anatomy, as everybody kind of goes scampering out of the way. The home plate umpire, Chris Smith, saying, yep, foul ball. That's a strike.
That probably for Kelly is the most awkward strike he's ever had. He was bailing, trying to get out of the way, and he just dropped the bat. It stayed in the air long enough to hit the ball. Here's the pitch. Outside. Ball 2.
Just goes to show you that no matter how many days or how many nights you spend at a ballpark, you're eventually going to see something you've never seen before. I'm not sure I've ever seen anything like that.
Not like that one. That ball was so inside that he was just really getting out of there. I don't know how it missed him. Here's a shot by Kelly. Base hit left field. And that's going to load him up for Sacramento.
No doubt by Pat Kelly on that one. He was not getting out of the way. He got that bat in the way of that Favaretto pitch. Lines it into left center field. Now the bases are full of Solons. And here comes Dan Wuckmeyer.
Looks like we're going to have a new pitcher, as he pointed to Kleiman, the center fielder, and told him to come on in. Let's see if Kleiman's going to change gloves and become a pitcher, or else he may be coming in to go to the bullpen to warm up. Bases are loaded, and there's nobody out in this championship game in Detroit. They lead 7-2. But they're not going to take 2. Yes, they're giving him a ball now. The center fielder left-hander is going to the bullpen. So let's see who goes out to play center field for Detroit. Here he comes, number 22. Nope, he's going to the bullpen to catch. So we don't have a center fielder as of right now.
Wholesale changes going on here for the 65s, up 7-2, trying to make sure no more damage inflicted here.
Here comes the center fielder.
Nobody out here in the top of the 6th inning. Sacramento trailing 7-2, but have bases loaded with nobody out. And we will have a new pitcher. It looks like the right fielder Shields is going to center field. It looks like number 12 for Detroit, Blatt will come into the game and play right field. And this is Dan Wuckmeyer. He will face a new pitcher.
Or did they leave? I can't see whether they left Favaretto in there. Let's see what. Anyway, it's left-handed hitter Wuckmeyer. Pitch is down. Oh, nice play by the catcher. That saved a run that time. Ball 1. Let's see the number. Number 12 is still Favaretto on the mound.
Okay, so Favaretto stays in the game. A little bit of defensive substitutions are all we get for the Detroit 65 so far.
And they did that so they could bring their left-hander into the bullpen. Favaretto really laboring now. That's a ball 2. He's only given up 7 hits and 2 runs through 5 and 3 hitters here in the 6th. Stands to be the winner if they hold on. Mike Favaretto.
Yes, Shields moves over from right field to center. Kleeman comes and is in the bullpen now warming up.
And the pitch is a ball 3-0. Sacramento, with a couple of hits here, can really climb right back into this thing. 7-2 they trail, but the bases are loaded. No out. 3-0 count and the pitch. Strike call right down the middle. 3-1. On Dan Wuckmeyer.
Wuckmeyer walked and was stranded in the 3rd, reached via fielder's choice, and ended the inning in the 4th.
Strike 2 call. Nice comeback by Favaretto. 3-2 on Wuckmeyer. Runners lead away. The infield is in at the corners. Here's the pitch. Swung on. Chopped to second. They'll go to second for 1. Back to first. They did not get the double play. And coming across to score is Grizz Williams.
So Sacramento puts the first runner, and they bring him all the way around. Grizz got on there, and then that was pinch runner Gordon Olson scoring from 3rd base. 7-3 now. The Solon's chipping away. Rupke moves from 2nd to 3rd on the fielder's choice. Pat Kelly goes down 4-6. Wuckmeyer at first base with a fielder's choice RBI.
The batter is Dennis Smith. He's the center fielder, 1 for 2 today. Runners on the corner with 1 down. A pitch to Smith. He takes a strike. 0-1.
Smith struck out in the 3rd. He singled and scored in the 5th. This is another opportunity for the Solons, if they were to deem so, to maybe put a double steal on. Favaretto cognizant of that and throws over to first base, trying to get Wuckmeyer, trying to keep him from getting too greedy over there at first.
We're in the 6th. 7-3 in favor of Detroit. Roy Hobbs World Series. Here's a little chopper to second. And right through the legs of the second baseman out there. And that'll score a run and leave runners at first and second.
Tough play for Mike Spratt. That ball had a lot of spin on it, and it actually spun twice on him. It spun the first time as it hit the edge of the grass in front of him. Then it spun again, almost in the opposite direction, right as Wuckmeyer was moving in front of him. So a really tough play for Spratt to make, and that is an error. So Dennis Smith reaches via error, and Wuckmeyer moves from first to second via error, and of course Rupke scores from 3rd via that same error. So here we go, 7-4, Solon's chipping away.
Phil Gunther, the second baseman, left-handed hitter. It's a high pop-up. That's into short left field. The wind blew it. Shortstop has to go get it. He makes a throw to 3rd, and did he get the force out of 3rd base?
He did.
Well, the umpires are talking. Did he call that? He may have called that an infield fly ball. Let's see. Nope. I don't believe they got anybody. Yeah, they did. They got the runner at 3rd, as you said, on the force out at 3rd.
Got Wuckmeyer out 7-5 there on the fly ball out to left field. That ball just falling in front of Krause, who alertly fires it into Beretta. Got the tag, or got the force play at 3rd. So Wuckmeyer out 7-5 for the second out. Still first and second here for the Solons.
You can sure see the wind play tricks with that ball when it went up in the air. Here's the lead man, John Lane. He sacrificed and struck out twice.
That's a tough running situation for Wuckmeyer, who was at second, too, because, you
Yes.
don't want to take off and be doubled off, but at the same time, when that ball falls, he's got to get to third in a hurry.
Chopper, right side, it's going through. Will they make a play at first? Nope, it's a base hit to load him back up for Sacramento. That was just a slow chopper, but it got through the infield. There was no play, so we are loaded with 2 out. 7-4 Detroit, and that'll bring up the pitcher, Joe Soto.
Ground ball with eyes there for John Lane, getting through into right field, putting him on first base for the first time in the game. And Joe Soto coming up here to try to help his own cause, keep this rally alive here. 2 runs across already in the inning for the Solons.
Pitch to Soto is a curveball inside, ball 1. Favaretto has given up 4 runs on 8 hits here, and his team has made a couple of errors behind him, but it's 7-4. He still has the lead. Pitch. Soto takes inside, a ball, 2-0. This might be his last hitter if this man gets on. 2 balls, no strikes on Soto.
Bases are full of Solons right here.
And the pitch. Strike called, 2-1. Favaretto, the right-hander. He struck out 4. Here's the pitch. Soto takes on the inside. Oh, Favaretto wanted that pitch. He did not get it. And it's ball 3, strike 1.
One of the signs that Favaretto's struggling, you mentioned he struck out four Solons, but he hasn't done so since the second out of the third. He has worked himself into some jams here. Obviously, the most important of them being this bases loaded situation here in the 6th.
Hitters count 3-1, swung and fouled. 3-2. 2 runs in for Sacramento and a runner on every base with 1 down. Soto steps out of the batter's box. Full count. Here's Favaretto towing the rubber. Once again, we'll bring this full count pitch to Joe Soto. The pitch is made outside, ball 4, and the 5th run trots across home plate.
A bases loaded walk issued there to Joe Soto, and Mike Favaretto committing one of the cardinal sins of a pitcher, a bases loaded walk. That makes it 7-5 here. And are we going to see a pitching change? It doesn't look like it. Looks like Favaretto's going to stay in for 1 more.
The batter will be Adams. This is Mark Adams, the shortstop. Doubled, grounded to short twice. Now the pinch runner going in for Soto at first base is number 2 for Sacramento. Number 2 running at first. Base is still loaded with 2 out. Mark Adams. And the pitch. Inside. No, that's a strike. Nice strike called. 0-1. 7-5. Detroit leading Sacramento here in the championship game in the 6th inning. Pitch. High fly ball. Hit the medium center field. It's tough. It's in the sun. Nice catch out there by the center fielder. That would be Shields, who just moved over there. And that retires the side. But Sacramento picks up 3 more runs, going to the bottom of the 6th inning, 7-5 in favor of Detroit.
3 runs on 3 hits, 1 error there, 3 Solons left on base. Like you said, Doug, Bill Shields making a tough play out there in center field. He started at right field, ends up he's the center fielder now, as there were some changes going on for the 65s. He makes a nice play fighting off the sun to end the inning. 9 hitters there for the Solons. They got the minimum 3 runs out of 9 hitters.
Fans, a big shout out to the Roy Hobbs Hall of Fame host, the Shell Factory, home of the most amazing Christmas shop ever. It's also the home to our Hall of Fame induction ceremony tonight at 6:30. Come on out and support your teammates at the Shell Factory. And now let's go down to Glenn Miller with an interview.
I'm here with Lanny Ropke, first baseman and general manager of this team. You're down 7-1, now it's 7-5. Is that the Solon?
That's our modus operandi a lot, coming from behind. We've done it before. We're just hoping to keep going before we run out of innings.
Well, you're only down 2. You got plenty of innings, plenty of time. And I heard somebody yell something like, here we come, Solon's baseball. So you got that spirit.
That's it. Solon's baseball. I had bumper stickers made and window stickers said Sacramento Solon baseball. So it's a spirit we've got. And
All right, Lanny, you better get out there.
I like that here at Roy Hobbs World Series. You interview the man and send him right out to defense.
How about that?
Good job, Glenn.
Good thing he's the first baseman, so he only had to trot out to his position. But great job, absolutely. That's a great part of our broadcast.
Fans, are you famished? The Sideline Sports Bar and Grill can help you with that. Show your Roy Hobbs ID card and get treated like the superstars that you are. They're conveniently located near Roy Hobbs headquarters on Veronica Shoemaker. That's Sideline Sports Bar and Grill. Well, leading off the 6th inning here for Detroit is the shortstop, Sal Calcagno. 1 for 2 today, right-handed hitter, Sal Calcagno. He takes a fastball, ground ball up the middle, shortstop bobbles it once, picks it up, the throw to first. Nice play that time by Mark Adams.
Way to stay with that ball by Mark Adams. That ball bounced a little bit off the pitcher's mound. It hit off the heel of his glove, but Adams kept it in front of him. He hauls it in, corrals it, gets it over to Rupke, and gets Calcagno over at first by a step to start off the bottom of the 6th.
That'll bring up Kurt Giesemann. He's the first baseman. 1 for 2 today. He has scored a run back in inning number 4. Once again, Detroit leads 7-5. It's closer now. A ball outside to Giesemann.
5 runs, 8 hits, 2 errors for the Solons. 7 runs, 9 hits, an error for Detroit. That ball is downstairs and bounces harmlessly away. 2-0.
2 balls, no strikes on Kurt Giesemann. Once again, this is like Game 7 of the World Series for these guys. This is the 65 and older Quad A championship game. Ball 3 inside.
The Roy Hobbs World Series in its 29th season, 25th year here at Fort Myers, Florida, the Lee County Sports Complex, Hammond Stadium, where we're bringing you this game.
There's a strike called. 3-1. One of the interesting facts is that they had over 90,000 visitors online last year to the Roy Hobbs site. Here's a ground ball. First baseman bobbles it, picks it up, easily beats the runner to the bag, and Giesemann is retired by Rupke.
You got to think that we're going to beat those numbers this year with these online broadcasts now, going multimedia, going worldwide on YouTube and also the internet with the audio feed of this. We appreciate wherever you're listening, from sea to shining sea and worldwide here with Roy Hobbs.
Here's the wind and the pitch on the way to Favaretto, the pitcher. Back up there with his Baltimore Oriole batting helmet and his orange bat. Here's the pitch, swung on. Chopper to first. This might be a 3-up and 3-down inning. It certainly is for Sacramento. 3 up, 3 down. We're through 6 complete, and it's 7-5.
Kurt Giesemann tying a record held by many there with 3 putouts in the inning. He gets the ground out from short to start the inning, then 2 unassisted ground outs to the first baseman. 3 up, 3 down. The 65s go in order.
Fans, the Shrimp Shack is the proud sponsor of the Roy Hobbs World Series. Fresh seafood, cold drinks, and awesome service. Make Shrimp Shack our go-to spot. Just a hop, skip, and a jump from here at CenturyLink's Hammond Stadium. That's the Shrimp Shack, located on Metro here in Fort Myers. And also, fans, your baseball escape can double as a beach vacation. Explore and enjoy an island getaway with Lighthouse Island Resort Inn and Suites. Book now for the 2018's 30th Roy Hobbs birthday. That's the 30th Roy Hobbs birthday coming up in 2018. And what better place to stay than the Lighthouse Island Resort Inn and Suites.
Wonder Boy turns 30 next year. Doug, Jennett, and I'm David Wasson, Glenn Miller, our sideline reporter. We all hope to be here with you next year. Good Lord willing, and the sun keeps shining, and we will be. This is a great addition to the Roy Hobbs World Series. We're delighted to be here bringing these games to you.
We're going to the top of the 7th, and the left-handed pitcher coming in now for Detroit. And I'm sure this is Ed Kleiman. I didn't see the Ed Kleeman. I didn't see the number, but they brought him in last inning to warm him up in the bullpen. And so I'm guessing right now that that's probably who this is. In fact,
that is Ed Kleeman warming up, so that'll do it for Mike Favaretto here. He went 6 complete, giving up 5 runs on 8 hits. So that'll do it for Mike Favaretto. Bring in Ed Kleeman on the mound, the left-hander, finishing his warm-up tosses.
and let's see, 27, is that Shields in center field?
That is still Shields in center field, yes.
So the only change is Kleeman now pitching.
Taking it around the horn, Fred Krause in left, Bill Shields in center, Jeff Blatt in right, Kirk Barretta, your third baseman, Sal Cagno at short, Mike Spratt, the second baseman, Kurt Giesemann at first, Ed Kleeman, your pitcher, John Entwistle still behind the plate for the 65s.
And leading off for Sacramento is number 5, and I'll have to check your roster. This is a pinch hitter. I did not get the announcement on number 5.
This is Gordon Olson, who pinch ran in the last inning. So Gordon Olson pinch hitting now for the Grizz.
Gordon Olson, right-handed hitter. His first at bat, although he did, like you said, enter the game as a pinch runner. First pitch from Kleiman, the lefty, is a ball outside. 1 ball, no strikes.
Olson came in to run for the Grizz in the 6th. He came around to score on a couple of base hits and a fielder's choice, so he got his work out there early.
Pitch, strike call, 1-1. Olson, right-handed hitter. And it also looks like a pinch hitter on deck as number 14 has come out over there. Here's a high pop. First baseman drifting, and he fell down and could not make the catch again. The wind was a big factor in that one.
That ball ends up in foul ground, so no harm, no foul for everybody involved. Kurt Giesemann taking his time getting back up, but he's able to regain his footing.
You could see that he was in trouble with that because the wind blowing it, it was behind him, and he floated back, and the ball just dropped, as you said, in foul territory.
That is actually now Stan Grissinger, the new first baseman for the Detroit 60s. So I just caught the back of that uniform. Stan Grissinger now moving from the DH position to become their first baseman.
Got to be alert here at the ballpark for these changes. So
you sure do. Absolutely.
Once again, Olson at the plate, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. Another one behind first. The right fielder, though, comes in. He's going to make the catch right on the foul line in shallow right field for the first out.
Gordon Olson trying to find some green grass out there in shallow right field. But Jeff Blatt ranges over and makes a nice play for the first out here in the 7th. We have a new hitter here, number 14 for the Solons. That is Ken Adams, your left fielder.
Ken Adams, who's been playing in left, now batting. Once again, they can go in and out of the lineup and re-enter, but they have to stay in the same batting position. They're locked into that line on the score sheet. Adams, a right-handed hitter, his first appearance today. We're in the bottom of the 7th. Sacramento 7, Detroit 7, Sacramento 5. Boy, Glenn Miller is all over this ballpark looking for interviews. That man will go home tired tonight.
Glenn Miller getting his steps in. He has to in changing dugouts here, he has to walk up the stands, walk behind us. Every now and then he and I exchange some cryptic signals behind your back, a fist bump every now and then as well, and then he walks back down to get these player interviews. So yeah, Glenn Miller getting the workout in. You and I not so much.
Here's a foul right back at us and the screen here, and it's 0-2.
We're getting our calories in by talking a lot more than Glenn.
We're probably the only 2 of this crew that get to set the whole ball game I notice our cameraman both have to stand.
Our cameraman, one in the sun. They're now both in the sunshine. I know they were both applying sunscreen liberally earlier.
Here's a bunt attempt up the first baseline. The count was 1-1, so now it's 1-2.
The Harmon audio and visual team here doing a fantastic job bringing us all the AV that you get from these broadcasts. Great job, guys. We appreciate everything that you do.
1 ball, 2 strikes. That's the count on Adams, the left fielder, Ken Adams. Here comes the wind. Kleiman, the lefty, brings it. Nice pitch, strike 3, call right down the middle. That was a nice pitch. Had that little left-hander's tail on it.
It sure did, and Ken Adams just had the bat on the shoulders dejectedly, looks back at Chris Smith as he finishes the punch out, and Ken Adams goes down looking here for 2 outs in the 7th.
Pat Kelly comes in. Pat is 1 for 3, has scored a run for Sacramento. Right-handed hitter. Kleiman, impressive lefty here. Swing and a miss. Kelly way out in front of the changeup. It's no balls and 1 strike.
One of the things you might notice here on the telecast, especially from the center field camera, is the kind of taped off area behind the home plate. I'll tell you about that after this pitch.
The 0-1 outside a ball.
As everybody knows, Hurricane Irma did a lot of damage to Southwest Florida. Not a lot here to the Lee County Sports Complex and Hammond Stadium, but one of them was the netting, the screen behind home plate is a little bit worse for wear. So just to be on the safe side, officials roped off the first 4 rows behind home plate where that netting is affected to make sure nobody sits behind it.
There's a ball inside, ball 2, strike 1 on Kelly.
The net so far has protected you and I, Doug, which really is the only thing I care about. As long as I don't get pelted by any foul balls.
Same way here. We feel safe here. 1 ball, or 2 balls, 1 strike. There's one right in the net.
See, if that
right
net
back.
wasn't there, that would have been in our living room.
But you would have made that play, I'm sure.
That was within my limited range, yes.
2-2 on Kelly. Here between the 7th innings today, we'll have God Bless America because of Veterans Day. What a great day to honor our veterans all across this USA.
Several veterans on the field as well. We appreciate every veteran for the sacrifice they made to protect our country. It's a holiday that means a lot to me. Several veterans in my family, I know in yours as well.
Ball 3, strike 2, high pop foul. That may get back and out of play, and it will. Yes, it does.
That ball actually ticks the top of the netting, something you don't see every day. Hits that cable back there and bounces into that protected area. So no play there for anybody, but that would have been a souvenir come the Twins games here in March.
3-2. 2 out in the top of the 7th inning as Pat Kelly, right-hander, looks out at Kleiman. Their pitch, and that's a ball down low. First walk given up by Kleiman.
Kelly on with a 2-out walk. He goes to first base. That'll bring up Dan Wuckmeyer. Hammond Stadium, Doug, as we've mentioned, originally sat around 7,500, now closer to 9,000 with the additions of seating both behind the first and third base lines, kind of festival bar seating, as well as some great seating out in left field and right field. A fantastic place to catch a game, whether that be in the Roy Hobbs World Series or in spring training or for the Fort Myers Miracle.
A lot of baseball played right here in this beautiful park. Throw to first, and back easily is Kelly.
Yeah, these fields get a workout. Doesn't matter if it's the stadium field or the outer fields, the player development complex behind us, obviously getting year-round work by the Twins players. There's always something going on here at Hammond Stadium.
The lefty climbing at the belt. That's an outside pitch. 1 ball, no strikes on Dan Wuckmeyer.
One of the interesting things that I learned a couple years ago, George Toma, the grass master, the Sultan of Sod, works for the Twins as Wuckmeyer pops one up there to second base. That ball falls harmlessly to the turf, and Wuckmeyer with an infield hit. Kelly goes to second, Wuckmeyer to first and second here with 2 outs.
You could see that all the way again. The wind pushing that ball on first and second for Sacramento. 2 down, Dennis Smith, the center fielder.
To continue my story, George Toma, the sod master extraordinaire for the Super Bowl, the NFL, all these years, is semi-retired, but he builds the mounds out here for the Twins every spring. They level these mounds, and he builds these pitching mounds by scratch out here every year.
Pitches hit him in the back. And again, Sacramento has a threat. Loaded the bases here in the top of the 7th with 2 out.
Sacramento getting it done by any means necessary. Dennis Smith takes one in the small of the back. And, after the first 2 outs come very quickly for Ed Kleeman and the 60 and the 65s. Now suddenly the bases are loaded. The number 9 hitter, Phil Gunter, coming up, trying to draw ever closer with a 7-5 deficit.
Gunter's a dangerous hitter, 2 for 3 in that number 9 spot down there. So Kleeman in trouble, bases loaded, 2 out. Lefty on lefty. Here's Kleeman's pitch, and that hit him in the back. And another run comes across for Sacramento, and it's 7-6.
How about that? Back-to-back hit-by pitches. The first hitter was in the right-hander's batter's box. That one, Gunter, in the left-hander's batter's box. You can't miss 2 pitches by more than that if you're Ed Kleeman, and he was shaking his head as he went to go retrieve that baseball. 7-6 now, and the Solons, just like that, right back in this game.
If you were with us last Saturday, both those games were tremendous games, and this one has turned out to be another great game. 7-6, bases loaded, 2 out, and the lead man, John Lane, steps in. The leadoff batter is 1 for 3.
John Lane struck out looking in the first, swinging in the third, had a sacrifice bunt in the 5th, and then singled in the 6th.
Pitch to Lane is a strike, 1-1.
Nowhere to put Lane here, just like there was nowhere to put Gunter earlier. So the 65s here are playing at even in the infield, trying to make something happen.
2 out. Here's the pitch, outside, ball 2.
Kleeman showing a little bit of control issues here, trying to get these pitches in the strike zone, at least give Lane something to hit at.
Lane. Here's the wind by Kleeman. Here comes the pitch. That's out into left center field, and that ball is going to get down, and that scores 1. Here comes another run around. This may score 3. They're going to send the man from third. He will score a 3-run double by John Lane, has put Sacramento on top.
How about that? John Lane, a 3-run double. Bill Shields, the center fielder, was shaded way towards right field. That ball out into left center, and it was off to the races. Wuckmeyer scores easily from third. Smith on his horse from second to score, and Gunter all the way around from first base to score without a throw. Now suddenly, here we are, the Solons leading 9-7. We have a new hitter for the Solons as well. This is number 2, Gary Eubank.
Gary Eubank, who has been playing defensively, steps in, ground ball to short. Calcagno over to first, and that finally retires the side. But the Solons from Sacramento take the lead 9-7 here in the middle of the 7th. We'll now join Scotty Pedersen, our PA announcer, and we'll have God Bless America. God Bless America here from Hammond Stadium on this Veterans Day. What a glorious day this is. Fans, Gulf Breeze Cottages are tucked away in a quiet corner of Sanibel Island. Historic Gulf Breeze Cottages Resort has proudly stood on the edge of the Gulf since 1940. The uncrowded, charming, and quaint atmosphere of Gulf Breeze Cottages will truly take you back in time to the Florida you remember. So call now to reserve your island oasis for next year. That's Gulf Breeze Cottages. Let's go down now to Glenn Miller.
Okay, I'm here with Detroit starting pitcher Mike Favaretto. You pitched 7 innings yesterday?
9. Yeah.
How many pitches yesterday?
I don't know how the pitch count was. We never did keep track of that yesterday, but the early innings, it was kind of a low pitch count, so I wasn't too concerned. It was probably around 110, 120, though, I would guess, somewhere.
And then you came out today. How many do you think you threw today and gave your team a lead?
I was doing really good today, too, until that last inning. I was out there, and then the wheels kind of fell off a little bit. It happens in this sort of a tournament. The defensive plays didn't quite come through, but throw a few extra pitches. But it's all good. When you come out here, you got to leave it all on the field. And, I told Jeff yesterday, our manager, that depending on how I felt this morning, if I felt loose and my arm was okay, I'd be happy to start and try to get us as far as we could. I was hoping to get through 6, made it that far, but unfortunately things have kind of turned the other guy's way right now. So
Still plenty of game left.
Still plenty of game left. We got a good hitting team here. We've been hitting all week. Actually, we've been playing tremendous defense all week. Today is the outlier of that, unfortunately. Bad time for it to show its head, but all week we've been playing excellent defense. We've been hitting the ball very well. So I have a lot of confidence in these guys that we'll be able to come back and still get control of this game.
All right, Mike, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we go to the bottom of the 7th. The pitcher Kleiman leads it off, and the count is 2 balls and 1 strike on the left-handed pitcher, Ed Kleiman.
Ed Kleiman 1 for 3. He struck out looking. He reached via fielder's choice and singled in the 4th. Pitch
is low and in the dirt. Ball 3. For the first time now, Detroit comes to bat trailing. They trail 9-7. 3-1 on Kleiman.
9 runs, 10 hits, 2 errors for the Solon. 7-9-1 for Detroit.
Here's the 3-1 on the way inside, a leadoff walk. Nothing worse in baseball than the leadoff walk.
Ed Kleiman on, as Doug said, leading off with a walk, helping his own cause a little bit. That'll bring up Mike Spratt. The big play so far, though, John Lane with a 3-run double in the top of the 7th, giving Sacramento a 9-7 lead. Really, really big play for Sacramento, who's been chipping away the whole time. They never let this game get out of hand, and now suddenly, just like that, with a 2-run lead.
Runner on first, nobody out. Runner goes. The pitch is outside to throw to second, and Kleiman has stolen the bag. The throw bounced into center field, but Ed will stay right there.
Ed Kleiman on his horse there, getting in. He would have been there even with a perfect throw. He got a great jump on that first pitch from Soto. So the 65s have the leadoff runner in scoring position here with nobody out.
1 ball, no strikes. Soto checking the runner at second to pitch. A bunt attempt, foul right there at home plate, and it's 1-1 right into the catcher's glove. 1 ball, 1 strike. Bottom of the 7th inning. Sacramento 9, Detroit 7.
This is the Quad A championship game of the 65 and older Roy Hobbs World Series.
Don't forget, another game to follow this one. Here's a bunt. Pitcher off the mound. He's going to make the play at first, but on the sacrifice bunt, Kleiman moved to third. Nice bunt that time by Mike Spratt.
Excellent fundamental baseball there by Mike Spratt, laying one down. The only play for Joe Soto to make is over to first base. Kleiman goes from second to third, and now the sacrifice fly is in play. Fred Krause digs in from the left side of the plate. The left fielder is 1 for 2. He flew out to second, doubled and scored in the third, reached via error in the 4th.
Called strike 1, and Kleiman came down the line from third, trying to get Soto to balk, and Soto very wisely just delivered the pitch. Here's the pitch, high ball, 1-1.
Soto out of the windup right now, as you typically do when the runner's on third base.
1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out in the 7th. Big run down there for Detroit. There's a pop foul. We may get this one. It's 3 rows in front of us in the stands.
I was ready. I was there.
I saw you call for it, too.
I did. I was the only one there to make that play. I was ready for it, Doug. I wanted a souvenir. Instead, it'll be retrieved.
It's still Rocky in your family with the only souvenir today.
That's right. She snuck one out of here.
Here may be one. It's a foul right back beside us this time, and the count's 1-2.
I'm sure Mr. Giffen will send me a bill of sale for that baseball that wandered out of here. I'm going to have to plead my case. That ball was pretty nicked up.
1 ball, 2 strikes. There's a chopper up the middle, base hit. That'll score the run. An RBI base hit for Fred Krause.
The 65's doing a great job of really taking what was given to him there. Ed Kleeman leads off with a walk. He steals second, goes to third via sac bunt, and then scores easily. Fred Krause, an RBI base hit up the middle. It is now 9-8.
Here comes the cleanup hitter now, Gene Barata. They're still looking for this foul ball that hit down. You may have that.
I tell you, I do not have this baseball. I promise I do not.
Gene Barata, left-handed hitter, has 1 hit today. Runner at first. 1 down. The pitch is outside corner strike. The runner going, and he stole second base. So that is a steal by Fred Krause, and that puts the tying run right in scoring position.
Heck, if it works once, why not have it try it again? You put a runner on first base, why not steal second and see if you can make this happen all over again? Krause now at second with Barata in the batter's box.
Pitch swung, ground ball to second. The second baseman Eubanks has it, throws to first, and that is out number 2.
4-3 if you're scoring at home. Barata is out. Krause over to third now. No sacrifice fly in the equation with 2 outs. But that brings up Gary Rodriguez. He already has an RBI. He has singled and scored on the second RBI ground out in the third. He then grounded out in the 5th.
Good hitter, Gary Rodriguez from the right side. Tying run at third. 2 out in the 7th inning, and it's a 9-8 ball game.
Bottom of the 7th here. Another, as Doug said, another very evenly contested ball game as Rodriguez looks at strike 1 down the middle.
0-1 on Gary Rodriguez. Right-hander looks. Here comes Soto's 0-1 pitch. Line drive, base hit. That got the run in. A line drive to right field. And there was a play at first, but they didn't get Rodriguez and threw the ball away. Rodriguez heading for second. The throw from the backstop is not in time. So a hit and an error produces the tying run.
How about that? Gary Rodriguez taking what was given him. That ball a little outside to the right-hander. He just slaps it into right field. Krause again scores easily from third. Rodriguez taking advantage of the wild throw. He goes to second base, so he's in scoring position now for Jeff Blatt.
Left-handed hitter Jeff Blatt. We are tied. Neither team is deterred here. When the other team comes up and scores a bunch of runs, the other one seems to come right back, and that's exactly what Detroit has done. Sacramento 9, Detroit 9. Bottom of the 7th, 2 down. Pitch. It's a ball down low. 1 ball, no strike.
Solon's 9 runs, 10 hits, 3 errors. Detroit still hitting in the 7th. 9 runs, 11 hits, 1 error.
Here's the stretch and the pitch. High pop foul down the left field line, way out of play down near the bullpen of Detroit. Once again, these are 65 and older, and a lot of these guys run like they're about 20, the way they're stealing bases.
They sure do. Stealing bases, ranging after foul balls, really getting after it, and that's why they're here in this championship game. You know, a bunch of teams this week in this division, but these guys have battled through to the title game.
Soto at the belt. The 1-1 coming is outside a ball, 2-1.
We talked about it last week. The bullpens here at Hammond Stadium, as is usually the case at spring training facilities, there's 5 or 6 rubbers on each bullpen, so pitchers can get their extra work. So the widened bullpens, they're both out of play here.
Foul ball, right back here again. 2-2.
That ball bounces past us. Glenn Miller boots it, literally.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
Give me that, Glenn.
Somewhere in
there. Yeah, he did. All right, fine. You can have it. he says, it's mine. All right, you can have it. I'm not going to argue with the field reporter.
Soto faked the throw to second, nobody covering, so here comes the 2-2 with 2 down. A line drive right to the second baseman on one hop. Throw to first, and that retires the side. But Detroit ties it up here in the 7th with 2 runs. It's 9-9 after 7.
2 runs, 2 hits, 1 error, 1 left on base. Detroit ties it up 9-9 as we move to the 8th inning.
Fans, when your team hits the road, there's no reason you can't do the same. At Drury Hotels, a good night's sleep is just the beginning. Our friendly team members and generous free amenities, Wi-Fi, hot breakfast, 5:30 kickback featuring hot food and cold beverages. They will brighten your day and make your journey easier, win or lose. For reservations, call 1-800-DRURY-INN or visit us on the web at druryhotels.com. That's Drury Hotels. Travel happy. And fans, a colorful dining experience is waiting you at Nervous Nellie's. Gourmet eats, island atmosphere, one of the jewels of Fort Myers Beach. That's Nervous Nellie's just across the bridge in Fort Myers Beach. And if you've ever eaten there, and I know you have like I have, great menu at Nervous Nellie's.
I was literally about to say the same thing. I was going to give the unsolicited plug for Nervous Nellie's. We appreciate all of our sponsors with Roy Hobbs, and Nervous Nellie's one of them. I love watching the sunset over there.
That's why when you come to Fort Myers, so many things to do. Come down for Roy Hobbs baseball, the World Series, all of our fine sponsors, places to go in Fort Myers. I'm telling you, a week's not enough. You need to be here a lot longer than that.
We're starting to get into our season of sorts here, tourist season obviously, but also snowbird season, which our population of Fort Myers almost doubles from where it is in the summertime through the winter months. Right around Christmas time is when it hits full steam, and we see a lot of seasonal residents down here in Fort Myers, Naples, in Lee and Collier County, but Lee County especially gets a tremendous uptick, and we would love to see more of you out there. If you haven't been to Fort Myers yet, come on down and visit us. A beautiful place to stay.
All right, leading off the 8th for Sacramento is the shortstop, Mark Adams, right-handed hitter. Ball outside from Kleeman. Once again, tied in the 8th, getting late here. After the game, stay with us for the award ceremonies. They pass out the medals for both teams. Strike called. Number 24, Mark Adams, the shortstop, has 1 hit today and 4 trips to the plate. He's a right-handed hitter and a good one. Here's the wind. A line drive base hit in the left field, so here comes Sacramento again. Leadoff single by Adams.
The Solons not going quietly into the summertime air here. Still battling, still making things happen. They saw their lead evaporate after just getting into the 7th. It went from 9-7 to 9-9, but with the leadoff runner on, Mark Adams, here comes Gordon Olson. Actually, this is the Grizz digging back in, so Ron Williams re-entering the lineup here. Now hitting from the left side, a switch hitting Grizz.
Grizz is a 1 hit in. Well, he didn't bat the last time, so he's got 1 for 3 himself.
Doubled and scored in the 4th.
Here's the pitch. That's a high fly ball hit out into center field pretty deep. It's not caught by the center fielder, so heading to third is Adams. Grizz is going to stop at first with a no-out single and 2 on here in the 8th.
Checking to make sure that we get the score on that one. It looks like it's going to be a base hit. It is a base hit, so a single to deep center field for the Grizz. He gets pinch run for by Gordon Olson, as was the case the last time he was up. Runners on the corners here with nobody out in the 8th for Sacramento.
And Lanny Ropke coming back into the ball game. The first baseman, Ropke, a right-handed hitter, and he's going to go down and talk to the third base coach. Runners at first and third. They want to talk this over. And the catcher is heading back to the Detroit dugout to.
We got a little bit of everything here. We've got both runners and the hitter talking to the third base coach. The catcher went over to his dugout to assess the situation over there. Umpires both standing, enjoying the day. You and I sitting behind home plate in the concourse, enjoying the day.
Really enjoying the day.
Our cameraman enjoying the day. Everybody's enjoying the day.
Here we go. Kleeman ready. A fly ball hit pretty deep into left field. This will score a run. He's tagging at third. The catch is made, and the throw comes into second base. A nice play by the left fielder, Krause, throwing to second and keeping the runner at first base.
A sacrifice fly by Lanny Rupke. He brings in Mark Adams without a throw, so it is now 10-9 in favor of the Solons. As Doug said, Gordon Olson, the pinch runner at first base, stays at first base because that throw went to second, 10-9.
Here's Pat Kelly. Takes a pitch on the inside corner. Strike one called from Kleeman. Once again, Sacramento coming right back after Detroit tied it in the bottom of the seventh. Sacramento has plated one and pitches outside a ball. 1-1. One ball, one strike. I hope they are enjoying the broadcast down at the Roy Hobbs headquarters this afternoon. My good friend Wendell Brown probably asleep on the couch down there. Here's a shot off the pitcher's knee. Try to make a play at second, and he does. A good play by Kleeman.
What an alert play by Kleeman to get Gordon Olson, who was moving from first to second. Once that ball rattled off the wickets down there, Kleeman makes a great play, alertly turning to make the throw to Spratt at second base, getting the lead runner. The second out of the inning, Kelly reaches via fielder's choice, but 2 outs here in the 8th.
Got to bring up Dan Wookmeyer.
That ball rattled around in the legs of Kleeman a little bit, but he alertly makes the great play.
Lefty on lefty, Kleeman's pitch. Strike called right down the heart, 1-1.
Now, who did we wake up down at Roy Hobbs World Headquarters?
Well, Wendell Brown was our basketball coach at Cypress Lake for 1 year when I was there, and Wendell works for Roy Hobbs during the summer. Well, works is a different
I was going to say, it sounds like he was working his REM sleep up until you mentioned him.
Yeah, I probably woke him up, and if Tom goes out and checks on him, Wendell will act like he's busy.
He was awake and working administratively the whole time.
That's
Doug
right.
was telling a story there.
Here's a pitch, swing and a ground ball to second. Hopper, the second baseman Spratt over to first. That's close. He's safe. He beat it out. Boy, I tell you something, Wookmeyer can run.
Wookmeyer was on his. He had the spurs in there and everything, making it happen, getting down the line. That ball slowed to get to Spratt at second. He turned and tried to make a play to Grissinger at first base as quickly as he could, but Stefan Braun, the base umpire, correctly, I signaled at the same time. He was safe by a half step. Runners at first and second.
2 down. Dennis Smith, the center fielder, steps in. Dennis with one hit. He got hit by a pitch last time up with the bases loaded. Here's a pitch that's called ball inside. The ball has tail on it from the pitcher Kleeman, and it almost came back across the inside corner. Lefty ready. The 1-0 pitch. Well, that hit him again. Hit him again. Another hit by pitch.
Dennis Smith is going to go home to Sacramento with some souvenirs in the form of some fresh bruises. He's been hit twice in a row now, and that one loads the bases again full of Solons. Something happening here as Phil Gunter digs in from the left side.
He's the 9 hitter. He got hit by a pitch the last time in this same situation with them loaded. 2 out. Pitch on the way to Gunter. He swings and hits a foul ball over the third base dugout.
Not often you write down on your scorecard HBP RBI, but you and I both did.
Yeah, we did that, exactly. Look in the on-deck circle. Last time up, Mr. John Lane came up with a loaded just like this, and he brought all 3 of them in.
You think he might be salivating a little bit, hoping for another shot at this?
Here's the wind. The pitch to Gunter outside a ball. 1-1.
He's thinking to himself, Phil, just get hit again. That way they can still be loaded and I can hit another 3-run double.
Get 6 RBIs and 2 at bats.
That's pretty sporty.
Here's the lefty into the wind. The pitch. Right on the inside corner. Nice pitch that time, but strike 2.
I tell you what, as Kleeman let go of that, I thought Gunter was going to get hit, but that was a break. I literally ducked out of the way instinctively because I thought Gunter was going to take one off the shoulder there.
Here's the 1-2 to Gunter. He hits it on the ground to the second baseman. Throw to first. and they retire the side. So the Sacramento Solons go down, but they take the lead once again, 10-9, as we go to the bottom of the 8th.
1 run on 3 hits there, 3 Solons left on base. 10-9, that could have been a lot worse for Sacramento, or that could have been a lot worse for the 65s here. Instead, we move to the bottom of the 8th here. Detroit down a run, 10-9.
Fans, have a break between the games. Go to Flea Masters Flea Market. It's right around the corner from the PDC. That's the Player Development Complex on Dr. Martin Luther King Boulevard. Flea Masters is open Friday through Sunday, 8 to 5, and they have something for everyone. Let's go down to Glenn Miller.
DH for the Solons, who are down 7-1 in this game, correct? Now you're up 10-9.
The character of this team is excellent. We've been fighting back and fighting with all we got all week. So it's been a fun trip.
How many times have you guys won a World Series title?
We've got a couple of rings down here. Yeah, so it's something to look forward to.
About the 5th or 6th inning, I heard that one of your guys yell something out like, "Here we come, Solons baseball." So you got that moxie, that vital.
That's us. Yeah, that was a Wyatt Earp line in the movie, and we use that quite often.
Okay, but at least you're not in Tombstone. Nobody's shooting at you, right?
Yeah, no, nobody's shooting, just the other team.
All right, Ron. Thanks and good luck.
All right.
Fans, first we play, then we feast. Sidelines Sports Bar and Grill's menu on game days and every day is sure to satisfy even the hungriest team. Conveniently located on Veronica Shoemaker, close to the Player Development Complex. Well, we go to the bottom of the 8th, and Detroit down 1 again. Stan Grissinger leads it off. He's a left-handed hitter facing Soto. First pitch, outside a ball, 1 ball, no strike.
Doug, I've been informed by Roy Hobbs management that I indeed have an invoice waiting for me for that baseball that Rocky departed with. So I'm going to have to deduct that from the allowance. Great.
Ball 1, no strikes on Grissinger. The pitch by Soto, grounded wide of first. Foul ball, 1-1. That invoice should be about $30. That ball looked good.
Yeah, I know. You know, thanks, Doug. I appreciate that. No, that ball was nicked and was barely round, and so I made the executive decision as the color commentator to let it go out of the stadium.
Boy, the wind is picked up as a base hit out into right center field by the leadoff man Grissinger, and just as Sacramento did in the top of this inning, Detroit gets the leadoff man on, and here they come again.
As we catch a little gale force gust there, Stan Grissinger doing his part to counteract the gust by belting one into right center field. He's aboard. Sal Calgagno, the shortstop, digging in, trying to get something going here for the 65s.
We're going to have the manager going to the mound for Sacramento. We had a pitcher throwing in the bullpen down there. Between innings. I don't know if he's going to make the change, but let's see. Going out talking to Soto. Soto's done a pretty decent job since he came in, a little right-hander. This may just be a meeting to stall because they're letting a pitcher go down to the bullpen now.
Irv Scott sidling out there, puts his arm around Soto for a little bit. They talk about what they might have for a late lunch here after the game. He pats him on the shoulder and then sidles back to the dugout.
10-9. We're in the bottom of the 8th. Very, very good game here in the 65 and older classification 4A of the Roy Hobbs World Series here this week. Throw to first, back in plenty of time, is the runner Grissinger. Sal Calgagno, good-looking shortstop. This guy's made some nice plays today. He's going to bunt, move that runner over, and he fouled it back to the screen. It's strike 1.
That's right, Doug. In addition to flashing some fine glove work out there, Calgagno is 1 for 3. He had an RBI single in that 4-run second inning for the 65s. Flew out to short and then grounded out to short in his other 2 at-bats.
No balls, 1 strike. Nobody down. 12:30 on this beautiful Veterans Day from Harmon Stadium. And where would you rather be than at the ballpark? Another game to follow, so if you're in the area at all and you want to see some really good baseball, come on out. High, a ball, 1-1. This crowd has been better than I thought, and they've been very vocal. These people are really getting into this. And we're only an inning away from the medals being awarded, so somebody's going home as the champion this week. Nice bunt up the first baseline. That may get by for a hit. No, nice play by the pitcher, Soto. He got over to make that play.
I tell you what, Soto was on his horse there, coming off the mound to his left, hustling after that bunt. That bunt looked like he was in perfect position to end up being a base hit. Instead, Soto grabs it barehanded, gets it over to Rupke, and it's a sacrifice bunt, puts Grissinger over to second base. So with one out, Kurt Gesseman comes in trying to tie this game back up.
Now let's see what there's a conversation out here between the coach and the umpire on the base paths. I don't think that it's over the call at all, but the sacrifice moves the tying run down to second base, and Kurt Gesseman is the hitter. The first baseman bats from the left side. He's got one hit this afternoon. Tying run, 10-9 Sacramento. Tying run for Detroit. At second, pitch inside all the way to the screen. Then moves the runner down to third base.
Wild pitch pushes Grissinger over to third base, and now suddenly that brings the sacrifice fly into play. And you know, these are the kind of miscues that you don't want if you're Joe Soto. With a runner at third base with only one out, this is a prime opportunity to have this runner score from third.
Sacramento now has to bring their infield in on the edge of the grass. And a ground ball, base hit to right field, ties it right back up. Nice job of hitting by Gesseman.
Gesseman gets over top of that one and hits a sharp grounder into right field. That scores Grissinger easily from third base. And as Doug said, we are not at a 10. 10 runs, 13 hits, and 3 errors for the Solons. 10 runs, 13 hits, 1 error for Detroit. And we are, you know, this game is as even as it gets.
We're going to have a new pitcher coming in now for Sacramento as Soto departs. And we'll have to catch the number on this young man and tell you who it is. But it's tied at 10 here from Hammond Stadium. And while we have a break, let me tell you a little slice of heaven and a key lime pie wait for you at Bert's Bar in historic Matlacha. The locals, scenery, and seafood, the heart of Southwest Florida. That's Bert's Bar out in Matlacha. All you can eat fish on Fridays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. So go to Bert's Bar. All right, the umpire waving. First of all, the Mike Favaretto will be the hitter, so there's a right-handed pitcher coming in for Sacramento. And we will catch the number here in just a moment. Once again, Detroit's tied it up again.
Jeff Hetherington going out to talk to his new pitcher. That pitcher is number 2 here. That is Gary Eubank.
Eubank, who's been playing defensively.
So he comes in from second base. So some defensive changes here. Gary Eubank towing the rubber.
He's a right-hander, so there may be a new second baseman. We'll have to catch that. But here we go. Runner on first. Tie game. 1 out in the 8th. Throw to first. Eubank checking over there.
We know this is Mike Favaretto from a while away, of course, because he has that Baltimore Orioles helmet on, that bright orange and black bat over his shoulder.
Lefty takes a strike call from Eubank, a right-handed pitcher, coming on for Sacramento. 10-10 in the 8th. Pitch outside corner. Count goes to 1-1 on Favaretto. Mike Favaretto. Here's Eubank. He's checking the pitch. Nice pitch. Strike called right at the knees. It's 1-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Both these teams trying so hard to win this World Series championship game of the Roy Hobbs World Series. Here's the pitch. It's swung on, a pop-up. Shortstop has to come a long way. He makes the catch, and he may have two. He did. Double play at first base.
What a great play there by Mark Adams. A ranging play up in front of him. He basket catches the pop fly and then gets it over to Rupke in a hurry, doubling off Giesemann. A double play to end the inning and getting the Solons out of a jam.
Boy, that was a great play. Well, we have finished 7.5 here. Let's correct that. We finished 8 here at Hammond Stadium, and we're right back where we started, all tied. It's 10-10. Fans, if you're famished after a full day on the field, Catch 22 live music and sports bars waiting for you when you need to refuel. Easy access off Colonial Boulevard near the Midpoint Bridge. That's Catch 22 live music and sports bar.
Doug, I can't tell you enough about the play Mark Adams just made there. We saw it, and you guys saw it on the video too. Coming in about 8 steps on the run, making a basket catch on that short fly ball, and then very quickly getting it back to Lanny Rupke at first base, doubled off Giesemann, who thought that ball was going to fall in, so he was halfway between first and second. Instead, they pick him off easily from second base, a 6-3 double play. And just when we thought the 65s were gonna take the lead, instead the Solons get out of a jam.
We're talking here between innings with Glenn Miller about thinking about an MVP in this ball game.
I gave him my opinion, but I wanted you to give yours.
I'm looking at whichever team wins it here.
Yeah, it could be anybody at this point.
Yeah, I like what John Lane did with the bases loaded there, so we'll have to wait and see. We're going to the 9th, tied at 10.
Speaking of John Lane, he will lead off this 9th inning for the Solons. It'll be John Lane, Gary Eubank, Mark Adams, 1, 2, and 3, the hitters for the Solons.
Well, we see the teams for the second game, a couple of them coming in the ballpark behind us over here. So if we get started at 1:30, we got about a half hour or so of downtime. Leading it off is John Lane, and all he's done is driven in the 3 big runs for Sacramento that put him in the lead. Strike called on the outside corner, strike one from Ed Kleeman.
A slow start to this game. Lane struck out looking, struck out swinging in the first and third, reached via had a sacrifice bunt in the 5th, a single in the 6th, and then a big 3-run double in the 7th.
It's a high foul ball here back on the right side, clear up at the top of the stands. Section 205.
That's part of the stands here at Hammond Stadium that were renovated a couple years ago. There's some seating and like a beer garden up there. A beautiful place to watch any game.
Here's the wind by Kleeman. The pitch, outside ball 2. This year I did the PA for the Minnesota Twins spring training, and you mentioned the beer garden. One of our ads was for a beer shake. I've never in my life had a beer shake.
Did you try one?
Absolutely not.
Well, I didn't know. That wasn't a leading question, Mr. Jennett. That was a legitimate question. I didn't know if you were giving your first-hand expertise on that.
A beer shake. I don't know what that is. I know what it sounds like. Here's the pitch. Swing and a foul tip at home plate. No, it was not a foul tip. The throw to first as Lane is down on strikes.
Strikeout 2-3 on the putout if you're scoring at home, or even if you're by yourself. 2-3, the first out of the inning for John Lane.
Here comes Joe Soto back to enter. I believe this is, let's see if this is number 1. It is. Joe Soto comes right back into the ball game. This is his spot in the batting order, and that's allowable. The lefty Kleeman in a tie ball game. Top of the 9th inning, the pitch. It's inside a ball, 1-0 on Kleeman.
Soto defensively started the game at third base, then came in relief of Brad Baker, the starting pitcher for the Sacramento Solons, and then it looks like he is just going to be a hitter.
Here's a chopper to third on one hop. Throw across. Nice play. 2 down. That was a ready-made chopper for the third baseman, and that's Barado down there, and it was a easy play. 2 down.
Kurt Barata looks like he made that play 1,000 times in his younger days. He catches that right at his shoe tops, takes a brief moment to collect himself, fires it over to first base. Again, plenty of time to get Soto for out number 2.
Here's another MVP candidate, Mark Adams, a shortstop. He's made some great defensive plays. Takes the ball outside. He's had 2 hits in the ball game, scored 2 runs.
2 for 5, doubled in the single, doubled in the 4th, singled in the 8th.
1 ball, no strikes, 2 out in the 9th. The pitch to Adams is a high fly ball. Behind second, the sun in the eyes of the, made a nice catch. Spratt's made some good defensive plays. That pop-up was in the sun.
And we can hear it, too. The wind got a hold of that. That wind hit that ball right as it was at its apex. It hit us about a second later. The wind hit it, and instead of settling under it, he had to make a basket catch at his waist level to make that play. Nevertheless, Spratt makes it, and the Solons go 1, 2, 3 in the top of the 9th.
Fans, the fun doesn't have to end when you go home. Start searching for other athletes in your area with similar interests and skill levels on Got Game Hub. Visit www.gotgamehub.com and create a new team. Well, that sets us up for the walk-off inning. If it happens, we'll have to see now as Detroit comes up tied at 10. Let's go down and see if Glenn Miller has an interview for us.
Okay, this is Glenn Miller. I'm waiting for Mike Favaretto and John Entwistle, starting battery for Detroit. They were the starting battery at the Rochester Institute of Technology 47 years ago, correct? 47 years.
Yeah, for 47 years. John and I were teammates at Rochester Institute of Technology, and been 47 years since we've had a chance to play together, and we're really excited about doing that. One of the main reasons, motivations for me to actually join the team and play in this tournament was the chance to play with John again after so long. He's a great guy, great catcher, and I sure miss playing with him.
Tell me about your teammate as a pitcher now, then and now.
He's great. I mean, the first time I called him this week, I could tell he plays 35 league back home locally. I can see why. Ball movement. Today, he pitched the full game yesterday, 9 innings. He's back here today.
And we got an epic game here, bottom of the 9th tie game. So I'll let you guys go. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
That is awesome.
How about that? 47 years between catching and pitching, and they picked up right where they left. Do you think they have any signal issues? Think they have any alterations in the signs? Those guys know it better than anything.
That's something you only get here at the Roy Hobbs World Series, and with Glenn Miller digging that up. Good job. First pitch is outside a ball. We're in the bottom of the 9th, and it's Ed Kleeman, the pitcher, leading off for Detroit.
Kleeman 1 for 3. He walked and scored in the 7th as he takes a strike, 1-1.
They're trying to get a base runner here. They've been very good at stealing second base and then pushing the runner over to third. So Kleeman, trying to get on, takes inside, 2 balls and 1 strike.
Kleeman also struck out looking, reached via fielder's choice in the 2nd, and singled and was stranded in the 4th.
This is the way a Game 7 should be played, or the championship of the World Series here. Ball 3. 3-1 now as Eubank is in danger of putting that winning run out there in the bottom of the 9th. Kleeman steps out. That wind whips up, and it's whipping the dirt down there. 3 balls and 1 strike on Ed Kleeman. Here's the pitch. He hits a line drive base hit into right field, and the lead batter is on for Detroit.
Bottom of the 9th, and Kleeman just gets on top of a pitch there from Gary Eubank. Singles it sharply to right, and here we go, a 10-10 game, and there's not a lot of room for error. This brings up Mike Spratt, the number 2 hitter, and, tensions are getting a little high here at the ballpark.
And it looks like, let's see if they're going to try to steal the base and then sacrifice, or is he going to go ahead and sacrifice right now? The third base coach coming down to talk to Spratt, who's already laid down 1 sacrifice bunt in this game.
This is where managers earn their paycheck in situations like this, because you're absolutely right. Do you want to sacrifice the out for the extra base, or do you want to see if we can swing away here, or what do we want to do? Do we want to try to steal a base? There's a lot of different options. You love having your leadoff man, who's also your leadoff man in the order, be on base here, because traditionally that's your fastest man in the lineup.
Kleeman, who would be the winning pitcher leading away at first. Now let's see what the third baseman is way in. He thinks it's going to be a bunt. Throw to first. They don't want Kleeman to get the big lead, so Eubank is holding him on tight over there at first.
The Solons clearly thinking this is bunt situation.
At the belt, Eubank. Runner goes, pitch out. They guessed right. The throw to second, they did not get him. Everybody executed that time. The pitch out, the throw down to second, but Kleeman steals the bag.
Kleeman does his part there. That's his third stolen base of the game, and he is in scoring position here with nobody out. He also stole a base in the second, stole a base as part of a scoring situation in the seventh. And here he is again on second base with Spratt still in the box.
Now I look for Spratt to lay one down, get him over to third. You want that winning run at third base. There's the bunt attempt taken. Ball two.
Yeah, situationally, this doesn't change. This doesn't change Spratt's deal a whole lot because you still want to advance the runner any way you can, and that's exactly what's happening here. I think there might have been some signals crossed. I'm not sure Kleeman knew that was a bunt situation. He was not getting a bigger lead off, so he and the third base coach, who is the third base coach for Detroit, is Jeff Blatt. He checks it out and makes sure that everybody's signals are straight here, and we get back to action.
Sacramento bringing the first baseman hard on this bunt so they can leave the third baseman back and maybe get a play on the lead runner. Let's see if they do it again. The pickoff at second, but back is Kleeman.
The entirety of the 65's dugout making sure that Kleeman knew to get back to second base there. No room for error. You do not want to get picked off here.
Watching these teams execute, you can sure tell they've played together and they practice a lot. They know what they're doing. Here's the first baseman charging. The pitch is a strike on the outside corner, taken by Mike Spratt.
Interestingly, the bunt scenario here goes from Spratt trying to lay one down to third base and move the runner over to second to now, ideally, to try to bunt between the pitcher and the first base line, the pitcher and the third base line to draw the third baseman in so there wouldn't be a potential play at third base.
With that first baseman charge, you're exactly right. They don't want to bunt right at him. Here's the stretch. First baseman coming. The pitch is pop foul, a bunt, back and out of play. So it's 2 strikes. Now a decision to make. 2 balls and 2 strikes with nobody out, and the winning run down at second base. And here's a situation when you did not get the bunt down. You don't want to go back to the dugout and face your manager, so you might as well just get a base hit.
I think the signals change here now. I think the scenario for the third time in this at-bat changed from a bunt down one line to a bunt down the other line to now swinging away and see what happens.
For those of you that hear people say they don't like baseball, this is what would make that a false statement. This is great. Here's the slap on the ground. He did his job. Hit it to second baseman, throw to first, and the runner moves over to third. Great job of hitting by Mike Spratt that time.
A perfect execution. Again, the third different potential scenario that Spratt had to deal with there. A bunt down one line, a bunt down the other line, then with 2 strikes, he has to put the ball in play. He puts the ball in play in the perfect position. If he's going to record an out, a slow grounder to second is the way to do it. That moves Kleeman over to third base. The sacrifice fly that would win the game is in the situation now with Fred Krause coming to the plate.
Fred's a 3-hitter in the lineup, so you know he's there for a reason. Now, the infield has to come way in now for the California team. I'm telling you right now, Sacramento has a jam. Pitch is bounced up low in the dirt, and I stopped by the catcher. 1 ball, no strikes on Fred Krause.
Krause 2 for 4. He has scored twice. He doubled in the third, singled in the seventh, scored in both those innings.
The manager for Sacramento's going out, and in a lot of situations like this, with the 3 and 4 hitters up, you might talk about a base open or 2 bases open, loading them up.
I was thinking the exact same thing as he brings in the entire infield to kind of talk this through. This theoretically could be a situation where you see 2 intentional walks to load the bases and bring in the double play.
This is the 3-hitter. On deck is the cleanup man, Barada. And he may not want to face them, and also set up a situation where you just have the force out.
Exactly, but Beretta's not an easy out. He's been on once and scored, and then the 4-hitter Gary Rodriguez. I'm sorry, the 5-hitter Gary Rodriguez has singled twice and driven in 2 runs. So there's really no great situation here.
Umpire went out to kind of break up the meeting. Now they're all talking out there, and let's see what the situation will bring up. 1 ball, no strikes. Bases are empty except for third. That's the winning run at third base. Once again, Fred Krause swinging the bat from the right side up and away. It looks like they're not going to walk him intentionally, but they may make him try to hit a bad pitch. Let's see if that happens. 2 balls, no strikes. That way outside, ball 3.
That's exactly what I think is happening, Doug.
Yeah.
I don't think that Gary Eubank is going to give Krause anything really to swing at. Not going to give him any opportunity to drive in this run. If he swings it one way out of the zone, that's fine. But this is going to be
right down the pipe, over the bag at third, foul ball.
Boy, as I say, this is going to be ball 4. Instead, that was strike 1, and that was about 3 or 4 inches away from being the last swing of this ball game. Instead, home plate umpire Chris Smith correctly says that ball is foul, and it harmlessly gets to the track and out of play.
And look who's going after the foul ball, Tom Giffen.
Tom knows he's not going to spend another $30 on that baseball. I've already got an invoice on me, so he's going to make sure that Roy Hobbs labeled baseball gets back into rotation and gets back into play. The situation's still the same here now, though, for Fred Krause. 3-1 on him with a runner on third base.
3-1 on Fred Krause. And it's high, ball 4. So that'll put runners at the corners, first and third, and bring up the cleanup hitter, Gene Barada for Detroit.
You got to think that pitch that he ended up throwing for a strike was almost a mistake. If you could ever mistakenly throw a strike, because that next pitch was very clearly almost a pitch out ball. And Krause again came within a gnat's eyelash of ending this game, alertly swinging the bat. And now they're going to walk Beretta without even throwing to him.
Yeah.
So just as we talked about, Doug, the base is now full of 65s. There's nowhere to put anybody with 1 out, and that brings up Gary Rodriguez.
He has 2 hits. He's dangerous. Gary Rodriguez, right-handed hitter from Detroit. Detroit 10, Sacramento 10, bottom of the 9th. Base is full and 1 out, but this sets up the force play at home. Here's the pitch. It's a strike called on the outside corner. Will we have a walk-off here on this Veterans Day?
Gary Eubank knows this is his job is to throw strikes.
Here's a swing and a miss. He threw that might be his best fastball today. He pumped that one up.
That was up and in, and I tell you what, that looked like a beach ball to Gary Rodriguez. He got a little baby piece of it, and it was fouled into the catcher's mitt. Now quickly 0-2.
The wind, the 0-2 just off the corner. Boy, tough.
That's the place to miss it, though. You want to put it where there's a low percentage chance of it getting in play.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Rodriguez, the pitch. High pop-up on the infield. It's foul. Caught by the first baseman, and that is the second out. And a big out here in the bottom of the 9th.
The ideal situation for the Solons there. The only place to really hit that ball is in the infield, and that ball was a perfect situation. Lanny Rupke settled onto that ball in foul territory, squeezed it with both hands, and now with 2 outs, here's the potential hero, Jeff Blatt, digging in from the left side.
Jeff has 2 hits, his first 2 times up today. He's a left-handed hitter. Infield can play back now. Here's the pitch. It's a strike called right at the letters. 1 strike on Blatt. Gary Eubank came on last inning, a right-handed pitcher for Sacramento. Will we go extras, or here is the pitch? Little looper left field side. That's foul down in the left field corner. And quickly, Blatt's in a hole, 0-2.
We've had 2 near-miss foul balls down the left field line. That one about 10 feet foul. not nearly as close as the one that barely got away from off the bat of Fred Krause. Again, though, the Solons living dangerously here with the bases loaded. But as Doug said, they're back in normal position in the infield because there's a force at any base. You more likely than not to go to first on a ground ball.
I think the catcher saw something there that Blatt slapped that to the left side. He doesn't want that pitch outside much anymore. Let's see. Struck him out. Swing. Nope. Foul tip. Foul tip. Back to the screen, and Detroit has life.
Chris Smith heard that foul ball off the bat very quickly. He very confidently signals that a foul ball. Not that Kleeman wasn't coming home very quickly. He thought maybe that ball got past him, but no, instead it's a foul ball. Reset here 0-2.
20 runs. 27 hits in this contest, so it's been a good one all the way through. Here comes the 0-2. Ground ball to second. Second baseman over to short for the force out, and that will take us to extra innings. A nice play, that time by the second baseman for Sacramento. We go to the top of the 10th now, and the score is tied at 10 here in the championship game.
Phil Gunter, the defensive replacement at second, goes down to one knee to keep that ball in front of him, then down to two knees to make sure that he steadies himself, throws it over to Mark Adams, and the Solons get out of it to get to the 10th.
Fans, they're voted the Lee County's best seafood for 14 years in a row. The Shrimp Shack is a Fort Myers favorite, located on Metro Parkway about 5 minutes from here at CenturyLink Complex. Be sure you go to the Shrimp Shack on Metro Parkway. Well, don't forget, after this one ends, if it ever does, because this one is two teams that don't want to give it up, we'll have our medal presentation. You'll see the winning and the runner-up teams get their medals out there on the field for the World Series Championship here in 2017.
We will have Glenn Miller also talk to the MVP. We still don't know who that's going to be. Glenn and I and you and Glenn have been talking throughout these last couple innings, trying to figure out who that MVP might be. It's going to end up being whoever drives in this winning run here as the game goes on, because this game is as even as it gets. 10 runs, 13 hits, 3 errors for the Solons of Sacramento. 10 runs, 14 hits, 1 error for the Detroit 65s, and we are going to free baseball here at Hammond Stadium.
For Sacramento, the Grizz, Ron Williams, is going to lead it off here in the top of the 10, and they're going to face Ed Kleeman back out there on the mound for Detroit. Boy, Detroit just had great opportunity to win it. Sacramento shut the door with some nice pitching, and so we're going to play on. Why not? If you come down here for all these weeks, this week-long tournament, and you played 7 or 8 games, and you had a pitcher go 9 yesterday and brought him back again today, why not go 10 innings? Let's just have some more fun.
These teams do not want to go home, and I don't blame them. I don't want them to go home either. Let's just stay here for a while.
Ron Williams, right-handed hitter, facing Kleeman. The first pitch, swing and a miss. Strike one on the Grizz.
We heard from the Grizz earlier. Glenn Miller spoke to him in between half innings, and the Grizz saying Solon's baseball means you never quit, and they did not quit defensively there, and hopefully trying to make something happen for themselves here in the top of the 10th.
The Grizz, Ropke and Kelly, the 3 hitters here in the 10th for Sacramento. Outside a ball. 1 ball, 1 strike. Grizz, Ron Williams. He's got a couple of hits in this one. Here's the wind, the pitch. He swings and chops one to third. Third baseman Barato across the diamond. Easy out, 1 away for Detroit.
The Grizz grounds out harmlessly. 5-3.
I'll bring up Ropke, and this has been a very impressive player for us if we're thinking about MVPs, because Lanny Ropke, only has 1 hit on the day, but he drove in a run with a sacrifice fly. But the other thing about Ropke is he saved a lot of runs, I think, at first base with his glove today.
He really has, and defensively, you don't think defense would be a story in a 10-10 game, but it sure has. We've seen a lot of plays being made, a lot of which by Ropke.
1 ball, no strikes. Ropke swings, and that's into the gap in right center field. That ball gets down for a base hit, and Ropke is the go-ahead run at first base.
A one-out base hit into right center field, and Ropke will make his way back to the dugout. A pinch runner here for the Solons, number 14, Ken Adams. He comes in to run for Ropke. One out here in the 10th, and that brings up Pat Kelly.
You see why these teams bring a lot of players to Fort Myers, because they use a lot of runners. During the week, you need several pitchers, so the Sacramento dugout is a lot more players, it looks like, than the Detroit. Here's the pitch inside, ball one to Pat Kelly. Pat has scored twice. He's got one base hit today, right-handed hitter. Now, would Sacramento run a little bit here to try to put pressure on? Throw to first. Kleeman thinks it could happen. The runner at first, running for Ropke. Ropke is certain to go back out and play first base.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be a defensive substitution. Ropke far too valuable at first base.
Stretched by Kleeman. There goes the runner. Swung on. It's a high fly. Center fielder can't find it. He's coming in hard. It drops. The runner had changed his mind and gone back to first base, thinking the ball was going to be caught, and he's an easy out at second on the force out.
Force out 8-4 there. That's an unfortunate situation for Ken Adams, the runner. He had taken off and really he was almost to second base when he thought the center fielder, Bill Shields, was going to settle under that. Instead, the ball falls in front of Shields. Shields then, as Adams was turned back to first base, flips it cleanly to the second baseman Spratt, and there are two down.
Walkmeyer, left-handed hitter. Dan Walkmeyer takes a ball up high. 1 ball, no strikes. The sun now comes alongside the wind as an issue. We've got both of them to worry about when you're out in the field. The center fielder still with his glove trying to find the ball off the bat.
Wind has shifted also. It's now coming more in straight away from center field. Earlier in the game, it was coming from right to left field.
Kleiman's pitch almost to the backstop. Really nice save by Entwistle, the catcher, that time, and the count is 2-0.
You can see why John Entwistle has spent a lifetime with the catcher's gear on. That was a pro-level play there, scooping that out of the box. That's also a tough play for a catcher to make because that ball bounces in the right-hander's batter's box, and it's been chewed up a little bit during this game, so not an even patch of dirt to negotiate.
2 balls, no strikes. 2 out in the top of inning number 10. At the belt, throw to first. Back in plenty of time. At first is the runner. This is don't forget, this is the 65 and older Quad A championship of the Roy Hobbs World Series for this week in Fort Myers. One more game today for us after this one. 2-0 pitch. Outside, ball 3. It looked like that time that the pitcher just guided the ball. It looked like he didn't throw it. He just tried to aim it. That's being Kleeman, and it was way outside 3-0. Here's the 3-0. Taking all the way, ball 4. Walkmeyer trots down to first with a walk.
His second walk of the game. He reached in the third via walk as well. That'll bring up the center fielder, Dennis Smith. Smith trying to snap a 2-hit-by-pitch streak here.
Right-handed hitter Smith, runners at first and second with 2 out. Ed Kleeman. Kleeman at the belt, the pitch, and that's a breaking pitch that stayed down low, ball 1. 1-0. Tied up. Somebody has got to win this. There are runners out there. That's the go-ahead run at second base right now. Nice lead at first, a big lead at first, and they didn't pick over there. Strike called, 1-1. First baseman came in behind the runner at first base, but the pitcher did not come over as Kleeman decided, I'll just go get the hitter. 1 ball, 1 strike. Checks the runners, the pitch. It's a high pop foul out of play over the third base dugout. Look at the pitcher Kleeman off the mound all the way to the dugout and kind of fell over the rail himself trying to get to that foul ball.
You telling me Kleeman doesn't want to go home to Detroit with a gold medal? That is ranging. a good 60, 70 feet off the pitcher's mound, trying to corral that foul ball. It ends up about 6 rows deep, but Kleeman trying to make something happen.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Ed Kleeman, impressive athlete. He played in the outfield earlier. He was in center field, and they brought him on here as a left-handed pitcher. He's got 1-2 count on Dennis Smith, the center fielder for Sacramento. Now, Kleeman didn't like the wind blowing in his face right there as he was getting ready to pitch, so he backs off. Takes a little time.
You see that happen when the weather changes a little bit. Pitchers are finicky creatures. He needed to reset.
Here's the 1-2. Curveball stayed outside. It's 2-2.
I think Kleeman wanted that a little bit more than he was going to end up getting. Chris Smith saw that ball outside all the way. Kleeman thought otherwise, had to take an extra glance at it after it left his hand.
2-2 pitch coming from Ed Kleeman. Here it is. It came back over the inside corner. It's called strike 3, and no argument whatsoever from Dennis Smith. So once again, Sacramento goes down with runners in scoring position, and we go to the bottom of the 10th, tied at 10, Detroit coming up.
Kleeman missed on the outside corner on that pitch before, but on that one, he started that pitch middle in, and it broke on the inside corner and just buckled Dennis Smith. Like Doug said, no argument from the number 8 hitter as he goes back, having faced a strikeout looking.
Fans, we'd like to give a big, huge thank you to Roy Hobbs World Series locker room and concession sponsor, Jersey Mike's. There's nothing like a sub from Jersey Mike's. Check Mike's Way Out on South Cleveland Avenue near Crystal Drive. That's Jersey Mike's, our locker room sponsor.
We are ready to go down to Glenn Miller for some extra innings interviews.
All right, I think we just got the signal, Ron. It's Ron Williams here of the Solons. How would you describe this game? You're down 7-1 now. It's a tie game, extra innings, epic, right?
It's great. It's a great game. Hey, you couldn't ask for any more than this in the championship game.
This is what you come to expect at a Roy Hobbs World Series and title game?
Exactly. I give Tom Giffen a lot of credit for putting on such a great show down here. It's wonderful.
And you've been playing since we were in Kissimmee, right?
In Kissimmee, yeah. 90-91 is the first year I came down.
Have you missed a year?
I have missed a couple in between there, but hey, I've been coming back for about 15, 17 years now.
All right, well, good luck. We're about to start the bottom of the 10th.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Glenn. And fine interviews down on the field all day long for us in this championship game. Well, we go to the last of the 10th. Let's see if Detroit can push one over as number 37, Stan Grissinger, steps in to lead it off, hitting from the left side against Gary Eubank.
It'll be Grissinger, Calcagno, and Gesseman for the 65s here in the 10th.
First pitch is a strike on the outside corner, strike 1. And the 10th inning is underway. Once again, Detroit 10, Sacramento 10. Here's the pitch. Inside, a ball.
Grissinger reached via an error, a bunt attempt, and scored in the 2nd. He flew out in the 3rd. He grounded out in the 5th and then singled and scored in the 8th.
Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss by Grissinger. It's a foul tip. And the count is 1-2. I would say, David, that we're probably back on our original schedule for the second game.
Well, ideally we were. I think that the thought process was to get that second game going a hair earlier, maybe 1:30, 1:45. But yeah, you're right, Doug. I think we're right back where we started for a 2 o'clock first pitch.
Here's the wind, the pitch on the way. Boy, Grissinger stayed with that one a long time before he backed out and took a ball 2-2. Grissinger, left-handed hitter against Gary Eubank. The pitch swung on, ground ball to second, to Hopper. Throw to first, and that's the first out in the 10th inning.
Easy play for Phil Gunter over there. Goes down to one knee again to make sure he keeps that ball in front of him. An easy throw over to Lanny Rupke, and there's one down here in the bottom of the 10th.
Brings up Sal Calcagno, the shortstop. Sal is flashy in the field, pretty good fielder, and has a nice arm. He's had a base hit today. He's been a very good player for Detroit, right-handed hitter. Calcagno takes the first pitch, curveball strike right on the inside corner. And it's 0-1. We are in the 10th.
Gary Eubanks still on the hill for the Solons.
The righty delivers. It's hit out into center field. Pretty well hit. Center fielder drifts back. That's Smith and makes the catch for out number 2.
2 up, 2 down here as Gary Eubank dispatches Grissinger via ground out and Calcagno via fly out. Brings up the hitter Kurt Giesemann, who is 2 for 4 with a run scored and an RBI. 2 RBIs.
Giesemann, left-handed hitter. Bottom of inning number 10. Could this be one of those 16, 17 inning games?
It could be.
Strike called on the outside corner, strike 1. And I just would remind everyone my Purdue Boilermakers are on TV at 7.
I don't think we can charge Tom Giffen overtime for this, right?
That's probably right.
Okay.
Pitch is down low, 1-1 to Giesemann.
Who do your Boilermakers have tonight?
They're at Northwestern, so I won't say much more.
That's an even game.
For Northwestern.
I'm giving you as much credit as I can.
I appreciate that. Outside the pitch, 2 balls and a strike.
It's almost well, it is basketball season now.
Purdue won last night.
There you go.
By 20.
There you go. And I'm not surprised that you knew that.
Yes. 2 ball, 1 strike. The pitch. Strike down the middle of the plate. 2-2 on Giesemann.
One of the best times of the year here as we narrow down college football season, the NFL getting great and college basketball getting in full swing. There's no shortage of sports on television.
Pitch is inside, and what a wonderful time for my wife to be out of town. So
there you go.
Non-stop sports. 3-2.
Your only deviation will be getting up for a cold beverage.
That's true. Here's the 3-2 pitch, hit down the right field line, right at the right fielder. Played him perfectly, Lane did. And that is out number 3. We're through 10 complete, still tied at 10.
Boy, Lane had the scouting book on that one wired up tight. He was in perfect position, and that ball lined out there. Looked like it might be a base hit. Instead, Lane was moving in towards the play perfectly and makes the play. 3 up, 3 down, and we go to the 11th.
This is the 65 and over Roy Hobbs World Series Championship game. You're watching live here on YouTube and with us here in the radio part of this, the audio part. It's tied at 10. Don't forget to stay with us after this ball game does end. We'll have the medal presentations down on the field as Tom Giffen will pass out the winners and the runner-up medals for the 65 and older championship. And then Glenn Miller will be down on the field with interviews of the winning team and maybe even some from the manager of the losing team as he did last week. And then don't forget there'll be another game after this one. You stay with us for game 2 today, a scheduled 2 o'clock start, but we might not make that.
That's the great thing about baseball. There's no clock involved. He, of course, Doug Jennett. I'm David Wasson, your play-by-play and color man here. We appreciate you being with us. Beautiful Hammond Stadium, the Lee County Sports Complex, CenturyLink Sports Complex here in Fort Myers, Florida. The final game of the Quad A 65 and over Roy Hobbs World Series.
It'll be the 9-1-2 hitters for Sacramento. Phil Gunter, the second baseman, leading it off. Then John Lane and Joe Soto. These are the guys that have done a lot of the damage today as Gunter has 2 hits, and then you get Lane has driven in 3 runs with that big bases loaded double that he hit. Well, he struck out 3 times and driven in 3, so we'll see what he does to break his tie. Here's Gunter, left-handed hitter, facing the left-handed pitcher Ed Kleeman. We're in the 11th. The pitch. Strike called right down the heart. Phil Gunter playing at second base. No ball, 1 strike pitch coming from Kleeman. Inside, almost hit him, ball 1. As we said, 20 runs, 28 hits, and 4 errors today so far. A lot of base runners in this one.
As even as it gets. As even as it gets.
Kleeman, the lefty. To Gunter, left-handed batter, swings and foul ball. Third base side up in the stands. And quickly, Kleeman has Gunter in the hole 1-2.
Gunter is 2 for 4. He's been at bat 5 times. He's singled twice. He reached via fielder's choice. He was hit by a pitch and drove in a run via that, and also grounded out.
43 extra inning games last year in this World Series, so I don't know how many there have been this week, but here's another one in the final game. Pitch to Gunter, slapped on the ground right at the second baseman. Spratt to first, and out number 1 in the 11th inning. That will take us back to the top of the order and John Lane.
You and I are working on the spare parts of our scorecards here in the auxiliary portions of it as we are in the 11th here. John Lane comes back up. He has struck out 3 times, but he has also done some damage. He reached via sac bunt in the fifth, or was out via sac bunt in the 5th. He singled in the 6th, and then a big 3-run double in the 7th.
Here he is, John Lane. That double he hit was a shot. Here's the pitch inside. That ball almost hit him, did it? No, it got the umpire, I believe.
That looked like Chris Smith is going to take a long, slow walk here just to make sure that the feet are okay. That's why the umpires wear equipment. He's going to walk that off. That might have taken a chunk out of the instep. But Smith, always a gamer, gets back in there. No harm, no foul.
Here we go. Lane ready. Lefty Kleeman brings it to the plate. That's inside corner. Curveball that's called strike 2. Correction, strike 1. 1-1 on John Lane. As you said, a retired teacher. Here's the pitch. That one did get him. That hit him. And Lane on with the lead run here in the 11th inning.
You got to wonder what you got to figure. Lane coached baseball for 41 years, but he might have coached other sports as well, as so many coaches do.
Back in the day when we were young, had to coach everything. I can remember starting off my career. I won't tell you what year, but
I was going to say I'm a little younger than you.
Football,
not much, but
football, basketball, and baseball in Indiana. And wouldn't have changed for anything.
Is basketball a big deal back where you were from?
I believe it is.
Okay.
I saw 2 coaches get fired with 18-2 records because they didn't go far in the state tournament. Here's a throw to first. Back in plenty of time is Lane. Now they're going to call the umpire over. I don't know what this is all about. The manager for Sacramento wants to talk to the home plate umpire.
Not sure what that discussion about, but it looks like everybody's got it under control. Uh-oh. What do we have here?
We're going to bring
the player manager for the 65s, who is in right field. That is John Lane, is going to come in here, and that is Jeff Blatt is going to come in, and we're going to have a discussion here. There might have been a lineup situation.
Something to do with the rules here. They're going to bring the scorebook out. It looks like they want to. I don't know what it's all about. Trying to hear down in the dugout. That's when we need Glenn in the dugout, because evidently there's something going on in the. Okay, they're going to come out and check on something here. I don't have anybody that batted out of order.
I think we might be disputing a ball strike count. I'm not quite sure what we are. I'm going to see if I can get Glenn here too.
Glenn is down there. I don't know where he's at. Now. Oh, they're disputing how many batters the pitcher has hit. Is there a rule that you can only hit 4 batters? Okay, that's it. The rule says you can only hit 4 hitters and stay in on the mound. Let's see how many Kleeman has hit. He's hit 1, 2, 3, 4 by our scorebook. He's hit 4 hitters.
That's correct. He has hit 4 hitters, so I'm not quite sure what the disagreement is here. Making sure, I suppose. Glenn's going to come out. We're going to go down to him and find out what the situation is. Glenn, can you lend us any insight here?
No, I guess Glenn's not ready down there. But the gentleman standing here beside me said you cannot hit and stay in the game if you've hit 4 hitters. So let's see. I have Kleeman hitting. This was his 4th, I believe, that I have. I know he hit Lane this inning. He hit Dennis Smith back in the 8th. And then 2 hitters were hit in the 9th, Smith and Gunter, but are in the 7th. But I don't know if Kleeman was in there for that. He may not have done it. So this may be his. It's 3. Nope, it's 4. Now they're going to have to take Kleeman out of the ball game.
That's correct. After consulting both scorebooks, that is his 4th hit batsman. So Kleeman very disappointed with the effort, but he does need to come out of the game after hitting his 4th so long.
So we'll get a new pitcher for Detroit. Number 22 is coming in. And he's a big right-hander. Will Kleeman, one of the rules of Roy Hobbs baseball that I wasn't aware of, but you can hit no more than 4 hitters. If you hit 4, you have to come out of the ball game. So that's the reason we're getting a pitching change out here. And Kleeman will go back and play center field.
This is number 22, Steve Kosuda, the new pitcher. Steve Kosuda comes in the top of the 11th with a runner on first.
Kleeman's going back out, Ed Kleeman, to play center field. And that will move Shields back over to right field. And then that would bring the manager back into the dugout. So that's the situation.
Again, one of the rules of Roy Hobbs baseball, a pitcher cannot hit more than 4 hitters and stay in the game. So that was Kleeman's 4th hit batsman. So we do get a pitching change here.
So Kosuda, the right-hander, that's Steve Kosuda, coming on for Detroit here in the top of the 11th with 1 out. John Lane is at first, carrying the go-ahead run. And I wonder if this is like the injury rule. Will Kosuda get as many pitches as he wants to warm up now?
I believe that's what's happening here. Kosuda is getting the unlimited amount of warm-up pitches to make sure he gets nice and loose. How about the alertness of Irv Scott, the field manager for Sacramento, realizing that that's one of the rules here in Roy Hobbs baseball, and that you can't hit more than 4 batters before that you are done as a pitcher, and that eliminates Ed Kleeman from the battery, sends him back out to center field. Kleeman, not sure. I'm not sure he knew the rule either, but nevertheless, he's back out in center field, and Kosuda is in.
That's got to be, one of these safety rules that are put in at this age level, and probably not a bad thing, as Soto will come up. Joe Soto now, runner on first, and let's see if we have a little running action by John Lane on the base pass. We're ready. Steve Kosuda now on the mound, and on first base is John Lane for Sacramento, tied in the 11th. The pitch way outside, ball 1 by Kosuda.
Kosuda still trying to get loose here as best he can. He comes in cold off the bench.
1 ball, no strikes to Joe Soto. The wind, pitch, runner going, foul. Hit and run was on that time, and he fouled it to the right side up in the stands, and the count goes to 1-1.
It sure was. If that ball stayed in play, Lane would still be running because he was already to second base almost by the time that ball was struck. Instead, it goes harmlessly into foul ground, another souvenir opportunity here at Hammond Stadium.
If you're tuning in to watch and listen to the second game today, we'll have it here probably in 40-45 minutes whenever this one gets completed. Runner goes. Ground ball, base hit right side, perfectly executed hit and run. Lane heading for third. There's a throw. They're going to have a play at third base. No, it's wide. Beautiful hit and run by Soda.
Hit and run was on again, and Lane and Soto executed perfectly. Soto does his part, slapping one into right field, and Lane was on his way to third base. He took that big turn and saw the green light coming from his third base coach. First and third now with one out, and the Solons are threatening again.
And one of their better hitters and better players, Mark Adams, the shortstop, steps in with 2 hits today. Runners at the corners. Let's see if they do, or we're running at first base again. Like to force the action. And now, third base coach having a long talk with John Lane down there. Do you think they might try to squeeze one in?
They
here?
might try to, or maybe Lane was just catching his breath. It's
Yeah.
hard to tell. I think that was a discussion, though, not a breath catching.
Yeah. One down. Casuto at the belt. The pitch. Nice slow curveball right over the heart of the plate. Taking a strike called. Mark Adams with the Grizz on deck. Ron Williams.
Adams 2 for 6 in this game. Doubled and scored in the 4th. Singled and scored in the 8th.
Pitch inside. Ball 1. 1-1. It's inning 11. 10 runs. 15 hits now for Sacramento. 10-14 for Detroit. At the belt, the pitch. Outside and low. Nice stop by the catcher. It's 2 balls and a strike.
Steve Casuta, the third pitcher for Detroit, coming on in relief after Ed Kleeman reached his limit of hit batsmen.
Casuta checking the runner, the pitch. Little looper left field. That's going to get down. Base hit. And Sacramento is back in the lead. Ball not hit real hard, but hit right in the right spot. Runners at first and second. One down as the little shortstop Mark Adams slaps a base hit.
John Lane scoring easily from third. He is the potential winning run here as the Solons take an 11-10 lead. Still runners at first and second here as Ron Williams, the Grizz, a switch hitter. The Grizz now hitting from the left-hand side of the batter's box.
Ron Williams, good hitter. Hits in the number 4 spot here for Sacramento. Pitch by Casuta. High pop-up. The catcher. The pitcher can't find it. The catcher's out. He couldn't catch it. He's going to throw to third and get the force out on that anyway. That I think should have been an infield fly call there. Runners at first and second and less than 2 out. The pop-up should be, but it wasn't.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure why that wasn't an infield fly. I think the umpires are coming over to talk about that because that is the textbook definition of the infield fly rule.
And then that brings up another situation because the runners then advance on their own, and the runner went to third on his own, but it would not be a force out in that situation.
Yeah, if anything, what they really should do by rule is set the runners back where they should be.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, they're going to.
And that's what they're going to do. By rule, that's an infield fly.
Yes.
And so they're going to put the runners back at first and second.
2 out. And, they're going to move the runners back to where they went because the runners can go on an infield fly rule, but they'll go at their own risk, and it would not have been a force out.
No, as I look at it now, what they're going to do is they're going to play it as a live ball situation.
Wow.
It appears to be.
Wow.
So the Grizz reaches first base via the fielder's choice, and Soto is out 1-5 for the second out of the inning. So
let's put that down in the books as one I don't understand.
I was going to say I don't understand that,
Yeah.
but I guess you have to play that as a live ball situation there because the runners can tag on that infield fly rule.
Yeah, so I don't know here. Anyway, here we go. 2 down. Lanny Rupke, the first baseman, steps in. Runners lead away high. Ball 1.
Another situation I'm not sure I've ever seen before in a baseball game where the umpires miss the infield fly rule and then the runners move on the play, and you have to figure out where you want to put everybody.
Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Throw to first. They got the runner picked down there. Did they get him? No, he got back in.
He got back in. That throw was a little high. It beat him back,
Yes.
but the runner, Gordon Olson, got back under the tag.
Wow, that was close. 1-1.
An
I know.
alert play there by Entwistle to try to get that ball back to first base.
1 ball, 1 strike. I have a good buddy that coached at the University of Tennessee for years. He always had his players let that infield fly drop because the runners didn't take off a lot of times. Here's a line drive right to shortstop, caught by the shortstop Sal Calcagno, and that retires the side. But in the 11th, Sacramento pushes across the lead run. We're going to the bottom half of the 11th inning. Detroit needs 1. It's 11-10.
John Lane reaches via 1-out single and then goes all the way to third on another base hit and scores via Mark Adams' single. It's now 11-10 here as we get to a situation where Detroit has to score a run to keep in this game.
We're going to go down to Glenn Miller down the first baseline for an interview right now.
Okay, here with Ron Williams again, my go-to guy on the Solons. Now you're up in the 11th inning, only 1-run lead. Tell me about the long struggle to get from down 7-1 to a 1-run lead in the 11th.
Hey, we're just we've been battling, and that's what we do. We battle, so we keep playing and keep having fun. That's our job.
And you've had, 5 hit batsmen? Are you guys going to go home with some bruises?
Yeah, a couple of them are. I'm glad it wasn't me.
And who's pitching for you right now? Tell me a little bit about him.
That's Gary Eubanks. He's we got a couple up there in the top 1 or 2 order, and he's one of them. And he does a great job for us.
So you got full faith in Gary?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, he does a fine job. The good control, keeps it right there.
All right, Ron, thanks. Good luck. Thanks.
Fans, don't forget the Hall of Fame induction ceremonies tonight at the Shell Factory if we're done here.
We could still be in this game.
That starts at 6:30, and all the new members of the Hall of Fame will be inducted into the Hall of Fame. Leading off is Mike Favaretto, who started this game pitching for Detroit, and he swings and fouls one back. It's 0-1. Well, right now, the Detroit 65ers, they need a run in the worst way. Don't forget, stick around when we're done. We'll award the championship and runner-up medals to these great teams. Here's the pitch. Outside a ball, 1-1. That Hall of Fame induction ceremonies tonight includes Ellen Giffen, Tom's wife, and when I've been down at the headquarters, boy, she deserves it. She is always working to make this Roy Hobbs World Series the great thing that it is. 2 balls, 1 strike. Here's the pitch. Fouled over the dugout, third base side, and it's even at 2-2.
8 inductees tonight, all deserving inductees. It'll be great to see. You know, Detroit was up 7-1 in this game, a fantastic opportunity to really blow this game open, but Sacramento has just clawed back at every opportunity, and now just 3 outs away the Solons are from taking the title.
Pitch is high, a ball. It's 2-2. Two and two on Mike Favaretto. Pitch. He hits a high pop-up out to straightaway right field. That's John Lane calling, and out number 1 here in the 11th inning.
2 outs away for the Solons to take the title, but Ed Kleeman coming up now, the former center fielder turned pitcher, now back to center field, trying to light a spark here for the Detroit 65s in the bottom of the 11th.
Kleeman, one of the better athletes on both of these teams, and he pitched, he played center field, he's done it all for Detroit. We make the noise there as we get the lineups for the second ball game. Always good to get the lineups ahead of time. Kleeman, left-handed hitter, Ed Kleeman. 2 hits. He can run. We know if he gets on, he's going to steal a base. Ball 1, no strikes. He's the top of the order. Here's the pitch. Kleeman takes a strike right over the heart of the plate, and it's 1-1. Eubanks really looks like he can smell this victory and the championship of this tournament. Here's a foul ball. He's got Kleeman in the hole at 1-2. It's out over the third base dugout, down into the bullpen down there.
Kleeman, a couple hits, a run scored in this game.
Our next game will be between the Massachusetts Chiefs and the Border City Brewers. Here's a high pop-up. The pitcher can't get it. It's in foul territory, so Kleeman has new life. Ed Kleeman, one down, nobody on. But
They're home.
Detroit's been this same way.
Same thing as last week. Winners bracket teams.
1-2, the pitch. Inside a ball, 2-2. 2-2 on Kleeman as Detroit tries to get a base runner to get back into this thing. They trail 11-10 in the bottom of the 11th inning. Pitch, swing and a miss, and there's out number 2. Big strikeout by Eubanks as he gets Kleeman swinging. That's going to bring up Mike Spratt, the second baseman for Detroit. Mike Spratt, another fine-looking player. Here's the pitch. It's outside a ball. 1 ball, no strike. We're down to the last out.
I was literally going to say Sacramento down to their last out of the game here. Detroit, having been up 7-1 in this game, now just 1 out away from elimination.
Pitch, strike called. They can smell it. You can tell the way the fans are getting into it. They can sense this. 1 more out, and Sacramento is the world champion. Pitches outside a ball, 2-1. Eubank, Gary Eubank as our 10th waivers here. Ground ball, ground third baseman, and he makes an error on the play. Boots it a little bit. Bad hop or a boot, we'll see what they call that, an error or a hit. But the ball took a little side spin on the third baseman. It's an error. So there's that tying run at first with 2 out here in the 11th inning, and Fred Krause, the left fielder, comes in, and Fred has 2 hits today. He's another fine hitter in the number 3 spot.
Error by Dan Wuckmeyer keeps the 65s alive here.
Pitch outside a ball. Ball 1 from Eubank.
Gary Eubank, the 3rd Solon pitcher here, stands to get the victory.
Here's the stretch. The runner leads away at first, and they throw over there. They know that Detroit likes to run, and Detroit would like nothing better to get that man down there in scoring position. Stretch by Eubank. The 1-0 pitch is a high fly ball. Shortstop out, the left fielder in. The shortstop can't make the catch. He kind of lost in the sun. Nobody covering third, and great base running that time by Detroit. Wow. It's a base hit. That ball was in no man's land down the left field line, and the sun prevented the left fielder from seeing it. And just when you thought this one might be over, we've got the tying run at third and the winning run at first.
Mike Spratt at third was a ground ball away from being the final out of this game. Instead, an error gets him on, and then that little loop and fly ball just outside the grasp of left fielder Ken Adams by Fred Krause. Spratt comes all the way around to third base. Runners on the corners.
Here's Gene Barata, and a runner steals second. Now the tying and winning runs are in scoring position. Barata with a strike, and they go from 2 out, nobody on, and almost dead to a base hit away from being the world champions. That's the game of baseball. Pitches outside a ball, 1-1.
How remarkable would that be? They were literally on just a ground ball out away from elimination. They got the ground ball part, but not the out. Still alive.
Here's the stretch pitch. Strike called outside corner. Now they do.
The 65's down to their final strike.
1 strike or a base. This is the way this game ought to be played for a championship. The pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. And Sacramento has won the 65 and over division on a strikeout. And Beretta shakes his head. He knew he got a good pitch to hit there. And Sacramento is the world champions in the 65 and older division.
These players are like little leaguers, throwing their gloves up in the air, celebrating, almost dogpiling each other down the first base line. A strikeout swinging Gary Eubank strikes out Gene Beretta on a foul tip that was squeezed by Jeff Hetherington for the final out of this game. The Sacramento Solons come back and win the Quad A division of the 65 and older Roy Hobbs World Series. Final score in 11, Sacramento 11, Detroit 10, 32 hits among them, 21 runs.
What a ball game, and the way that a World Series championship game should be played. Sacramento Solons will get their medals, as will the Detroit 65ers. They'll all assemble on the baselines here, and we'll be awarding the runner-up and championship medals in just a moment. First, we'd like to remind you there are more than 1,000 reasons to visit the Flea Masters Flea Market, almost across the street from the Player Development Complex on Dr. Martin Luther King Boulevard. Gifts, collectibles, and so much more. Flea Masters is open Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays all throughout the year.
You got to feel for Gene Beretta there at the end of that game. He was facing a 1-2 count and really, foul tip one back to the catcher. He actually asked home plate umpire Chris Smith, I think after that was over, whether that was a strike he swung at or not. I think Chris said, yeah, that was a strike. So either way, he had to make a play there. He tried to make a play, but it got fouled back into the glove. And Sacramento, they are the world champions.
Tom Giffen is down with the teams, getting ready to pass out the medals here at home plate.
We will hear after this game from John Lane, the MVP from Sacramento, and also the Solons manager.
Okay. Glenn Miller going down on the field for that. Let me remind you that we'd like to give a huge thank you to our Roy Hobbs World Series locker room and concession sponsor, Jersey Mike's. There's nothing like a sub from Jersey Mike's. Check Mike's Way out on South Cleveland Avenue near Crystal Drive. That's Jersey Mike's, one of our fine sponsors in the Roy Hobbs World Series. We're going to go as the PA announcer. Scott Pedersen will announce these winners, and I think they're going to use the field mic down on the field for that. Let's see. There goes Glenn Miller out. Yes, they're going to use the field mic. So let's go down for the ceremonies here at home plate.
This is on TV, and so I'm not going through the stadium on this, but I just want to tell you guys, you got an instant classic here, and it's recorded on video for the ages. No, this is the TV mic, not a stadium mic. So this is an instant classic, and this goes down in my book with Border City and Puerto Rico in here one night a few years ago at a one that went 2-1. So this is just a fantastic game. Congratulations to both teams. That's what we want the championship games to be. So thank you very much. Congratulations to Detroit for a great tournament, and to the Solons for winning this thing or outlasting everybody. We'd like to present the medals now, and we'll start with the silvers.
as the medals get awarded here by Tom Giffen and the Roy Hobbs staff, we want to congratulate again both teams, the Detroit 65s, the runner-ups here getting their medals right now, and then after that it'll be the Sacramento Solons getting their first place medals. Both teams playing a heck of a game here.
They gave the medals to the Detroit 65s, and now the championship team gets theirs, and it looks like they get the hats. Remember last week they passed out the hats to the championship team, and the guys are throwing their hats away, and here come the new hats. So Tom Giffen with the medals for your 2017 65 and older Quad A team, the winner from Sacramento, California.
It's always fun, Doug, to get messages. I've gotten text messages throughout this game and all last week, and also folks here in the stands letting us know how much they appreciate our broadcast. Folks here who are just here watching the game, they get a little extra color from us. That's always appreciated, and they're and I'm not lying. My phone has been blowing up here all day long, and it was all last week. It's great to see people tuning into these games, and I know we're going to be doing this more and more as the 30th year goes on next year.
It's fun for us, but it also, I think, adds something for the fans when they can get some of these bios and some of the information that we get down there. So good that you got people that are listening, and I think that's one of the benefits of our job up here, and enjoy bringing this to everybody.
Well, I know the Doug Jennett fan club is all tuned in wherever they are as well, so that is pushing our listenership up.
Yeah, that'd be one. That's my grandson Easton in Washington, D.C.
There you go.
He's 3 years old, and he was listening the other night, and he kept saying to his dad, "Me no see pop pop." Well, he could hear me, but he couldn't find where I was at.
Well, we're trying to keep viewers, so they're not going to show the broadcast team very much. They're going to keep the action on the field.
I've been told we both have faces for radio.
That's it. You're absolutely right. The Solons have gotten their medals. They are World Series champions, saluting their crowd and photographers down there who are celebrating them. And it's great to see that, as much as they're happy, the 65s are dejected. That's a tough way to lose, up 7-1 and battling back to force extra innings. Yep. And then just like that, the game is over, and we have world champions.
Now they're going out for their pictures out in left field. The world champions get their picture taken in left field, and then I'm sure Glenn Miller will be grabbing some of these players and giving us some interviews for you to see the World Championship team. And while they're doing this, I'd like to mention the grounds crew here at Hammond Stadium. They're the Florida State Championship grounds crew. Every year they're voted the best grounds crew in the Florida State League, and they really take good care of this field. They come out and drag it and work it hard. And you were talking about George Toma. During spring training, George Toma hand drags the entire infield before every game. He's that finicky about how good this field looks. And then when he's gone, the grounds crew keeps it up right from that spot.
The city of Lee County and the Parks and Rec department here doing the job throughout all of the tournament. They maintain, I want to say, between 60 and 70 fields across the county, and they do just a tremendous job. Every field that these Roy Hobbs teams play on are professional level fields. Not a one of them, and about 4 or 5 different sites. I know that we were in Charlotte County this week as well. The folks up at the Charlotte County Sports Complex providing similar fields, similar conditions. It just has been, befitting a World Series atmosphere to get these guys in these fields and on these quality surfaces like they have.
And that's one of the great things about playing Roy Hobbs here. You're playing on major league fields here and over at JetBlue Park, and it's just a great situation to be able to have the Roy Hobbs World Series here in Fort Myers. And I see our good friend Mr. Scott Pedersen has come down out of the confines of the press box up there. It's kind of lonely.
Typically we only hear him echoing through the stadium, but it's nice to see him every now and then appear over our shoulder.
I'm not sure, but he's probably worked 2 or 3 games every day for the last 3 weeks. So You got to love baseball before you come out here and do that. All right, let's see if we can find Glenn.
It sounds like we will have a 2:15 start for this game, so a half an hour from now. 2:15 is the first pitch on this, so 2:15, yes, we
Okay.
have that.
And let's check for Mr. Miller. Is he going to?
Glenn is still working on. Glenn is still working.
Okay, while they're
as
taking
they're
pictures.
taking pictures. It looks like that picture taking is breaking up. So any minute now, Glenn will get with the MVP and the manager for the Solons.
Once again, Sacramento Solons are your champions in the 65 and older 4A division of the 2017 Roy Hobbs World Series. Congratulations to them, and also to our runner-up, the Detroit 65s. This was an 11-inning, 11-10 game that featured 21 runs, and it appears to me there were 32 hits in that thing. So quite a slugfest, and we have a new champion. Both teams are still out taking their pictures and getting their equipment ready, and they're walking now toward Glenn, and Glenn will grab somebody here, I'm sure, in just a minute. This next game will be between the Massachusetts Chiefs, the home team, rather the visiting team, and the Border City Brewers, who will be the home team in this one. And I'm not sure what division we're going to be in this one, but we'll get that in just a few moments. In fact, I'll look on my information booklet, because I'll tell you one thing about Tom Giffen. When he gives you information, there's plenty here.
The Solons still lingering out in left field as they get their pictures taken. Several multi-time, or almost all of these players have played in multiple Roy Hobbs World Series. I'm sure a couple of these players have taken home first place trophies before, but it's always great to do, getting hugs from their loved ones. It's been a great week, a long week, I'm sure, for all these players, for both teams. All these teams really doing just a tremendous job to get to this point. And obviously, whether you win or lose, all these teams are winners because they've gotten to this point here in the Roy Hobbs World Series.
This next championship game will be in the Legends 53 and over division, and it's a Quad A 4A championship game, so this one ought to be real good also. This is the Legends 53 and older division, and it's Quad A, so that means that they're the ones that have come out of the best brackets in this tournament. Now, once again, they play pool play all week. Then on Thursday or Friday, they go into a double elimination tournament, and this is the culmination of that, as one team came straight to this game from winning the tournament and having no defeats. And then last night, or rather this morning, the two teams in the losers bracket had to play, and the winner of that game is here with us. So the winning in the team that came out of this tournament undefeated was the Border City Brewers, because they're the home team. And that means that the Massachusetts Chiefs came out of the elimination bracket, and they played this morning, so they may be a little bit tired. But we found out last week it sure did not affect the play of the team that came out of that division.
It sure didn't. That second game that we had last week ended up being a barn burner of a game, and the team that came out of the losers bracket or out of the elimination bracket ended up winning the World Series. So anything can happen here at the Roy Hobbs World Series. It looks like we're about ready to go down to Glenn Miller, who is just about in position for an interview here, and we are going to hear from some of the Solons and as they celebrate and they're ready to go.
Glenn's still trying to find some. I think you're looking for the manager, aren't they?
They're looking for the manager, also John Lane, who I believe is the MVP of this game.
And he well deserved that. With that shot he got, brought them right back in this ball game.
They need me, Scott.
Let's see if
Do they need me? No, they were trying to get Glenn.
Glenn's down there looking at it, so I think he's ready to go.
All right, I think we're on. We're with Lanny Ropke, general manager of the Championship Solons. How many titles have you won now?
Down here, this is third. Nice to get one because they're few and far between.
And when you were down 7-1, what's the biggest deficit?
The biggest, and then like you interviewed me, and I said, we're known for our comebacks. I just hope we don't run out of innings.
And you didn't. And this is Gary Eubanks right here. John Lane. John Lane. Yes. Now, you had the big 3-run double in the whatever inning that was, but that really set the pace. 7th inning. That thing.
It was a team effort, Yeah, that really felt good to get that and put us over the top, kind of give the team a boost. But it was all a team effort. Everybody contributed.
But he's known for this, and the guy right behind him, Joe Soto, they got a thing going. They know how to move. He knows how to get on, and Joe knows how to move him over.
Well, how would you describe the emotional impact of that 3-run double?
Well, it took us from about 5 on the scale to 9.5.
And talk about Gary's relief work. What?
Great coming in, shutting it down. He looked sharp, for in through the week, and plus we've been playing in other tournaments. He looked sharp, even though he was called upon in short notice.
I'm here to tell you that. Yesterday, and I didn't know if I had it, but he said, go see if you got anything. So, I throw strikes. I don't walk anybody in.
Well, the first guy you faced, you got a double play, correct?
I don't remember.
Yeah, it's so far back. Well, how did it look to you? You're down 7-1. Did you think you had what it took?
Well, I was playing second base then, and I thought this is going to be a struggle because these guys are good. We know that. And kept coming back, and he gets the bases jam triple.
7-0 2 years ago in the 7th inning and beat him 9-8, and today we did it again. I was kind of prophetic, wasn't I, when you asked me we were in trouble in the 4th inning, and I said, we've got a good hitting team, we'll be back.
These guys over there, and they're all really good baseball players, and we kind of wind up on different teams here and there, and you just go out and do what you can do.
And you get the last out on a strikeout. Pretty emotional. How would you describe that moment?
Cleanup hitter. Well, I tell you what, the catcher, we threw him a curve and got the second strike, and he backed it up with another one, and I thought, and he swung over the top of it, and that's when I let my glove go straight up. When I saw that Jeff had that ball in his glove and it wasn't checked off to the side, I go, I'm going to do what the little leaguers do. I'm throwing my glove up in the air.
And how do the medals around your neck and those hats on your heads feel?
Feels great since you don't get it very often.
It's getting harder and harder to get a ring in these tournaments. It's just getting tougher and tougher every year, and we've all been there before, but this is a sweet one. This is a sweet one.
All right, guys, congratulations. I think Irv wants to say something else.
Good, I'm good.
Second guess, but he doesn't pay attention to us, so he wins. I guess he's right.
I'll tell you this, I found out something, and somebody mentioned it. I've got to quit recruiting 18 co-coaches. It makes it very, very difficult sometimes when I get about 18 different views on what we ought to do. But no, all seriousness, all these guys help. I'm the least knowledgeable out here probably. We've got coaches on the bench. We've got Johnny, Gary, Lanny, and it's a real team effort here.
As Johnny said, it's a pretty cohesive group. Most of us live right in the Sacramento, Elk Grove, Woodland, Roseville area, and we're not from all over the country. And it's pretty cohesive. We play against each other in our league and with each other in the league, and it's a good group, a really good group of ball players.
And we've been together a lot of years, too. I think he and I have been playing 25 years together, and Gary's probably been in 20 of those.
So it's a team in a real sense of the word. You guys are teammates.
Oh, we're friends. I mean, I have a when one of my boys, well, they all grew up and moved away. I took a room and started putting pictures up, and these guys are in every picture on that wall for the last 25 years. So, yeah.
Interesting thing. We don't go out and recruit much because you have to pass a test to get on his team, and it's not necessarily a skill test. You have to pass a personality test. You have to be liked, and the guy, and you have to like us. And he's the den mother of that. He makes sure everybody fits.
So on the next roster, you're going to be listed under den mother.
Well, they might, they might do that. That's the kind of team it is. I could have den mother on the back of my uniform next year.
chemistry in this group of guys, and that's hugely important to this group of 15 to 20 guys, and how you fit and the chemistry and who gets along with who. And
All right, guys. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Have a safe trip.
All right, great to hear from the winning team, the Sacramento Solons. Again, 11-10, the final score. Doug, Jennett, any final thoughts?
None on this game. Just the final thoughts is that we are going to go here again with it again. I hope this one's as good as that one just finished, or the other three we've done, and looking forward to be back here in a little bit.
Sounds great. We appreciate everybody joining us. Roy Hobbs Baseball Network signing off from the Quad A 65 and over championship game. The Sacramento Solons 11, the Detroit 65s 10. So long from Hammond Stadium.
Good afternoon once again, baseball fans, and it's Roy Hobbs World Series Game 2 today. This is in the Legends 53 and over division and the Quad A Championship. It's between the Massachusetts Chiefs and the Border City Brewers. These teams have won their way through the different brackets of the double elimination tournament, and by result of being undefeated in the tournament, Border City will be the home team. I'm Doug Jennett along with David Wasson and Glenn Miller down on the field. And David, we've had 3 good ones. What do you think we'll have here?
Boy, I tell you what, if the last 3 broadcast games we've had are any indication, this one is going to be a barn burner. We saw an 11-10, 11-inning game here in the opener today. Who knows what will happen here? We might be in danger of missing some of your Purdue Boilermakers tonight, if that's any indication. But in all seriousness, these Roy Hobbs baseball games are tremendous games. These teams have been battling all week long here in Fort Myers, Florida, to get the opportunity to step on this stage here at Hammond Stadium and put on a show. The Mass Chiefs and the Border City Brewers here in the Legends 53 and over Quad A World Series game as the Border City Brewers take the field. We are about ready to go, Doug.
The Brewers out on the field with their starting pitcher Willie Boyd, a right-hander. And once again, this is in the Legends 53 division. The umpires are at home plate, Trey Hudson at home plate, Jeff Williams is on the bases. So we're about set after about a 4-hour game here this morning and very few breaks in between. And
that was about as quick a 4 hours as it gets, too. It didn't seem like it was a 4-hour game. I looked at my watch when I was told that. I'm like, wow, I guess it was 4 hours. And a quick break here, the turnaround, the Hammond Stadium and Lee County Sports Complex grounds crew turning this field around and getting it ready for this game. These 2 teams were warming up downstairs. I could hear the batting cages going as we were in the 10th and 11th inning in the game before, so we are ready to roll here in just a little bit.
Once again, Willie Boyd out on the mound. He's a side-arming right-hander, and he just has the look of a good pitcher. You can tell the way that he winds up and the way he throws out there. But almost every player we've seen in this Roy Hobbs tournament that's gone to the mound looks very good. Some names that we recognize right off the bat that have played. I know Dick Chappelle, that's playing in right field today for Border City, a former Indiana high school baseball player I got to talk to last week that I played against. And then for Massachusetts, first baseman Thad Dickerson and third baseman Todd Moorhead have played for many years with South Bend Cardinals and some South Bend teams with one of my former players, Jason Best, who should be here playing. Jason played for me in high school and in college in Tennessee, and then signed with the Minnesota Twins and went on to make it to the big league. So Thad and Todd are down here playing, and they've made it to the championship game and came up and talked to me before the ball game. So we wish them both good luck, both teams. Well, we're ready to go, and leading off for Massachusetts, the center fielder, number 14, Matt Baer.
Setting the table here also Troy Hudson behind the plate, calling the balls and strikes. Jeff Williams on the base paths as we settle in. Mass Chiefs wearing the gray with gray and black tops. The home team Border City in the gray tops and blue tops, gray pants.
First pitch called strike, and we are underway. Willie Boyd, a right-hander, brought the called strike. Scoreboard still has the last game stats up there, so we'll try to ignore that. Here's the pitch, swung on right back to the mound. One hopper to Boyd. He throws to first to Devine, and that's out number 1.
Easy first out for Willie Boyd, taking a one hopper right back to him. One out there for the Border City Brewers as Matt Baer is retired, bringing up Carl Franco.
Carl playing in left field, number 22. Little guy. This guy looks like he can run. Willie Boyd into the wind. The pitch is outside and low, ball 1.
Setting the defense for Border City, Greg Goring in left, Mike Carter in center, Dick Chappelle in right. Mike Lopiccolo is the third baseman, shortstop Larry Davis, Rick Seiler the second baseman, Bill Devine at first.
There's a foul ball down the third baseline down into the bullpen, and it's a count of 1-0-1.
Ian Mosher is the catcher for Border City. and the pitcher, of course, Willie Boyd.
This is the 53 Legends Division, Legend 53, and it's our last broadcast of the tournament here, and we're something that we were experimenting this week, and from what we hear, from what indications are, we'll be doing more next year. We hope so. Here's a bunt, popped right back here, almost got over the screen, right back into the press table where we are, and the count's 0-2.
Doug, that would have been your play that time. I think that was angling more towards you, so you would have shown great range, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Again, I give you all the credit in the world here.
I like that. That's a lot of credit.
You're welcome.
Here's the wind by right-hander Willie Boyd. Sidearm pitch on the outside corner, didn't get the call. Let's see the count, 1-2.
Boyd just nibbling there a little bit, trying to get that count, and 2-1 here, trying to get that called strike 2.
Willie Boyd pitching for the Brewers. Here's the wind, the sidearm pitch, swung on, a slow chopper to short. This will be tough. The shortstop up, makes the nice play. That's Larry Davis, and throws out Carl Franco.
Larry Davis coming in on that ball just a little bit. Again, a slow chopper off the bat of Carl Franco. Davis gloves it cleanly over to first base. Bill Devine with the glove work over there. 2 up, 2 down.
Brings up the second baseman, number 7, Doug Schofield. Schofield, left-handed hitter. The Massachusetts Chiefs. I'm still figuring out. That last team was the
Detroit 65s,
yeah.
but some of them were from Detroit and some of them were from Philadelphia.
And I know on this team, Thad and Todd are from South Bend, Indiana. So that might...
that'll throw anybody off. These are all-star teams that make it here, for crying out loud. Schofield takes the first pitch for a strike.
0-1 on Doug Schofield. Here's the pitch. That's chopped over the head of the pitcher. Second baseman on 3 hops makes the play at first, and 3 up and 3 down. So quickly go the Massachusetts Chiefs here in inning number 1.
Willie Boyd doing his job, throwing ground balls. They're more democratic, we know, than strikeouts. Grounder back to him, a grounder to short, and a grounder to second. 1, 2, 3 go the Chiefs in the top of the first.
Fans, are you famished after a full day on the field? Well, Catch 22 live music and sports bars waiting for you when you need to refuel. Easy access off Colonial Boulevard near the Midpoint Bridge. Fans, also, tucked away in a quiet corner of Sanibel Island, historic Gulf Breeze Cottage Resort has proudly stood on the edge of the Gulf since 1940. The uncrowded, charming, and quaint atmosphere of Gulf Breeze Cottages will truly take you back in time to the Florida you remember. Call now to reserve your island oasis for next year. That's Gulf Breeze Cottage Resort on Sanibel. Well, out on the mound taking his warm-ups for the Chiefs is a right-handed pitcher, Jeff Caparelli.
Joe Caparelli.
I'm sorry, Joe Caparelli. Joe, a right-hander, to start off for the Chiefs. And for the Brewers, it's going to be Matt Baer. For the Brewers, it'll be Mike Carter, Bill Devine, and Larry Davis.
Setting the Chiefs defensively, Carl Franco in left, Matt Baer in center, Brian Cassidy in right, Todd Moorhead is the third baseman, Tom Foote the shortstop, Doug Schofield the second baseman, Tad Dickerson is the first baseman, Mike Settles behind the plate, and as we were talking about, the right-hander Joe Caparelli is your pitcher.
Stepping in the batter's box for is Border City Brewers center fielder Mike Carter, left-handed hitter. Another young player here that looks like he can just fly. Left-handed hitter. We're in the bottom of the first. Carter, Devine, and Davis.
Carter gave a friendly fist bump to the home plate umpire and to the catcher before he digs in.
Caparelli's first pitch is outside of ball, fastball, ball 1.
Always great to see at this point in the tournament. You know, these guys are probably pretty familiar with each other, having seen them, but that doesn't mean they're not going to be sportsmanlike.
There's a pitch very close to being on the corner, but not the call, so 2-0. Caparelli looked in a long time, wanted that call. Mike Carter, number 47. Pitch is inside corner, a strike, and it's 2-1. This is the Legends 53 53 and older. If it's anything like the game we just saw, it's going to be very, very interesting. That pitch is down low, and it's 3-1. Once again, the catcher held on to that ball, Mike Settle, a long time to see if he could get the call.
Little early framework, never hurt anybody.
Here's the wind by Caparelli. Outside, a leadoff walk, nothing but trouble. Carter walks, and that'll bring up Bill Devine.
You never, ever want to put the leadoff hitter on, especially when it's the leadoff hitter, because you figure that's the fastest guy on your team. So here we go. Joe Caparelli walks Mike Carter, and that brings up the big first baseman, Bill Devine.
This is a big guy, big left-handed hitter.
In a little close, and it digs in a little close, little inside.
Throw to first. They know he can run, too, so the throw down there brings Carter back to first.
Doug, as you know, the inside half of the plate is the battleground between pitcher and hitter, and it looks like Devine, early on at least, is saying that's my half of the plate.
Pitch is low, ball one from Caparelli. The Border City Brewers and the Massachusetts Chiefs. We understand Border City's in Michigan, huh?
I believe that's correct.
There's a called strike on the outside corner, and it's 1-1.
We will get clarification on that, though. You and I live for clarity, so we will find out. It's on a border somewhere.
Here's the pitch. That's inside. Had to get out of the way, did the hitter, and it's 2-1 strike.
So you got to figure Border City's not from, like, LaBelle, because that doesn't border anything. Not even bordering Hendry County. For all you local residents who know where LaBelle, Florida is.
Caparelli ready. Here's the pitch outside. And a throw to first. And the runner, Mike Carter, was just going back kind of slow when he saw that throw coming, and he had to scamper back to first. So it's 3-1 on Bill Devine.
Mike Carter found a bit more sense of urgency there as that Horsehide was coming his general direction.
Here's the stretch, the 3-1 pitch right down the pipe, and that's a called strike. And it's 3-2.
Doug, they are still Horsehide, correct?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure. Again, for clarity's sake, will you look that up on your smartphone?
If I could operate this thing.
I see you fumbling with it throughout the broadcast.
There's a pitch hit high and deep to right field, but the right fielder is back underneath it, and back to first goes the runner, Carter, who was off with the pitch.
Cassidy had a tough time negotiating that one. The wind is pretty brisk in from right field, blowing across the field from right to left. Cassidy, I think, took a step backwards, then kept moving in and moving in and moving in, and caught that ball above his head, but still a little low than I think is his usual spot. Nevertheless, one down here for the Chiefs on defense.
Shortstop Larry Davis steps in for Border City. Larry, a right-handed hitter, with a runner at first and one down, and the runner takes a good lead. He was running the last time, but he's back now as the throw comes over. First baseman faked a throw back to the pitcher and turned around to see if Carter was going to step off the bag and he would tag him, but Carter wise to that.
You're never too old for the hidden ball trick.
Here's the pitch. Strike right down the heart of the plate called, and it's 0-1 on Davis. Larry Davis.
Mike Carter at first base again, being held on by Tad Dickerson.
Here's the stretch. Runner fakes going, and the pitch almost hit Davis. He didn't even move out of the way. He was going to take that one for the team.
He definitely was. That was going to be an elbow or shoulder action to put himself on base, but that ball broke in just enough.
1-1 strike.
It's amazing how clean our scorecards are early in this game. You know, yesterday's the scorecard early in the game, we were a mess by the end, but so far so clean.
We had a scorecard that was for 10 innings, and we win 11, so we're out in the margins as this pitch comes in. It's called a ball.
There were several defensive changes, some alterations on all sides. We learned a lot about our note-taking skills in that game.
We sure did. Here's a 2-1 pitch coming. On the way to Davis, it's down low, ball 3. Right now, Joe Caparelli struggling just a bit with his control. And it's not one of those situations where he's all over the place. He's just either down low a little bit or just on the outside part of the plate. 3-1, the runner does not go. The pitch is inside, ball 4. That's the second walk in the inning by Caparelli. And with 2 on and 1 out, cleanup hitter Rich Seiler, the second baseman, comes to the plate.
You know, if you want to miss anywhere, though, missing low and outside is the preferred place to be. It's whenever a pitcher gets up in the zone is when they really start having problems. And because hitters can see that pitch better. If you miss low, you know, pitchers tend to move up in the zone as they tire a little bit. So, you know, Caparelli missing here, issuing 2 early walks, but really no huge cause for alarm because he's missing low.
2 on, 1 out, number 7 on the back of that blue shirt, Rich Seiler.
Blue shirt, some green and white trim on those jerseys. Sharp look.
Both uniforms very good looking today in this game. You can see that on TV here. Pitches down low, a ball 1, and once again, as you said, down.
I've always liked the sleeveless tops with the undershirt look too, as a uniform kind of guru.
Here's the stretch. And the pitch. Hit high and deep to left field with 1 down. That ball is way over the left fielder's head. 1 run's going to come in to score. They're going to hold the other runner at third, and it's a stand-up double to left field for Rich Seiler. He hit that ball a ton.
Rich Seiler gave that thing a ride. Mike Carter scoring easily from second base. No effort there involved for Carter to come all the way home. Larry Davis goes from first to third on that play as Seiler cruises into second with an RBI double.
That's going to bring up Paul Jennett playing at he's an extra hitter, a DH. You can use 2 or 3 DHs in these lineups because you can bat 10 or 11 if you want to. But Jennett takes a strike. Curveball. That's one of the first curveballs I've seen thrown, and it was a beauty by Caparelli.
That one surprised Jennett a little bit. I don't think he was expecting the deuce.
0-1. Here comes the pitch. Another one. Called strike 2. Same pitch, same place. He got the call. It's 0-2.
Caparelli's now got him guessing a little bit because he just threw back-to-back breaking balls when I think both times he was looking for the fastball.
Runners at second and third. The pitch, curveball, same place.
I'm not quite sure where that missed there, Doug.
Oh, I'm not either. That was an awesome pitch. But it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Caparelli looking in for the sign. Here's the 1-2. That's way outside, and a nice play by the catcher, Settle. Boy, he saved a run right there.
I know where that one missed. That was a 57-foot breaking ball right there, and you're absolutely right. Settle's ranging to his right to spear that and knock it down, keep it in front of him, which is really the primary objective for any catcher. The ball gets past you, you don't know where it is. You've got to look through all your gear to try to find it. If it's in front of you, you can make a play.
2-2 pitch. Up high, ball 3, so we're at another full count as Jennett.
That was the first breaking pitch that the first fastball that Caparelli threw to Jennett.
Here's the pitch. Shot. Shortstop makes the catch. Diving catch. Great play by the shortstop, Tom Foote. And that saved a run, maybe 2.
Boy, Tom Foote there, another flashy glove work, diving to his right, spearing that line drive at the top of the field the field dust here, the dirt that's on this Hammond Stadium surface, making a great play. Base umpire Jeff Williams right there with a perfect angle, making sure that he came up with it. He rolled over, showed Williams the ball in his glove, and there's 2 down.
Boy, Caparelli better be careful here. Dick Chappelle, former North Carolina State Wolfpack player from Griffith, Indiana, steps in, takes a strike. 1 strike, no balls on Chappelle.
For those listening last week, Doug Jennett could almost write a book on Doug Chappelle. He knows a lot about this hitter.
This guy is a tremendous ball player. Now he just pops one up, though the pitcher calls for it and makes the play. So Chappelle ends the inning by popping back to the mound, but in the inning, 1 run on 1 hit. So after 1 complete inning of play here, it's Border City 1 and the Massachusetts Chiefs nothing.
Rich Seiler with the RBI double, drawing first blood for Border City there, scoring Mike Carter from second. 1-0 here as we move to the second.
Snow crab, king crab, crab cakes, soft shell crab, blue crab, Maryland-style blue crab. We could just keep going. Or you could visit Pinchers. There are 4 convenient Pinchers locations in Lee County. Downtown, out at the Gulf Coast Town Center, and 2 on Fort Myers Beach. You can't beat fresh. Pinchers, boy, do they serve good food.
I love steamed shrimp, and Pinchers does the J-O-B on the steamed shrimp with a little Old Bay in there. That's good eating. I know. I'm sorry. You got a bag of Cheetos and I got a hot dog between games, and now we're talking about steamed shrimp from Pinchers. I apologize.
Hoping to get done in time to go eat, but I might sacrifice a meal to make it home in time to see the boiler kick
I know
off.
your Boilermakers take on Northwestern today. Is that game in Evanston or where is it?
It's up at Evanston, and Purdue has won for the first time in years. We've won 3 games this year, so we're really on the way.
That's like very noteworthy for Purdue in football.
That's right.
Modest expectations for the Boilermakers in fall sports.
Leading off for Massachusetts, the pitcher, Joe Caparelli, here in the second inning, a right-handed hitter. Joe Caparelli wears number 10.
Another one of these hitters that goes gloveless in the box.
Pitches, hits cleanup. Here's the pitch, and he hits, too. Boy, that's a base hit line drive on the first pitch into left field. Caparelli leads off with a single.
Not since Babe Ruth can I remember. Well, I'm sure there has been one since then. A pitcher hitting cleanup. Joe Caparelli helping his own cause with a leadoff base hit.
Shortstop.
Yes, I just compared Joe Caparelli to Babe Ruth.
And that's okay.
You like that comparison I drew. I'm sure he does.
He'll appreciate that. When he listens to this, at home, he's going to show that to his kids and let them listen to that.
There you go. You're welcome, Joe.
Tom Foote, the shortstop. Boyd pitches outside. Foote squared around to move the runner up, but took a ball outside.
Foote hitting in the left-hander's position. Might be a switch hitter. You don't see too many left-handed shortstops out there, so he's probably a switch hitter, again, hitting from the left side here against Willie Boyd.
Tom Foote made a good play in the first inning. Here's the stretch. Runner goes. Ball's outside to throw down, and it's close, but he's safe. Stolen base for the pitcher, Caparelli. Well, not only does he hit cleanup, he pitches, and he runs.
We're waiting to see what he can't do. So far, there's nothing.
1-0 in favor of the Brewers. The Chiefs are threatening now. Runner on second base, nobody out. 2-ball, no strike count on Tom Foote. The stretch. And the pitch outside, and that runs the count to 3-0.
This, of course, the Legends 53 and over Quad A championship game in the Roy Hobbs World Series. We're happy you've joined us here at Hammond Stadium in Fort Myers, Florida.
At the belt, Willie Boyd checks the runners and throws. And he got the call outside corner. Foote had already thrown his bat over the third base dugout. He thought he had a walk.
I believe that was the classic 3-0 strike there.
It was.
I'm pretty sure Foote still in disagreement over that, although a silent disagreement that it is.
3-1 now on Tom Foote. At the belt, Boyd. He's going to check both. Well, one runner. And here comes the pitch. Long look to second. Pitch is way outside. That is a walk, and now we have 2 runners on with nobody out. And it brings Thad Dickerson to the plate.
Tom Foote there getting the walk that he thought he had on the 3-0 count. He, for the second time around, pitches his bat underhandedly towards the third base dugout. He trots down to first base. Runners on first and second. Joe Caparelli, leadoff hit at second, Foote at first. And here is Tad Dickerson.
Dickerson wearing the red helmet. He's one of 2 wearing the red helmet of the South Bend Cardinals that they wear when they play. Left-handed hitter. Dickerson pops the bunt, trying to move the runners over, and popped it back foul, and it's strike 1. Dickerson, as we said, playing with one of my former players there, Jason Best, in South Bend, and this guy is a competitor. I went out to eat with him one night last year, and what a competitor, what a great guy. Dickerson and Moorhead both are good people. Willie Boyd at the belt. Fakes a pickoff at second, nobody down there. The first baseman is clear in about halfway in on the grass. He thinks that Dickerson will bunt to try to move the runners over. Now Boyd has the sign. The 0-1 pitch, and it's swinging and a ground ball to short. They're going to second for one, but they cannot get the double play. The second baseman was playing way over in the hole on the right side, took a long time to get to the bag, and so it's nothing more than a fielder's choice by Dickerson, and that moves Caparelli to third, and he races Foot on that, and with one out, runners on the corners, and here's Todd Moorhead.
Yeah, that's a difficult play at any level of baseball with the fielders the way they were. Like you were saying, Doug, the second baseman Seiler way over in the hole. He had to really range to get that throw at second, gets it cleanly, but no play at first for the double play.
Boyd pitches to Moorhead, swung on, line drive, base hit to right field. That'll bring in the tying run. Runner on first heading for third. There's going to be a play. That's Dickerson. He is in safe at third, so runners on the corners and a run in. RBI for Moorhead.
Todd Moorhead taking that first pitch and just lining it into right field, doing his job. Dickerson on his horse around from first to third. Caparelli scores easily from third, and it is 1-1 here in the top of the second. Nice play.
And I know Jason in South Bend is happy, or in Goshen or wherever that is up there, but Jason texted me this morning and said his buddies were going to be playing. Well, there they drove in that run. Jason, good job. Boyd facing Brian Cassidy. Cassidy, a left-handed hitter. One down. Runners on the corner. Pitch, outside corner. Beautiful pitch. Strike one. One strike on left-handed hitting Brian Cassidy for the Chiefs. You're listening to the championship game of the Legends 53 and over division Quad A championship. Here's the pitch. That's a outside corner strike on a fastball. And once again, it's an 0-2 count.
Home plate umpire Troy Hudson a little lenient on these outside pitches for both sides and for both teams. That outside pitch will probably be a strike more often than not as this game progresses.
Nice crowd here for this game, you know.
This is almost a miracle-like crowd here.
Boyd stepped off and faked the throw like he was going to fake the third, and the runner at first started to break. And Moorhead got back in there underneath that throw. Moorhead was definitely going that time.
That's some clever baseballing there by Willie Boyd to fake the throw to third and see if he could catch Moorhead napping at first.
Tells me Willie Boyd has played a lot of baseball games. Pitch outside, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Willie Boyd facing Brian Cassidy and the Massachusetts Chiefs. 2 strikes, 1 ball, 1 run in. We're tied at 1. We're in the bottom of inning the top of inning number 2. Throw to first. Moorhead back in there. Kind of looked like they're worried about Moorhead's speed. He was going.
This is a prime position where you'd like to see a steal of second base.
At the belt, the pitch. Ground ball hit right at the second baseman. The runner was going, and they still got him, and they turned to double play.
What a great play there. Boy, I tell you what, Rich Seiler ranges to his right, barehands it, flips, or he didn't barehand the catch, flips it to Larry Davis, who barehands the throw and makes a quick throw to first base. Bill Devine gloving that. Brian Cassidy a step slow at third, and a 4-6-3 double play gets the Chiefs going, and the Border City Brewers doing the job on defense.
That was very impressive. Fans, first we play, then we feast. Sideline Sports Bar and Grill's menu on game days and every day is sure to satisfy even the hungriest of teams. Conveniently located on Veronica Shoemaker Boulevard, close to the Player Development Complex. That's Sideline Sports Bar and Grill. And fans, at Drury Hotels, a good night's sleep is just the beginning. Our friendly team members and generous amenities will brighten your day. That's Drury Hotels. Let's go down to Glenn.
Okay, I'm here with Steve Eddy, manager of the Massachusetts Chiefs. Tell me about the week that got you to this point.
Great week until yesterday. We had a rough one yesterday, but everyone's contributed. Everyone's put in significant time, and no egos on this team. That's really why we're here. And we faced these guys many times.
hopefully we can dethrone them.
And what's your record?
6-1 to this point.
And the play your shortstop made last inning, that diving backhand grab, may have been the best play I've seen all week. How would you describe that play? And tell me a little bit about it.
Well, Todd's been with me for 14 years, and it doesn't surprise me. I've seen it before.
All right, Steve, thanks. Good luck.
Dave Cooper leads it off for Border City here in the second. Takes a curveball outside, ball one from Joe Caparelli.
It'll be Cooper, Mike LaPiccolo, and Drew Hutchinson here for Border City.
Here's the wind, the pitch. Inside corner, a fastball called strike one. 1-1.
Caparelli not fooling around too much, pitching out of the windup, looks in, sees the sign he likes, and he's ready to go.
Here's the pitch. Curveball hung, and it's hit high and deep down the left field line. It'll get foul. Hooked down there in the corner, bounced up against the 330 sign. That ball was hit a long way.
That ball was hit a long way, and, it might have caught a little bit of the jet stream that's blowing in from right to left. But it did get fouled by about 6-7 feet. Just a long strike for Cooper.
Dave Cooper, number 25 on his back, a big guy. This is the 53 and over Legends division. 2017 Roy Hobbs World Series. Pitch down low. Looked like Cooper was going to take a hack at that, and then at the last minute he stayed off of it, and it's a ball. 2-2.
You got to figure all these players have been wearing the same number their entire lives.
Pitch is inside, ball 3.
I mean, I bet Cooper in Little League was wearing 25, and then, in high school, and if he played any pro ball or even on into his adulthood, has probably always worn 25.
A lot of guys do live and die with that original number that they started with. Here's the pitch, swing, and a miss. He struck him out. So Cooper becomes strikeout victim number 1 of Caparelli.
Caparelli went up and out of the zone a little bit, and Cooper, I think, was looking for breaking ball, tried to catch up to that, could not do so. He's out number 1 here in the second, and that brings up the 8-hitter, Mike LaPiccolo.
LaPiccolo playing third base today. Right-handed hitter. Pitch inside on a fastball, and it's 1 ball, no strikes. Mike LaPiccolo for the Border City Brewers. A pitch is outside and a ball low, 2-0.
Again, that's his miss right now, is that outside and low pitch. Once he starts getting up in the zone, it might be a different story.
The wind by Caparelli and the pitch. Strike called, 2 balls and a strike. 2-1. This game moving, I better not jinx this, but it's moving along a little quicker than we did in the last one. Here's the pitch. Off-speed pitch, hammered into left field for a base hit. That changeup did not fool LaPiccolo whatsoever.
It did not. He lines that cleanly out there to Carl Franco, takes it, gets it back in, and with 1 out, the number 9 hitter Drew Hutchinson coming up, trying to get some magic started for Border City.
1 out, 1 on. We're in a tie at 1-1 in the bottom of the second. Drew Hutchinson coming to the plate. He's one of the what they call extra hitters. Right-hander Joe Caparelli is on the mound. Here's the pitch. Strike called right down the middle. 0-1. No ball, 1 strike on Drew Hutchinson. A runner on first. Border City takes the pitch outside, and it's a ball. A lot of these, looking at these bios, these Border City players, a lot of them do live in Michigan.
So we got to figure it's up there somewhere.
Yes.
Maybe Traverse City or somewhere like that.
At the belt. The 1-1 pitch is chopped on the ground to the second baseman. He goes to short for 1, back to first, a double play. Nicely turned by Schofield and Foote.
4-6-3 goes Hutchinson. LaPiccolo falls victim to Schofield, who scoops that, and Schofield gets to Foote like they've been doing it 1,000 times. Foote then over to Dickerson, easily getting Hutchinson for the 3rd out. 1-2-3 with a base hit in there. Nevertheless, it's still 1-1 as we head to the 3rd.
Fans, did you know you can create your own listing with Got Game Hub to connect with others who love Roy Hobbs World Series? and many other sports they love also, just as much as you do. Visit GotGameHub.com and create a new team. Also, fans, Bubba's Roadhouse, where you get steak, chicken, ribs, and burgers. You name it, Bubba's Roadhouse and Saloon has it. They're on Pine Island Road in Cape Coral. You can't miss it. Head out Pine Island Road toward Matlacha, and you come to Bubba's Roadhouse. The best food anywhere. Well, we go to the top of inning number 3, and we're tied at 1. Nice, smooth double play to end that last inning.
I got to tell you, while you were bringing us those commercials there, the home plate umpire from the last game that we broadcast came up to me, and Doug, I just want to share with you, he thanked us for the broadcast that we're doing. He said his wife was listening to us down in the stadium, and he had tears in his eyes because his sons back in Alabama were able to watch him and listen to him work and listen to how we were talking about the game and so on. So it's always great. I wanted to make sure that Tom heard that along the way too, because that message might not get to him any other way than through this. So, people are watching and listening to us, and it's great that we're able to do this on the Roy Hobbs Broadcast Network, to be able to bring not just these players, but the umpires and their exploits as well.
First pitch hit to short, ground ball to shortstop, and over to first is the throw, and that's one out here in the top of inning number 3 is Sam Calderon, grounded out short to first. Nice play again by Davis, and you're so right, David, that you never know who's listening, and I can't say enough about the umpiring that we have seen in this tournament, because every umpire has been, to me, and I'm a former coach who didn't care for umpires a lot, I think these guys are great.
These guys are doing a greght job, and the umpire coordinator who gives us these guys' names has been a fantastic job as Bayer takes strike 1 down the middle. I'm sure coordinating this tournament is no easy task for the umpires either, and all the crews we've seen have done just a tremendous job.
Here's a ground ball by Bayer to the shortstop, and they may have to quit hitting it there to Larry Davis, as he's just making play after play as he throws out Matt Bayer, the leadoff man.
I do believe Larry Davis knows how to play his position, as he is a defensive machine out there at short, ranging in either direction, and he certainly knows where first base is too, getting that ball over there cleanly. 2 up, 2 down here in the third.
He has 5 assists already in the ball game.
That's strong.
Yes, very strong. Carl Franco, the left fielder, steps in. He takes a curveball outside, strike 1 on the outside corner. And there, again, an example of good umpiring. These umpires do give these pitchers the corner. And it's easier to pitch when you can know that you can get the call in the strike zone.
Having both umpired and coached, I have an appreciation for both sides of this.
Line drive right to the third baseman, caught by Lo Piccolo, and that ends the inning. So 3 up and 3 down in the third. We're through 3 straight innings of play, tied at 1. Fans, the Shrimp Shack is voted Lee County's best seafood for 14 years in a row. The Shrimp Shack is in Fort Myers, and it's a Fort Myers favorite, located on Metro Parkway, 5 minutes from the ballpark. Let's go down to Glenn Miller for an interview.
Okay, I'm here with Border City Brewers' Dave Cooper. It's quite a week. You're in a title game Saturday afternoon. How did you get to this point?
Well, we went 4-0 in pool play, and we won 2 games on Thursday in the playoffs, 2 really good games, and then we played Massachusetts yesterday and won, and we're here.
What was the score of that game yesterday?
26-1. Just one of those games. I mean, we got out early. Loser had to play another game today, and everybody's looking at their pitching staffs, and I get what they did. They kind of pulled the plug on the game, and we got lucky. Everybody got up there, was getting hits, and everything was dropping in for us. That's what happened.
So you don't expect another 26-1?
You're looking at it right now. I don't think so at all. I think this is going to be a war right to the end, and everybody would rather have it that way.
And they didn't tell you this was a dangerous spot, did they?
No, you're the guy who brought me here.
All right, Dave, thanks. All right. Good luck.
But Glenn and Dave down there took an errant throw, and Glenn, the professional broadcaster that he is, just let that happen in stride.
We go to the bottom of the third. After the field cools off, things heat up at the Lighthouse Island Resort Inn and Suites at their Tiki Bar. That's the Roy Hobbs World Series postgame headquarters on Fort Myers Beach. Leading off, top of the order, Mike Carter for Border City. Takes a pitch outside, ball one. Mike walked in the first inning.
Walked and scored on the Rick Seiler RBI double for the only run thus far for the Brewers.
Pitch down low, ball two. 2-0 on Mike Carter. It'll be Carter, Devine, and Davis. The only thing bad about that story you told me about the umpire is he's from Alabama, and all my in-laws are from Mobile.
There's
and
nothing wrong with that.
Oh, they're big-time Bama fans. I hear, what is it, Roll Tide.
That's right, sir.
Here's
I'm an
the
Alabama
pitch.
fan. I'm an Alabama alumnus.
Pitch is a swing and a miss by Carter, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. No, I don't know about that, though. All you do is win. You don't ever experience the toughness of defeat.
Well, no, that's not true. We lost last year once.
Pitch is inside. Ball 3. The catcher's kind of disgusted over that call, and he walks out shaking his head, but they thought they had Carter, and the pitch is ball 3. So it's 3-2 on the lead man, Mike Carter. Carter facing Joe Caparelli, a right-hander into the wine. And time called now. Carter got tired of waiting in there.
I think you're just secretly bitter because of your Purdue fandom. You can't stand the prosperity.
Here's a foul back. We still live in the Drew Brees era.
And what an era it was.
Yes.
In all seriousness.
Yeah, it was.
I mean, you know.
Yeah. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Nobody out. We're in the bottom of number 3, tied at 1 in the Legends 53 division. Pitch outside, and once again, Mike Carter draws a walk. That's walk number 3 given up by Joe Caparelli, and it brings up the big first baseman. And I say big left-handed hitter. This guy is tall, looks like a hitter, Bill Devine.
Bill Devine, 60 years old. He's a small business owner. 2 kids. He played baseball in high school in Fox Chapel High School in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Here's the stretch. Caparelli delivers strike call to Devine, and it's 0-1.
Devine, who also played his college ball at Point Park University in Pittsburgh. This is his 23rd Roy Hobbs World Series.
Here's the stretch. The pitch is outside a ball. 1-1. If you fans come out to watch these games and you see these guys and you hear him say 60 years old, they don't look it. Most of these guys take good care of themselves. They're good athletes, and they still love the game. Boy, Devine just gets into one there again, deep to right. The right fielder goes back, and he's fighting the sun, makes the catch. Nice job out there in right field on that shot to right.
Not an easy play out there. Again, fighting the sun, fighting the wind, fighting the baseball, and he went 3 for 3 on that one because he solved the sun, solved the wind, and finally solved the baseball for out number 1.
Here's the very fine shortstop, Larry Davis, who walked back in the first inning. Boy, this wind is so strong it's even blowing our notebooks around up here that have our information clipped in. I've got the rocks that Rocky brought me, but I still trying to keep things on the desk. Throw to first. Carter gets back safely.
Just as long as we don't have a Diet Pepsi incident like we did last week.
Caps on that tight this
Attaboy. Doug Jennett in the middle of a commercial announcement as he spills his Diet Pepsi all over everything. Thankfully, we had a towel nearby.
Here's the pitch, a fake bunt and a called strike on the pitch from Caparelli as Davis squared like he was going to bunt, took it all the way, and it's no balls and 1 strike. At the belt, Caparelli checking the runner. He's not going. The pitch almost hit Davis. It's a ball inside. 1-1 on Larry Davis. Jeff, make it Joe. Keep wanting to call him Jeff. It's Joe Caparelli. Right-hander at the belt. Runner's going. The pitch inside. Throw to second is not in time. And it's a stolen base for Mike Carter. So a very, very quick Mike Carter on second with 1 down. And Davis has the count in his favor now. 2 balls and 1 strike. Looks like to me that Caparelli on the mound delivers that ball pretty quick to home plate, and that was just a guy on first named Carter who got the big jump.
He did get the big jump, yeah, because Caparelli is not laboring to home plate.
Here's the pitch, and it's corner, outside corner, called strike. 2-2 on Davis.
Caparelli zoning in a little bit on that outside corner again, still keeping the ball down, which is where you want to be. You don't want to keep it up in the strike zone.
Runner at second. Leads away, pitches a curveball over the head of the hitter Davis. Catcher had to leap to make that play and did a great job saving it.
Mike settles a fine bit of athleticism there to make that play.
Full count on Davis, and the hard-hitting Rich Seiler on deck. He hit a booming double back in the first inning, so you don't want him up there with 2 on. Here's a high pop foul. Back this way. Right down in front of us, and then bounces right up into the walkway here. A foul ball brings the count back to 3-2 still.
4,460 baseballs used in last year's World Series, and we get them back into play. So that's just not like one pitch foul balls that go out. These balls get back into play. Still, with all these games over 28, 29, 30 days, that's a lot of rocks.
I heard in the first game today they all got back in play but one.
We're not talking about that anymore.
Fake throw to second as Caparelli turned and faked to second. Nobody there, and Carter went back to the bag.
I thought you and I had an agreement that we weren't going to discuss the invoice that I got anymore. Rocky took the baseball that she found.
The invoice could have blown away.
I think it did. I think I deposited it with the rest of my notes from that game.
High pop. Out of play again. Back foul, boy. If they kept these souvenirs, they'd be losing a lot of them with this hitter, Davis. He's hanging in there on a 3-2 count and just spoiling good pitches. Mike Carter leading off at second. He would be the lead run. It's 1-1. This again, the Legends 53 and under. Our over division of the Roy Hobbs World Series.
They play like unders, though.
They do. The premier adult baseball league in the nation. Throw to second, tried to pick Carter off, and it was close, but he's back in safe, and I don't think that Doug Schofield, the second baseman, thought that man was safe. He's going in to talk to his pitcher. 3-2 on Larry Davis. Fine shortstop. 3 o'clock here in Fort Myers, and the sun out bright. It's a beautiful, beautiful day. If you're listening up north, like my good friend Jason Best, I'm really sorry. Hope it gets up to 30 today. Here comes the 3-2 pitch. Hit hard into left field. That's going to get down. It may be a gapper. It is. A run will score. Davis on his way to second. Stand-up double by Larry Davis, and Border City takes a 2-1 lead.
RBI double into the gap in left center field, and no doubter Carter cruises around from second to score. And just like that, 2-1 Border City back on top.
And here's trouble for the Massachusetts Chiefs, because at the plate comes Rich Seiler, and he is a tremendous hitter. Showed a lot of power back in the first inning with a booming double. Rich Seiler hits from the right side. Joe Caparelli at the belt. Checks the runner at second. Here's the pitch. That's hit hard to right field. It's over the head of the right fielder. It's out into the right field corner. Coming around third is the runner Davis, and he will have a play at the plate. He is safe as the ball bounced out of the catcher's glove. Throw down to third by the pitcher who was backing up the play, and safe down there is Seiler. A booming double. He took third on the throw. Seiler is a good hitter.
Larry Davis scores easily on that RBI double. Rick Seiler, professional hitter there. His second RBI double of this game to right field this time. The first one was to left field. He sprang it to all corners of the park. He takes third on the throw. That throw would have been close to try to get Davis at home, but it bounced away from catcher Mike Settles. No tag on the play, and here we go, 3-1, Brewers on top.
How to bring up Paul Jennett. He is the extra hitter in the lineup, right-handed hitter, tall right-handed hitter. Jennett hit a rocket line drive to short in his first time up. Infield in now. Chiefs bring the infield in with one out and a runner at third base. Jennett, the pitch is, he tried to stick that shoulder out there into that pitch. It's called strike. Curveball that broke right over the plate. Strike one call. Runner at third is Rich Seiler. Comes down the line, the pitch swung on and missed, another curveball. So Caparelli throwing these good hitters in the middle of the lineup, that breaking pitch, and that one broke off the plate. Swing and a miss, and it's 0-2. Here's the wind. Pitch, same place, but it's way outside this time, and it's 1-2. That was a fastball.
That was outside. Rick Seiler at third base getting a creeping a little closer to home every time as Caparelli working from the windup.
Here's a pitch fouled back and out of play, and the count stays at 1-2. We're in the bottom of inning number 3. It's 3-1 in favor of Border City. They have 3 runs on 4 hits. 1 on 2 for the Chiefs. 1 run, 2 hits. The windup by Caparelli and the pitch. That's in the dirt low, ball 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Paul Jennett. Caparelli taking his time. Looking in, has the sign. Runner leads away at third. The pitch is high. Ball 3.
Caparelli now starting to get up in the zone a little bit, laboring just slightly. This game isn't out of hand, but we got to watch him to make sure he doesn't lose control.
Full count. Pitch to Jennett on the way. It's swung on. High in the air. Right back to the mound. He's going to take it himself for out number 2. So that was a big out for the pitcher, Joe Caparelli.
That really was. Caparelli opting not to get out of the way and let his second baseman take that. Instead, he calls his own number, pats himself on the chest and says, I got it, settles under it, makes the catch for out number 2.
Caparelli still not out of the woods because here comes Dick Chappelle. Right-handed hitter. Chappelle popped out himself to the mound in his last trip to the plate. Runner at third, 3-1 in favor of the Brewers, and they're trying to tack on more as Chappelle looks at a fastball right down the middle, 0-1. I went down to the dugout last week and talked to Mr. Chappelle after the game and remembered some of his hitting. He is a good one. Here's a foul ball back and out of play, and the count goes to 0-2. Go home. That thing was close.
I was there. I was ready to make the play. I'm ready. I'm always ready. I was actually talking to our production crew at the same time, but I was ready.
I noticed you down in the down and ready position.
I was hunkered.
Yeah. Here comes the 1-2 pitch inside to Chappelle. 2-2. He's a Park and Rec director now at Highland, Indiana, which is close to his hometown, and directs all the activities of their Park and Rec department there in Highland.
As you and I both know as athletic directors, that's a cool job to have.
The pitch is low, gets away from the catcher. Here comes a runner, the pitcher covering home, and no play. Sliding across safely is Seiler, and Seiler really impresses me as an athlete.
He really does. He got home in a hurry on that wild pitch. That ball, it took Mike Settles, the catcher, a minute to recognize where that ball was behind him to the left. By the time he got back there and Caparelli getting off the mound towards home plate to try to make a tag attempt, Seiler was in there sliding headfirst for the 4th run of the game for the Brewers.
4-1 Bay City Brewers. Border City Brewers. Let's get this right. Chappelle hits one down the third baseline foul. Coach down there makes a nice play, and then with the left arm, a good lefty down there, throws it right back to the mound.
Not to be confused with the Bay City Rollers.
That's where I was thinking.
I knew. I knew that you juxtaposed the two.
4-1 Border City.
I think that's how you use the word anyway.
That's way above my level.
I'm sorry.
Here's the wind. The pitch. Chappelle didn't mean to swing, hit off the end of the bat foul over here against the screen. He tried to hold up, but we'll do it again.
That's the ultimate check swing there. That was defense, defense, defense. He got that bat up near his face and fouls it off.
Number 11, Dick Chappelle. Here we go. Full count pitch with 2 down Bottom of inning number 3, he took it high, a ball 4. And Chappelle, with a good at bat, works a walk that time.
That was a good at bat by Chappelle. Really, really, really testing Caparelli with every pitch, and he's rewarded. He gets first base, and that brings up Dave Cooper, who struck out to start the second.
4th walk given up by Caparelli here in the first 3 innings. And with 2 out, Dave Cooper, right-handed hitter, sets in. Big open stance here. The pitch, outside a ball. A few fans are watching at home on the YouTube picture. Notice the great pictures that our cameramen are able to give us from the first and third base dugouts here and the center field camera. Here's a pitch that's down in the dirt. Ball 2.
Harmon Audio Visual, the crew here doing a tremendous job. I know when we watched back the games from last week, we really noticed the quality of video, the quality of graphics. Can't say enough about our crew here. We're just along for the ride, you and me.
That's exactly right. 2 ball, no strikes, and the pitch. It's down low. No, it's a strike call right at the knees, and it's 2-1.
Troy Hudson got a frame there from Mike Settles, the catcher, and said, you know what? That looks like a strike to me, and called it.
You know, I was thinking about taking these cameramen out to eat after the game.
Shrimp Shack.
It's getting too close to the Purdue game.
No. Well, I'm sure it's the thought
Throw
that
to
counts.
first, and they picked him off. Nice throw to first that time by Caparelli, and he picked Chappelle off. Chappelle didn't see that move coming, and he is picked off for the 3rd out. But in the inning, they pick up 3 runs, and the score at the end of 3 is the Brewers 4 and the Chiefs 1. Fans are more than 1,000 reasons to visit Flea Masters Flea Market. It's almost straight across the street from the PDC on Dr. Martin Luther King Boulevard. Flea Masters Flea Market with gifts, collectibles, and so much more. Their food there is also awesome. Let's go to Glenn Miller.
Okay, I'm here with a new Roy Hobbs Hall of Famer who's greeting some of his fans right below him. George Blackwell, congratulations.
Thank you so much, Glenn. Appreciate it.
Tell me what it means to be about to be inducted into the Roy Hobbs Hall of Fame.
You know, it's very special, Glenn. I've been around this game for a long time, and then to be recognized by such a quality organization as Roy Hobbs, it's a really humbling experience for me. I'm really honored, and I'm really looking forward to it.
You have quite a baseball background. Been in the game, 65 years, correct? Did you once play catch with Roberto Clemente in Forbes Field?
That's correct. Well, you got a great memory, Glenn. I appreciate that.
I wasn't there in 1960.
Well, you know what? That was a really interesting experience. As a matter of fact, I was invited for a tryout by the Pittsburgh Pirates at Forbes Field, and happened to get there real early on I'm trying to remember I think it was a Friday morning. As a matter of fact, the Pirates had a night game that night. So a lot of the players were coming in to get some early BP, and I was sitting in the dugout, and out jumps Roberto Clemente, and he just asked me if I wanted to play a little catch, and there we were out along the first base line playing catch, and it's an experience I'll never forget.
And now at the Roy Hobbs World Series, you get to play on Roberto Clemente Field. What's that like?
Absolutely. As a matter of fact, I think 16 or 17 years ago, they named the field over at Terry Park, Roberto Clemente Field, and just being able to experience that and play on that field, which is a very nice ballpark, by the way, was a great experience.
All right, George, congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you so
All
much.
right.
Appreciate
All right.
Another one of the great background stories of the inductees into the Hall of Fame tonight at the Shell Factory. Doug Schofield leads it off for the Chiefs, and he takes ball 2 outside, 2-0. I'm just so impressed here in my first year with the Roy Hobbs World Series and the organization of the kind of people that you meet out here at the ballpark. Schofield slaps a bunt down the first base line. It's fielded by the second baseman. The throw to first is not in time. Schofield with a great bunt. Got it by the mound like you're supposed to. Took the bunt with him, and he's on. It's a base hit for Schofield leading off the 4th.
There we go. That's a tough play for the second baseman, Rick Seiler, to make. Ranging in to his left, trying to make a tough throw. I don't think he'd have made it there anyway. Schofield on with a leadoff infield hit.
That brings up the pitcher, Joe Caparelli. Joe singled, stole a base, scored the only run so far for the Chiefs. Right-handed hitter. Schofield down at first ran pretty good on that one. He took that bunt with him. He's a left-handed hitter, so he took it with him the way you're supposed to. Bunt by Schofield, or by Caparelli. Foul. Caparelli tried to lay one down the third base line. Willie Boyd, the right-hander for the Border City Brewers, out on the mound. He's given up just 3 hits. This is his 4th inning of work. He's not a strikeout pitcher. In fact, he has not struck out a batter today, but he has good control, and it seems like that he keeps the ball, gets a lot of ground balls. He's got some double plays, good defense behind him. No ball, 1 strike to Joe Caparelli. Throw it first, and back in plenty of time is Schofield.
We have seen 2 double plays so far in this game, 1 by each team. Willie Boyd has thrown 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He's thrown 7 ground ball outs here so far, Doug, through 9.
High pop foul back and out of play on the third base side. In fact, that ball's down into the bullpen down on the third base side. Look at the flags in left field. They are really blowing strong, an indication that wind is still wicked here today.
We said it early in the first game that the wind is going to play tricks with these outfielders, and we've seen it a couple times. Most times they've been able to negotiate it, but the ball has been moving around in that wind.
Runner bluffs, throw back down to first by the catcher, and he's back in time. Schofield got about 3 or 4 or 5 extra steps off the bag that time and decided he wasn't going. The pitch was a ball, 1 and 2.
Ian Mosher got that ball to first base on the rope and almost had that tag in there by Bill Devine.
No ball, 2 strike. 1 ball, 2 strike to Caparelli. The pitch, he hits a ground ball between third and short. The shortstop has it to second for 1, but they'll not get the double play as Caparelli runs pretty good. That's a fielder's choice for Caparelli. Out at second, 6-4 is Schofield.
Another ground ball out thrown by Willie Boyd. Too tough to make a double play out of that as Caparelli got down the line very quickly. But yes, absolutely. Willie Boyd is doing the job, throwing ground balls, letting his defense do the work. 1 down here in the 4th.
If I'm Willie Boyd, I say hit it to Larry Davis. Larry Davis is one heck of a shortstop.
Yeah, he has range to both sides.
Here's Tom Foote. Tom Foote, the opposing shortstop for the Brewers, or the Chiefs, and this guy is also a fine shortstop. Pitch outside, a ball, 1 ball, no strikes.
Mosher that time trying to frame that a little bit, but home plate umpire Troy Hudson said, that's just a little bit outside my comfort zone. That's a ball.
1 ball, no strikes. Tom Foote swings, long fly ball, and right center field. It's going to get down in the gap out there. On the way to third will be Caparelli, and into second with a double. He's sliding in. Oh, and to throw to third, they tried to get Caparelli, who round the bag too far, and he is back in safe. So runners at second and third. Foote really hit that one well.
He really did, and the right fielder, Dick Chappelle, got a bit of a late jump on that. It fell behind him in right center field. Foote in there sliding into second, and Caparelli did take a big lead around third and had to scamper back to third base to make sure he wasn't out at third, which is where you never want to get thrown out on the base pass at third base.
Runners at second and third, 1 down, and here are the Red Hats from the South Bend Cardinals. Dickerson Dickerson hitting into a fielder's choice in the second innings, 0 for 1. Tad Dickerson, left-handed hitter. Runners at second and third. The pitch, high and outside, or inside rather, and Dickerson gets out of the way, ball 1.
You like these red helmets.
I do. Well, I'm a Cub fan. I don't in big league ball, but I like them here. I went out to see the South Bend Cardinals the first week of play here, see all my friends there, and they're a pretty good team. Dickerson slaps it on the ground to second base. It'll score a run. Dickerson out 4-3 if you're scoring, and in to score is the pitcher Caparelli, and that cuts the lead to 4-2.
Dickerson retired 4-3 on the ground out, an RBI for his trouble, though. Caparelli scores from third, Foote over to third, so 2 outs, runner on third base. Here comes up Todd Moorhead, who had an RBI single back in the second.
1 for 1, Moorhead, right-handed hitter. Willie Boyd's pitch swung on right back to the mound, Willie throws to first, and that retires Moorhead, and it retires the Chiefs. But they pick up a run here in the top of the fourth, and it's 4-2 in favor of the Brewers as we go to the bottom of the fourth. At Drury Hotels, fans, we know you've had enough to worry about while you're traveling. Our friendly team members and generous free amenities will make the journey easier for you, allowing you to travel happy. For reservations, call 1-800-DRURY-INN or visit us on the web at drury.com. Well, let's go to Glenn Miller for another
All right,
interview.
here we are, Bart Waldman, another Hall of Famer. Congratulations, Bart. Thank you. So you came all the way from Seattle. So what's it mean to be about to be inducted into the Hall of Fame?
Oh, it's a fabulous honor. It's really all my teammates, most of whom are standing up here from the Washington Titans, are the ones deserving of this because we've had a wonderful group of guys and a wonderful team for so many years here.
Now, you worked many years in the Seattle Mariners front office, legal counsel, correct? Tell me, one time there's a general managers meeting in Naples. Tell me what happened there.
Yeah, in the middle of the tournament here, the general managers meeting was going on down in Naples, and I needed to be down there, so I was sneaking out of the hotel early in the morning in my uniform, driving up to Fort Myers to play, sneaking in the back door going back, and then at the end of the meetings, Pat Gillick, who was our special assistant to the general manager at the time, asked me what I was doing that day, and I said, I'm pitching up in Fort Myers. And he said, who's catching you? And I said, John Oler Sr., who he knew very well from having signed his son to a big league contract. So he came up and watched us win the semifinal game that day.
And what did Pat say about your performance and the team in the Roy Hobbs World Series?
Well, you know, he's a big league scout, and he's seen it all. And I was pitching against former major league pitcher Barry Moore that day, so who he recognized. But I told him, I said, Pat, you know, you signed Jamie Moyer to a contract at his age. You could sign some of us.
He didn't go for that, I guess.
He said, I think about it.
I guess he hasn't got back to you yet.
No.
All right, Bart, congratulations. All right.
Another great Hall of Famer here from the Roy Hobbs Hall of Fame. Inductions are tonight at the Shell Factory. Leading off, Dave Cooper takes a ball low and away. This pitch is a strike on the outside corner, and it's 1-1.
It'll be Cooper, LaPiccolo, and Drew Hutchinson here. 7-8-9 for the Border City Brewers, leading 4-2.
Once again, this is the Legends 53 and over World Championship of Roy Hobbs Baseball. This is the Quad A division. Roy Hobbs Baseball. If you're ever in Fort Myers and you want to see some good baseball, come during this late October, November. You'll see some great baseball here at the Roy Hobbs tournament. Strike called on the outside corner. 2-2 to Dave Cooper. He's the extra hitter for the Border City Brewers.
Doug, the economic impact on this community is huge for Roy Hobbs. I'll tell you about it in a minute.
Ball three outside, 3-2.
In 2005, it was estimated at $8 million. In 2010, $10.5 million. And in 2015, $15 million estimated economic impact on Lee County over the month long of the Roy Hobbs World Series. It's tremendous for Fort Myers to have that.
There's the pitch inside, ball for Cooper with a leadoff walk. You know, the impact could have been a little more this year if you and I had been allowed to eat between games today.
I know we dug into the economic impact a little bit more, but you know, it all evens out in the end. Just like the baseball, distribution is a little off this year than it was last year. It's my fault. Lodging also a huge deal, Doug. 13,500 estimated room nights in 2015.
Here's a bunt on the ground, first baseline. The pitcher picks it up, throws to first. That's a good sacrifice by Mike LaPiccolo, and he sacrifices Cooper down to second for the first out of the inning.
1-3 on the sac bunt, moves Cooper over as he's supposed to do. A perfect bunt there with one out. That brings up Drew Hutchinson, who grounded into an inning 4-6-3 double play in the second.
Hutchinson, right-handed hitter. I'm sure you can hear the wind in the background whipping through the mics here as it's really windy, but it's a gorgeous day here at Fort Myers. They're all gorgeous when you're in Fort Myers, Florida. Runner at second. One down, the pitch to Hutchinson. It's a curveball inside corner called strike one. Drew Hutcherson hitting in the 9 spot. It'll be back to the top of the order, and Mike Carter next. No ball, 1 strike to Hutcherson. At the belt, the pitch is outside, gets away from the catcher. Runner's going to go to third. They got a play on him. Throw down, and a nice slide away from the bag that time by Cooper, and he's in safe.
Cooper with a fantastic job there running the base paths. Knew that tag was going to come his way, so he angled a little bit to make sure that he just got a fingertip on that third base and was away from the tag of Todd Moorhead over there just enough to get into third on the wild pitch.
1-1 count. 4-2. Brewers on top, trying to add to their lead. Joe Caparelli into the wind. The pitch inside almost hit him.
I don't see how it didn't hit him, Doug.
He got out of the way. He turned his back the way they're supposed to, and he got out of the way somehow. 4. It's 2 balls and 1 strike.
No reason to go home with a bruise and a gold medal. Well, you can just go home with a gold medal.
That's correct. Here's the pitch. That one almost hit him inside. You know, Hutchison's got to think they're throwing at me here. I don't know what's going on.
All I did was ground into a double play. Why the animosity here on the inside pitches?
3-1. Drew Hutchison steps back in. The pitch. That's down low. It was not inside, but it was low, ball 4. So walk number 2 in the inning for Caparelli. And we'll go back to the top of the order, and with that, the mound visit coming out for the manager of the Massachusetts Chiefs.
Runners on the corners here for the Border City Brewers, and so absolutely this is going to be a discussion here. We're going to find out maybe how we position our defense, maybe figure out what circumstances we're in, maybe even buy a little time. We haven't noticed any bullpen activity, but who knows, maybe somebody snuck down there without us noticing.
That's the 6th walk given up by Caparelli here in 4 innings.
Home plate umpire Troy Hudson wandering out there and saying, all right, guys, let's get it moving. He's got dinner reservations like the rest of us. Maybe he wants to get home and see the Purdue Boilermakers play too.
I'm sure that's what he does.
I'm sure that's what it is.
New pitcher coming on. Right-hander, and it's
17, Tom Foote, the shortstop.
Tom Foote coming in to pitch here in the 4th inning. So that probably means that Caparelli, being a good athlete, may go out to shortstop. I can't see whether that is.
36 is the new shortstop for the Mass Chiefs.
36.
Todd Moorhead. So let's see who's at second or who's at third now. Moorhead moves from third to short, and it looks like Caparelli did move to third base. So just defensive switches here. Caparelli goes from the mound to third, Moorhead from third to short, and Foote from short to pitcher. So everybody just rotates around one rotation, kind of like volleyball.
Yeah. All right, Tom Foote comes on with runners on at the corners and 1 down, and the Brewers already leading 4-2. The lead man in the batting order, number 1 man Mike Carter, has walked both times. He stole a base and he scored a run. Left-handed hitter. Keeps looking down to third at the coach. Foote stepped off and made that bluff move like he was going to throw to first. There's a throw to first. Runner back in plenty of time. The lights are on here at Hammond Stadium, and that's partially to do with the shadows that keep creeping out and affecting the broadcast. So people here taking good care of us at Hammond Stadium.
Absolutely, and daylight savings time having a little bit to do with it too. It gets dark earlier now.
Pitch is outside, a ball, 1 ball, and no strikes to Mike Carter. 1 out. The infield's playing back in the middle to turn 2. Pitch. That one floated up there, and it was a ball down low, ball 2.
Carter has walked twice, scored twice.
This guy can hit. You can tell right away that he's a very selective hitter. Like you said, as a leadoff man, his job to get on. He's done that today. At the belt. Foote ready. Pitch is strike on the outside corner. 2 balls and 1 strike.
Carter also stole a base in the third. He has scored twice, both times on a Rich Seiler double.
Here's the pitch by Foot. Runner going. Ball's hit to deep left field. That's back. It's over the left fielder's head. 1 run will score. Runners will end up at second and third.
Another RBI double for the Border City Brewers. This time leadoff hitter Mike Carter laces one to left. That'll score Cooper without a throw. Hutchinson from first to third. And here we go, 5-2 now for the Border City Brewers.
And the next 3 hitters we know are just awesome hitters. This is Bill Devine, who has hit 2 balls right on the head to right field and got nothing to show for it. Bill Devine, big left-handed hitter. Runners at second and third. Carter can get a big lead now because the infield is way in. Pitch is a strike called. I don't know if I'm on the right side of the infield. Do I want to stand that close to Bill Devine? Here's the pitch. Shot on the ground into right. That's a base hit. That's going to score 1. Throw into the plate is cut off, and the score is now 6-2.
No need to get greedy there on the base pass, so they hold Mike Carter at third base. Station to station there. Devine easily into first base, an RBI single, and that brings up Larry Davis. He doubled in a run in the third. He also walked in the first, and here we go. Larry Davis, then right behind him, a guy with a couple of RBI doubles, and Rich Seiler. Really nowhere to go.
Pick your poison. Runner going. Throw down, a runner at third holds, and he got him. Nice throw down by the catcher Settles, and he threw out Mr. Devine trying to steal second base.
2-6 on the scoring play, so there's 2 outs now. Carter still at third base, but that erases another potential run for Border City on a very nice throw by Mike Settles. Good tag, too, by Todd Moorhead.
It sure was. 2 out, 0-1 count on the ever dangerous Larry Davis. Here's the stretch and the pitch outside. Nice catch. Nice stop by the catcher. Very nice stop on that play. Settled. Catcher like that, a good catcher can save a lot of runs in a ball game. And these guys, I don't care what their age are, they're still doing the job. Legends 53 and older. Wind and the pitch. Shot on the ground. First baseman makes the play on 1 hop, steps on the bag, and that retires the side.
Great piece of fielding there by Tad Dickerson, knowing that ball is going to take a funky hop. So he puts his body in front of it, kind of steers the ball in with his body, makes sure that he knows he has a lot of time before he has to get Davis at first. So he just kind of corrals it, gets a hold of it, steps on first base, and limits the bleeding for Border City.
We're at the end of 4. It's 6-2 in favor of the Brewers. Fans at Drury Hotels, we know you've had enough to worry about while you're traveling, so our friendly team members and generous free amenities will make the journey easier, allowing you to travel happy. So for reservations, call 1-800-DRURY-IN or visit us on the web at Drury. And fans, it's an awesome bar for awesome people like you. That's Catch 22 Live Music and Sports Bar. Easy access off of Colonial Boulevard near the Midpoint Bridge. 2 of our fine sponsors making it possible for us to bring you Glenn and David and I here at the Roy Hobbs World Series.
Mainly bringing you and Glenn here. I just wandered in today and found a microphone to sit down to.
You got bonus points when you showed up with your daughter, so you were way above the crew today because she got those rocks that keep our sheets on the ground.
She got the rocks for the sheets. She corralled a foul ball in. She was doing a little bit of everything in here. So, I try to make sure she earns her keep.
And she did, very much so. All right.
Always good to show up with a cute blonde.
Oh, that's for sure.
Yeah, there you go.
Leading off in the 5th, it's the extra hitter Brian Cassidy for the Chiefs of Massachusetts. Cassidy hits from the left side. Willie Boyd brings a fastball, strike on the outside corner, and it's 0-1.
Willie Boyd pitching well, 2 earned runs, scattering 4 hits so far through 4 innings.
Boyd into the windup, shot on the ground, first baseman backhands it down there. That's Devine, runs to the bag, and out is Brian Cassidy. Nice play by Devine at first base, and that'll bring up the extra hitter, Sam Calderon.
Of the 13 outs that Willie Boyd has generated so far, 12 of them are ground ball outs. The Mass Chiefs have hit one fly ball out in this entire game.
They have just 4 hits, 6-2. Boyd delivers. Curveball hit high in the air, foul down the third baseline. It should drift back into the stands, and it does. Mike Lopiccolo was back there at the rail, and he was ready, but it drifted back out of play.
That almost caught one of our Harmon's AV crew. Fortunately, he got out of the way without any damage.
No balls, 1 strike on Sam Calderon, wearing number 6. Willie Boyd looks in. He has his sign. A little sidearm pitch behind Calderon that time, and it's 1-1.
Gloved expertly by Ian Mosher. He showed long arms there to catch up with that ball. That ball was cleanly behind Calderon.
The wind by Boyd, and the pitch. Inside ball, 2-1. Boyd has not had any control problems at all in this ball game. In fact, the only walk that he gave was in the second inning. There's the pitch fouled at the plate, and it's 2-2.
Not sure exactly who all that hit off of. It might have caught a couple people on its way back towards Boyd, but everybody kind of taking a breather here, making sure that parts are all where they need to be before we get back into play.
2-2 coming to Sam Calderon. Here it is. He hits it foul, out of play, right side this time, up in the stand. And did he make that catch?
He did make that catch.
Nice catch up there by one of our fans.
A bit of an ovation there, well-deserved from the Hammond Stadium assembled. Anytime a foul ball is caught, you applaud. I would have made that play too.
I thought you were going to race over there and get it right now.
Now that's getting out of hand.
Here's a little loop into left center field. It's going to get down. Calderon just kind of protecting the plate that time, and he singles with 1 out here in the 5th inning.
Hit number 5 for the Mass Chiefs, a soft line drive, little line drive fly ball combo out there. The number 9 hitter is on, brings up Matt Baer. He's 0 for 2, grounded out back to Boyd in the first, then grounded out to Larry Davis at short in the third.
We're going to get a pinch runner down there, number 2 coming out for the Chiefs to run at first base.
Dave Catanzarite.
Catanzarite, a local name, so I don't know if he's interrelated. The great athletic director at Lemon Bay for years was Tom Catanzarite.
I don't think that they're related.
Good
but
family.
They could be.
Yep, could be. That'll bring up the top of the order, center fielder Matt Baer. He bunts, it's foul up the first baseline, and the count will be 0-1.
Lemon Bay, a neat little high school out there in Rotunda, up in the Charlotte County area. Kind of, it's easier to get there by boat than it is by car.
And I'm sure you being, like me, the athletic director.
I thought about getting a boat to take our football team there one year, because why do we have to drive 2 hours on a bus when we can take a 10-minute boat ride there instead?
And that was the chore many a time, figuring out how we were going to get to places, especially on time. At the belt, Boyd with the pitch. That's a called strike. That pitch broke right down over the plate. Counts 0-2.
I'm impressed by Willie Boyd's delivery, by his pitch selection, where he's placing these pitches in and out of the zone. He is pitching well so far.
No ball, 2 strikes on Matt Baer. Pitch hit him in the shoulder. That way Baer trying to get out of the way, and the pitch hit him, and that seems unusual for Willie Boyd to hit somebody.
Just as I extol the virtues of his pitch placement, he goes and plunks Matt Baer in the lead shoulder, and so Baer shakes that off, rubbing a little dirt in it, make sure he's good. Boyd taking a walk around the mound, making sure he's good, as it brings up, with 2 on, it brings up Carl Franco, the number 2 hitter in the lineup.
Who this time is wearing one of those South Bend helmets, so let's see if that makes him more dangerous.
It probably did. In theory, it does make him more dangerous.
Carl Franco. Grounded out and lined out. 0 for 2, facing Willie Boyd for the 3rd time. Runners lead away at first and at second. The pitch, swing and a miss. That pitch broke outside, and Franco took a big hack at it.
Sam Calderon with the one-out single is at second. Matt Baer, who just took one for the team off the shoulder, is at first base.
No ball, one strike on Carl Franco. Willie Boyd set at the belt. Sidearm pitch outside, a ball, 1-1. The big scoreboard here in left field has the welcome to Roy Hobbs baseball up on the big video board out there. And that's a new scoreboard that we got in here this year, and for spring training, that thing was awesome.
Tremendous video board as a part of the continued improvements at Hammond Stadium.
Here's a line drive, base hit out into right field, and they'll hold the runners at third. The bases are loaded now with just one out.
A one-out base hit to right center for Carl Franco. Matt Baer goes to second. Sam Calderon held at third base. The sacks are full of Chiefs here as Doug Schofield stretches to get ready for his at-bat.
Schofield, a very good hitter, hits from the left side. He's 1 for 2. Playing second base today for the Chiefs.
Schofield reached via an infield hit in the fourth.
Willie in trouble. First time Willie Boyd's been in a lot of trouble here. Bases are loaded with just one out. Pitch to Schofield. Little slap base hit into left field. The runners is going to try to score the second runner. One in. The throw in is to the plate and not in time. And that's a 2-run single by Doug Schofield. Boy, that was good hitting, David.
A great piece of hitting there by Doug Schofield. Taking what he was given, just slaps it into left field. Nothing fancy. Calderon scores easily from third, and Baer was running at contact and was waved around, scored without a tag. So the Chiefs getting back into it now, 6-4 trailing.
Here's Joe Caparelli. He started on the mound and now playing at second. Joe, right-handed hitter, another very good athlete. He's 1 for 2, but he scored twice. Pitch to Caparelli inside, a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. 6-4 now in favor of the Brewers. And why would we think this would be anything but a close game? The first 3 in these World Series that we've done, all very great games.
We have not seen even an inkling of a blowout.
Here's the set. Runners lead away at first and second. That's a shot into short center field, just over the head of the shortstop, and that will load them up again as the Chiefs get their fourth hit in a row here fourth hit here in the 5th inning.
Franco to third, Schofield to second, Caparelli in with a base hit up the middle. Again, Mass Chiefs loading them up, trying to get closer to that 6-4, or trying to narrow that 6-4 deficit even more as we now have a conference at the mound, a meeting of the minds for the Border City Brewers.
While they're meeting out there, I'd like to remind you, if you really want to get away, Bert's Bar is waiting. It's in historic and gorgeous Matalache. The sun, the sea, and delicious drinks are waiting for you at Bert's Bar. All right, the meeting breaks up, and Willie Boyd will stay out there. And he's going to face Tom Foote, the pitcher now for the Chiefs.
Foote 1 for 1. He walked and was erased on a 6-4 fielder's choice in the second. Doubled and was stranded in the fourth.
He's up there with the bases loaded. His team trailing by 2 with just 1 out here in the 5th. Here's the stretch, the pitch. Outside, a ball, 1 ball, and no strikes on Foote.
Again, setting the table, Carl Franco at third, Doug Schofield at second, Joe Caparelli at first base. The Mass Chiefs threatening yet again here in the 5th.
Boyd ready. The pitch. Strike called on the inside corner to Foote. Catcher going down to the bullpen for the Brewers, so it appears they're going to get some action down there pretty quickly. 1 ball, 1 strike on Foote. Bases loaded with Chiefs. Time, Tom says. He didn't want to wait much longer on Willie Boyd.
Willie Boyd changing pace a little bit as he goes from the stretch to the windup now.
Boyd pitches, slap right back to Boyd. They go to the plate for 1. Over to first, a double play, and that's the way to get yourself out of a jam.
How about that? Willie Boyd calling his own number 1, 2, 3 on the double play, getting the Border City Brewers out of further trouble. That is textbook baseball by Willie Boyd, Ian Mosher, and Bill Devine.
We're at the end of 4 1/2. We go to the bottom of the 5th. It's 6-4 in favor of the Brewers. Well, Jersey's Mike's is a huge thank you for us from the Roy Hobbs World Series locker room and concession sponsor. That's Jersey Mike's. There's nothing like a sub from Jersey Mike's. Check Mike's Way out on South Cleveland Avenue here in Fort Myers near Crystal Drive. Let's go down to Glenn Miller down the third baseline now.
Okay, I'm here with
interview.
Steve Eddy, manager of the Massachusetts Chiefs. That inning double play had to hurt a little.
End the inning, yeah. We had a big chance there. Still got some game left.
Tell me about how the inning started. You got your number 9 hitter singles, and then a hit by pitch, and then it goes from there.
Yep, and that's how it starts. Everybody has a quality at bat, and we got quality all the way through, 1 through 9, and make it happen.
And despite the way it ended, you got a couple runs, so you feel like it's a new ball game.
We're still in it.
All right, Steve. Thanks. Good luck.
All right, fans, the fun doesn't have to end when you go home. Start searching for other athletes in your area with similar interests and skill levels, and search on Got Game Hub. Visit gotgamehub.com. That's gotgamehub.com, and create a new team. Well, we're going to the bottom half of the 5th, and the Brewers come back, but it's 6-4 now. Right through the middle of the Brewer order as Rich Seiler, 2 doubles. He is a great hitter so far in this ballgame.
2 RBI doubles, 1 in the first, 1 in the third, so nobody on for him. But, if statistics hold true, this could be a double here as well.
His first look at Tom Foote. He got both his hits off Caparelli. Here's the wind by Foote. Nice pitch, curveball that hit the outside corner, and it's called strike 1.
After Seiler, it'll be Paul Jannich and Dick Chappelle for Border City.
Border City has some sticks here that can really hit the ball. Here's a pitch to Seiler outside the ball, 1-1. Rich Seiler, he plays second. Very good in the field and very good at the plate. The wind, the pitch. That pitch just missed, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike. You don't want Seiler in a hitter's count if you're the pitcher. See what he sits on here. 2 balls, 1 strike. The pitch outside, 3-1.
Rick Seiler getting the proper amount of respect from Tom Foote here. Foote knowing that one false move could be a double or more. He knows that he's got to pay homage to this gentleman right here in the batter's box.
3-1 pitch coming. Here's the 3-1. Outside, almost a semi-intentional walk. You said he didn't want anything to do with Seiler. And that brings up Paul Jannich.
Seiler with his fifth earned base here so far in this game. He's only had 3 at-bats, but he's 2 for 2 with a walk. Paul Jannich up now. He flew out to short and then flew out to the pitcher.
Throw to first to hold Seiler on. He's back in plenty of time. Jannett's a right-handed hitter. Seiler leads away, gets a good lead. He's going. Pitch taken high, throw to second. It's not in time. A pretty good throw that time by the catcher, but a stolen base for Seiler.
Seiler got a good jump on that pitch and slides in, and even with a good throw was not in time to get Seiler. So he is in scoring position now with nobody out. Jannich still at the plate.
Boy, if the Brewers win this thing, I know one of the candidates for MVP. This Seiler is a player. At the belt is Foote. Pitch, called strike on the outside corner, and it's 1-1. Once again, you talk about the umpiring in this tournament. It is so good, and these guys are very, very consistent. Here's a pitch high inside, Ball 2.
And again, this coming from a gentleman who, has never been the biggest fan of umpiring in the world when you were coaching. I understand. Like I was saying earlier, I umpired and coached, so I saw it from both ends. These guys know what they're doing.
A job I would never want to do. Here's a slow shot to shortstop. Up with it is the shortstop Moorhead. He throws out the runner Jennett, and that's the first out here in the bottom of the 5th.
Tricky little play there for Moorhead. That ball didn't have a whole lot of pace as it was getting to short. He also had to contend with Seiler, who was dancing a little bit to his left on the base paths. So they needed to make sure as a throw goes over to Todd Moorhead, making sure Seiler is back here as the next hitter gets announced. Just making sure everybody's staying safe. Foot gets that ball back on the pitcher's mound. But yeah, that's not the easiest play in the world in what looks like a routine ground ball for Moorhead, but nevertheless he makes it routine for out number 1.
Dick Chappelle steps in, right-handed hitter. RBI position for Dick. He takes a pitch on the outside corner, a strike called, and it's 0-1. Chappelle played at NC State with one of the best pitchers I ever coached, a number 2 draft pick of the Kansas City Royals named John Skinner from Fowler, Indiana. He and Chappelle were good teammates there. Pitch is inside. Ball 1. Their roommate was a young man named Ray Tanner, who went on to win the College World Series as a coach at South Carolina and is now the AD at the University of South Carolina.
Ray Tanner, quite the coach, quite the player, obviously, too.
Yes, sir. Pitches a called strike on a curveball. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Chappelle, they all were coached by the great Sammy Esposito, who was a Chicago White Sox player from the region in East Chicago, Indiana. Sammy was a fine college coach, but he had a deathly fear of flying, so the team bust everywhere. Outside, ball 2.
Did you just make that up?
No. Mr. Chappelle told me that last week.
Okay. All right, I just want to make sure. You seem to pull that out of the clear blue sky, not like you're reading any notes. I was like, where did that come from?
2 balls, 2 strikes with 1 out. And the pitch to Dick Chappelle. He takes it high, and the count is full. He, very patient hitter. He's worked a lot of counts today. 3-2 on Chappelle. He walked, and he's popped to the mound. 1 down. Here comes the payoff. He hits a high pop foul back out of play on the right side.
That took out a seat rest. Not something you see every day.
No. Ball 3, strike 2 to Chappelle. We are in the bottom of inning number 5, and it's 6-4 favor of the Brewers from the Border City Brewers. Fake throw to second, but the runner back in plenty of time.
All chairback seating here at Harmon Stadium, another great feature of this ballpark.
Here's a high pop that's out of play on the right side. We'll do it over. Full count on Chappelle.
That rattled in section 105, row 8, just in case you were holding that ticket.
During the spring training, we give away some soft drinks for certain seats, so that might be the winner next year.
There you go.
Here's the pitch. Hit on the ground to short. The play will be made at first, and the runner moves up to third. Nice play again by the shortstop, Moorhead.
Moorhead an easier go of that one. Carter had already flashed in front, Seiler had already flashed in front of him by the time that ball got to him. So easy throw over to first. Dickerson gloving that at first base. So with 2 down, Seiler's at third, brings up Dave Cooper. He struck out swinging in the second and walked and scored in the 4th.
Right-handed hitter, Cooper in with 2 down. Tom Foote ready to pitch. Outside, a ball, 1 ball, no strikes. The second of the game today that we broadcast, our 4th in 2 weekends, and it's been a lot of fun, but also a chance to see a lot of good baseball. The pitch, way outside, gets by the catcher, and that will bring home the 7th run for the Brewers. That pitch was far outside, and the catcher settled, had no opportunity to catch that ball.
No opportunity at all. That wild pitch gets past him and all the way to the backstop. Seiler scores without any effort at third base, so 7-4 now in favor of the of the Border City Brewers.
Dave Cooper. 2-0 pitch. It's almost hit him inside, and the count's 3-0. Now let's see if they turn Mr. Cooper loose here on a 3-0 count. He's a big guy. Looks like he could hit. The pitch. High. Ball 4. Second walk in the inning now given up by Tom Foote.
Second walk in the inning. Also the second walk given to Cooper in this game. He also walked off of Joe Caparelli, the starter for the Mass Chiefs, with 2 outs here. The inning stays alive, and Mike LaPiccolo digging in.
LaPiccolo, right-handed hitter. He plays third base. He's got 1 for 1. He has a sacrifice as he takes a pitch on the outside part of the plate, but it's too far outside, and it's ball 1.
LaPiccolo singled and was erased via double play in the second. He had a sacrifice bunt in the 4th.
Pitch is outside corner, called strike 1. 1-1, 2 down. 7-4 now in favor of the Brewers. Pitch inside. Catcher, I thought there for a minute that he was crossed up, but I guess not. He just got up and threw the ball back to the pitcher. So it's 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 down. Runner leading away from first. Here's the pitch. Ground ball right back to the mound, got through. Oh, and it got through the second baseman as he bent over to pick it up. So the ball got through 2 gloves that time, and it ends up with runners at first and second and 2 out.
That is an error on the second baseman out there, Doug Schofield. That ball was fieldable. Instead, he didn't quite get the glove down there. That ball bounced off the side of the mound. Foote tried to hit it with his foot, but instead it got past him, then obviously got past Schofield into center field. So with first and second now, that brings up the number 9 hitter, Drew Hutchinson.
Hutchinson has walked. He scored a run. He hit into a swift 4-6-3 double play back in the second inning. Right-handed hitter, Drew Hutchinson. 2 on, 2 out, 7-4 in the bottom half of inning number 5. Here's the pitch outside. It's a ball. 1 ball, no strikes.
You know, you mentioned Settles going out there, taking a couple steps out before getting the ball back to Foote. Catchers are part-time psychologists, Doug. They really have to manage the psyche of their pitcher throughout the game.
Here's the pitch. Nice pitch. Strike called, a breaking pitch some kind, that time by Foote. 1-1.
You know, the catchers aren't always talking to their pitchers throughout the inning, so they almost have to know what their guys are thinking out there as much as anything.
1 ball, 1 strike. The pitch. That's outside. A ball.
Because we all know pitchers are crazy. Relief pitchers are really crazy. So catchers just have their hands full for 9 innings.
Some of my former pitchers, one of which is listening, know that I probably would have had hair except for dealing with them. Foul ball back and out of play.
So that's what you're going to claim happened to your glorious scalp?
Well, not Jason.
Was a pitching staff or pitching staff issues?
Yeah, not Jason, but Jason was with me for 7 years in high school and college, and he could give you the names of several of our basket cases.
I hope you had catchers that could handle the duty.
We certainly did. 2-2 pitches hit on the ground to the right side. Second baseman, nice play, comes up with it and throws the runner out at first to end the inning. So another run that time in the bottom of the 5th for the Brewers. We go to the 6th, 7-4, the Brewers lead.
Doug Schofield makes the hard play look easy there. On the pitch before, he made the easy play look hard. Nevertheless, no harm, no foul there for the Mass Chiefs on defense.
Fans, we'd like to give a shout out to our party sponsor, Pinchers. When you want fresh, you know where to find it. 3 convenient locations in Lee County. There are 4 convenient locations now in Lee County, downtown, Gulf Coast Town Center, and 2 on Fort Myers Beach. That's Pinchers. Also, fans, the western atmosphere is so inviting you'll never want to leave. That's out west of Cape Coral at Bubba's Roadhouse and Saloon. It's the place for sports, brews, and burgers. Located west on Pine Island Road in Cape Coral, Bubba's Roadhouse and Saloon. Well, we're going into the 6th inning, and Willie Boyd out for his 6th inning of work. He's given up 4 runs and 8 hits here in the first 5 innings of work.
I'm impressed by how Willie Boyd has pitched. Like you said, 4 runs on 8 hits, but he has had good control when he needed it.
Don't forget, tonight is the Hall of Fame induction ceremonies out at the Shell Factory, 6:30. We'll induct a whole class of new Hall of Famers into the Roy Hobbs World Series Hall of Fame. And if you ever get down to Roy Hobbs headquarters, all the pictures are on the wall of our Hall of Fame classes of all of the years.
You and I still have a couple years to go before our eligibility comes up for the Hall of Fame. I think Glenn Miller might already be in the Hall of Fame, though. I'm not sure.
Glenn Miller should be. He
should be.
I'm sure he is.
He's been around long enough, I know that.
Leading off here in the top half of the 6th inning will be Thad Dickerson, the shortstop.
It'll be Dickerson, Todd Moorhead, and Brian Cassidy, 6, 7, 8 here for the Mass Chiefs.
Boyd into the wind, and the first pitch is a curveball right over the heart of the plate. Strike 1 on Dickerson. I imagine these South Bend people will be watching the Miami-Notre Dame game with interest tonight.
Is there a game of interest tonight?
Not for me, but there is one in Chicago. 1 ball, 1 strike on Dickerson. Here's the pitch. That's down on the outside corner, but it caught the corner enough for a strike. It's 1-2. Once again, kind of impressed about the crowd here today that came out to see this championship game here at Hammond Stadium. Here's the wind. The pitch by Boyd, and that pitch, the catcher thought he got it. He's dancing around there, Mosier, but it was a ball inside, 2-2.
Dickerson reached via fielder's choice and had an RBI ground out in the 4th.
Here's a slap line drive right at the third baseman by Dickerson. He got about 2 steps out of that batter's box before that ball was caught. He hit it hard for the first out.
Sometimes you hit it where they ain't, and sometimes you just hit it where they are, and that was an example of hitting it right where they are. LaPiccolo, his glove in perfect position, and that's a quick first out.
Dickerson knows how to hit. You could tell that. He went away with that and hit it hard. Ground ball by Moorhead goes foul down the third baseline. 1 strike. Todd Moorhead singled and grounded out. 1 for 2 for this right-handed hitter. Boyd shakes something off that time, shakes off another one, and here comes the 0-1 pitch. Whatever he shook off, he should have stayed with, because he threw that one behind Moorhead.
I don't know what pitch he was going for there, but that one they might need to go back to the drawing board on, because that was up behind Moorhead, and he ducked out of the way towards the plate. So let's see if Boyd shakes off another one. Nope, he likes that first one now.
Here's the pitch. Curveball popped up. Shortstop under it, pointing up. He's calling for it. He makes the catch. That's Davis. 2 down as Moorhead pops to short.
Only Boyd's 3rd fly ball out of this game. Again, he has been throwing ground balls with consistency. So Dickerson with the leadoff line out, and then Moorhead with a pop out there to short. Only 2 of only the 3 fly ball outs so far given up by Willie Boyd.
That brings up Brian Cassidy. He's grounded into a double play and grounded to first. Takes a strike called. It's 0-1. Willie Boyd. The wind and the pitch. Ground ball to second. This might be an easy inning. It is. Second baseman Seiler up, and that retires the side. 3 up, 3 down here for the Chiefs in the 6th inning. We go to the bottom of the 6th, and it's still the Brewers leading 7-4.
Willie Boyd found his groove there. A couple of quick outs, and then an even quicker out for that 3rd out. 1, 2, 3. Go the Chiefs.
Fans, let's give a shout out to the Roy Hobbs Hall of Fame host, the Shell Factory. They're the home of the most amazing Christmas shop you've ever seen. It's also the home to our Hall of Fame induction ceremony tonight at 6:30. Come on out and support your Roy Hobbs teammates. Also, if you're famished, Sideline Sports Bar and Grill can help you with that. Show your Roy Hobbs ID card and you can get treated like the superstars you are. It's conveniently located near Roy Hobbs headquarters on Veronica Shoemaker Avenue. Let's go down and see if, not yet, Glenn may be down there trying to find us a guest in the first base dugout. We'll probably wait and see right here. Yep, Glenn's ready. Let's go down to Glenn.
Ready? Here we are, Dave Cooper, manager of the Brewers. 9 outs to go. Are you even thinking about 9 outs to go to win? Or
One at a time. We need to score again. That's our thoughts about it. We're going to have to score again. We're going to be as good as Willie Boyd is right now. He's got to keep throwing strikes, and we'll make the plays for him. But we got a little scared last inning when they got, they're hitting everything he threw. So he came back and threw a nice inning last inning.
And that double play to end that 5th inning, how big was that?
Big as it gets. I mean, right back to him. We're in real trouble there. Base hit ties a game, and happens to get in Willie's glove, and he's the guy who we wanted in.
And one last thing, real quick, how would you describe Willie's motion? Kind of a herky-jerky motion.
Yeah, Willie's he's been pitching since he was 8 years old, right? And he does what he has to do, and that might upset a lot of guys out there the way he throws.
All right, Dave. Thanks. Good luck.
All right, leading it off for the Brewers, center fielder Carter. This is Mike Carter. He has walked twice and doubled.
Walked twice, scored twice, stole a base. He also has an RBI double in the 4th. So Carter knows what he's doing up there.
Takes outside a ball. It's 2-1.
First 4 hitters in this Border City Brewers lineup, very, very stout. You're looking at 5 RBIs between the 3 of them.
Foul ball left side by Carter.
Between the 4 of them, excuse me. Carter has an RBI double. Bill Devine, the on-deck hitter, has an RBI single. Larry Davis has an RBI double, and Rick Seiler has 2 RBI doubles.
I really like this Mike Carter. He can play. He plays good outfield, and you can see that he is a good hitter. Pitch inside. Hit him, I guess. And
It did hit him.
Carter is on again. Boy, what a leadoff batter this guy is.
As you said his last time up, his job is to get on base, and he is 4 for 4 in that capacity. He only has 1 official at-bat, but, boy, I tell you what, he is getting it done on the base pass.
You heard their manager say they want another run, so there's the start of that as Carter's on and Bill Devine is up. This guy can hit also. He's lined to right twice. And then the last time up, he got to hit the drop. He's 1 for 3. Throw to first, Carter back in plenty of time. Bill Devine, he plays first very well. Impressive, tall, left-handed hitter. Here's the pitch, way outside, ball 1 from Foot. Carter on first. Let's see if he's going to run this time. 1 ball, no strikes on Devine. Pitch outside, ball 2. Throw behind Carter at first, but he's back in plenty of time.
Carter recognized that. Almost he was moving him back in that direction anyway, so that throw by Mike Settles did not surprise him. He got back in there without a tag.
2 balls, no strikes on Devine. Here's the pitch. Called strike 1 as Foot brought that one right down the middle and Devine took it all the way. 7-4. Getting late. Here's the pitch. Outside, ball 3.
You know, we've said that in 3 previous games. Every time we say it's getting late, the chances are getting slimmer, and every time in the 7th, 8th, 9th innings, these teams find a way to narrow that gap.
3-1 to Devine. Here's the pitch. Outside, ball 4, and trouble brewing now for Tom Foot and the Chiefs. So walk and a hit batsman. Put 2 on, and here is trouble Larry Davis, the hard-hitting shortstop.
Carter moves to second on the walk. Devine trots to first base on the free pass. Larry Davis up now. He walked and was stranded in the first, doubled in a run, and scored himself in the 3rd, and then lined or grounded out to first base in the 4th.
Pitcher going down the left field line to warm up in the bullpen for the Chiefs. The Border City Brewers with 2 on, nobody out, bottom of inning number 6. Pitch is outside in the dirt. The runners will both move up on the wild pitch, and it's ball 1 to Davis.
2 more Border City Brewers in scoring position now as that wild pitch moves Carter to third. Devine to second.
1 ball, no strikes. Larry Davis, he's been very impressive in the field. Has a double, walk. He's been on twice today in 3 trips. Here's the pitch. Strike called outside corner. Now that was a nice pitch from Foote.
Foote locating that pitch very well. That you couldn't do much with that pitch if you're Larry Davis.
1-1 pitch coming to Davis. Both runners lead away. It's a shot, base hit left field. The shortstop made a great diving effort, but they were pulled in, and he had no play, and the score is now 8-4.
RBI single for Larry Davis through the hole in between short and third base. That scores Carter from third. Devine stops at third, so runners on the corners now with nobody out.
And here is trouble. Rich Seiler, 2 doubles, a walk. He scored twice. He's played great defense.
I tell you what, Doug, I might consider a free pass here to load him up, even though, loading the bases with nobody out there, there's no easy way around this situation.
At the stretch, his foot. The pitch. Swing and a miss, and you could see right there, Seiler nose hitting. He tried to go to right side and bring in another run on that.
Foote went upstairs in the zone, and Seiler got fooled. We haven't said that very often in this broadcast, but Seiler wasn't able to get around on that one.
Rich Seiler. At the belt is the Foote. Tom Foote, the pitcher. And he hits a high pop down the left field line. Runners are tagging, but that ball is out of play as it bounced into the bullpen.
Bounces into the twin side of the bullpen here at Hammond Stadium. Harmlessly out of play into that triangle that Doug likes to talk about. No man's land.
That is what that is down there. Runners at the corners. You can see why the Brewers are not going to run here, because that does exactly what you said. If they steal second, they're just going to put Seiler on.
Yeah, there's no good way out of the situation if you're the Mass Chiefs.
Here's the 0-2. Hit right back here against the backstop, and Seiler hangs in there. You don't want to do much to take the bat out of this guy's hand.
No, you do not. Seiler, even down 0-2 in this at bat, will not go quietly, I guarantee it.
Boy, here comes the wind again.
Freshening again, causing little tumbleweeds down there on the warning track.
Rocking our canopy above us here also. Here's the throw to first, and the runner gets back in plenty of time. Rich Seiler.
A brief conference between Dickerson at first and Foote the pitcher. Trying to decide between the porterhouse and ribeye, I'm sure.
All right, at the belt is Foote. Pitch on the way, high and outside, and Seiler takes it for a ball. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Or in our case, between the fried shrimp and the shrimp cocktails at the Shrimp Shack.
Or both.
Or both. Why not?
At the belt, the pitch. Hard hit ball, right center field. It's in the gap. 1 run scores. The other runner heading for third base. Davis is at third, and Seiler has his 3rd hit of the ball game.
3rd hit, 3rd RBI as well for Rick Seiler. Professional hitter right there. Taking that pitch, it was a little upstairs in the zone, and he slaps it to right center field. An easy play. That score is Devine and makes it 9-4.
And that brings out the manager for the Chiefs. Looking down into the bullpen, down the left field line, and it looks like we're going to have a pitching change. Let's see if who's coming on. Well, maybe not. He went out and talked to Foote, and looks as though he might be going to leave him in.
And then reconvenes almost a meeting, throwing Troy Hudson, the home plate umpire, off a little bit. Hudson was on his way out there. They break it up, and then they reconvene. Very sneaky bit of managing there, making sure you get the most out of your mound conference. Throwing a head fake towards the dugout before staying out there for a little bit longer. Hey, sometimes you just got to get the message across.
I guess so. Anyway, here we go with Paul Jennett stepping in. Jennett, a right-handed hitter, is 0 for 3. Runners at the corner, and still no one out.
Larry Davis is at third as the throw over to try to get Rich Seiler to stay where he is at first base is unsuccessful. Jennett flew out to short, flew out to the pitcher, and then grounded out to short in his 3 times at the plate.
Foot at the belt. Here's the pitch. Runner goes, and there's no throw. So runners at second and third now as Seiler easily takes the bag at second base.
Not quite defensive indifference there. I think Seiler just got too good a jump, and there wasn't going to be a play there. No use to throw it and entice Larry Davis to try to score and make it even worse.
Runners at second, third, the pitch. That's grounded to third. They're going to come home. The runner is out at the plate. Nice play by the third baseman that time, bringing it to the plate and retiring the first out. Runners at the corners with 1 down.
5-2 there on the scoring play. The fielder's choice by Jennett. He's at first base. Seiler goes over to third, but again, Larry Davis erased to the plate. A nice bit of fielding there by Joe Caparelli over at third, opting to come home. Settles easily with a tag on Larry Davis for out number 1.
Well, let's see if they try to take second base again. Runners at first and third, 1 down for Dick Chappelle. A right-handed hitter playing in right field today. Here's the stretch. The pitch to Chappelle. He popped it up. Sky high. The pitcher wants it, and he makes the grab for the second out. That's twice today that Chappelle's hit the ball straight up in the air.
First one, Joe Caparelli settled under. That time, Tom Foote, no trouble. Just a little ways to his right off the mound. Settles under and squeezes it. And that is out number 2, brings up Dave Cooper, the extra hitter.
Dave Cooper struck out, walked twice. He scored a run. Also a right-handed hitter. One more batter and they can get out of this with only 2 runs scoring. But 9-4 now in favor of the Brewers.
We're in the bottom of the 6th here. 4 runs, 8 hits, an error for the Chiefs. 9 runs, 8 hits for the Brewers.
Foot stepped off the rubber. He too thinks that the Brewers may be trying to steal the base here. Here comes the pitch. Curveball, that's up high, and it's ball 1, strike 1. We are in the Legends 53 and older World Series Championship game of Roy Hobbs baseball. Here's the pitch outside, 2-1. Fans on the catwalk in left field taking advantage of this beautiful ballpark, walking around to see different view sites, and there's none of them bad here at Hammond Stadium.
I've been out to several Miracle games where I've stood right out there in left field, and it's a great place to watch.
Here's a wild pitch all the way back to the screen. Another run comes in, and it's 10-4 in favor of the Brewers. Nothing that time the catcher Settle could do. That pitch was way outside.
Seiler scores again. That's his 3rd time scoring on a wild pitch, believe it or not, according to my score sheet. He scored in the 3rd on a wild pitch, scored in the 5th on a wild pitch, and then scores again for the 3rd run of the inning for the Brewers on a wild pitch. And as Doug said, 10-4 here, the Brewers extending their lead.
Cooper at the plate. Dave Cooper. Pitch. Outside, and he walked him. Ball 4. So Cooper draws the walk. The inning is still alive, and we're going to have a new pitcher as the second trip to the mound, I believe, in Roy Hobbs. It's the same as pro ball. They're going to have to make the pitching change. Runners are at first and second. There's 3 runs already in, yes, and a right-hander coming out of the bullpen here to come on to pitch for the Massachusetts Chiefs.
That'll do it for Tom Foote. He takes the long, slow walk back to the third base dugout, and that brings in number 5, the pitcher for the Chiefs, Wayne Nicholson.
So Wayne Nicholson on to pitch. His first batter he will face is Mike Lopiccolo. 10-4 in the 6th inning. Bottom of the 6th inning. Look at this. Now this is
something you do not see every day.
A submariner. It's almost like a softball pitcher. That he takes this ball and goes clear back behind his back and then whips it up there. This has got to be hard to hit.
This is a timing adjustment like you rarely see anymore. But this will be an interesting adjustment for the Border City Brewers here to see if they can get the timing and delivery down of Wayne Nicholson.
So Wayne Nicholson comes on here in the 6th. And the batter is, let's see if this is Mike Lopiccolo who steps in.
Lopiccolo is 1 for 3. He singled and was erased on a double play in the 1st, sack bunt in the 4th, and then reached via error in the 5th.
That pitch floated up there, but it was over the plate but high. Ball 1 to Lopiccolo. Nicholson. Here comes the submarine delivery right down the heart. Strike 1.
That's got to be just unsettling for hitters who are used to seeing overhand or even three-quarter action.
1 ball, 1 strike. Here's the pitch, a floater that time. He took something off of what already was a slow pitch, and he left it high, 2-1. Nicholson ready. The pitch, inside, ball 3. Lopiccolo, 3-1. Here's the stretch by Nicholson. There's that whip over the heart of the plate, hammered out into right center field. It's in the gap. 1 run's coming around the score. The other runners will end up at 1st and 3rd as a hard base hit to right by Mike Lopiccolo.
Lopiccolo drives in Jennett from second base with no trouble. Cooper moves all the way from 1st to 3rd on the play, and an RBI single there for Lopiccolo makes it 11-4.
Brings up Drew Hutchison. Drew has been to the plate 3 times. He walked and scored. He's grounded out into a double play and then grounded to second. Runners back at the corner. Seem like they've been at the corners this whole inning. And the pitch inside corner, strike 1.
This is the 9th hitter of the lineup of the inning for the Border City Brewers.
Mike Carter started this with a walk or a hit by pitch. This big inning, 4 runs have already come across the plate here in the bottom of the 6th. And Carter's out there on deck again. Here's the stretch, the pitch outside. It's a ball, and it's 1-2. Drew Hutchinson with 2 out, 2 on. 11-4 now in favor of the Brewers. Here's a long fly ball, but right at the left fielder. He makes the grab, and that finally retires the side. 4 runs in for the Brewers, and they lead after 6, 11-4.
4 runs on just 2 hits. 9 hitters go up for the Border City Brewers in that one. They leave runners on the corners, but still 11-4. A lot of damage done there. Only 9 outs to go for the Mass Chiefs.
Fans of Shrimp Shack is a proud sponsor of Roy Hobbs World Series. They have fresh seafood, cold drinks, and awesome service. That's what makes Shrimp Shack our go-to spot. It's just a hop, skip, and a jump from Harmon Stadium. The Shrimp Shack. Great seafood. And fans, your baseball escape can double as a beach vacation. Explore and enjoy an island getaway with Lighthouse Island Resort Inn and Suites. Book now for the 2018's the 30th birthday of Roy Hobbs Baseball.
We hope we're around for next year for the 30th year. I have a good feeling about that, Doug.
Well, I'll take your good feeling because I do too. I'd love to be back here next year watching. This has been a lot of fun for both of us, I know, and for Glenn down on the field.
A real treat for all of us, our production staff as well. It's been just a delight to watch 4 very good baseball games over these 2 weeks. I have a good feeling that we might be doing more of this in the 30th year next year here at Lee County. Just Hammond Stadium, a picturesque place to watch a ball game, and it's just great to see these teams culminate a great week with some awesome baseball.
We go now to the top half of the 7th inning. It'll be the 9, 1, and 2 hitters here in the lineup for the Chiefs. They're down now by 7, so the big thing for them is to get people on the bags. Number 2 coming out, a pinch hitter here for the Chiefs. This may be the pitcher.
This is Catanzarite, yes.
Catanzarite coming in to hit here. He came in to run. He takes a strike right over the heart of the plate by Boyd. Boyd now, Willie Boyd with a 7-run lead can become an even more effective pitcher. Ball inside.
Dave Catanzarite takes the place temporarily, maybe permanently, of Sam Calderon at the bottom of the order.
Here's Willie into the line. The pitch outside corner, swing and a miss by Catanzarite. Boy, you got to like Willie Boyd. If you sit up here and watch pitchers, he knows what he is doing out there. You can tell he's pitched a lot of ball games.
Hunches over at the belt and gets ready to bring it.
Here it comes, high, ball 2. Willie Boyd, a right-hander, and he's been in charge all day here. He had one bad inning. Here's the wind, and the pitch is hit on the ground, through for a base hit to the left field. Catanzarite leads off with a single here in the 7th inning. Back to the top of the order. Center fielder, Matt Baer.
Baer's 1 for 2. He grounded out back to Boyd in the first, grounded out to Davis at short in the third, was hit by a pitch and came around to score in the 5th. That was Boyd's really only troublesome inning. He gave up a 2-run single to Doug Schofield in the 5th to at that point make it 7-4. But after that, it's been all Border City.
Big breaking curveball there by Boyd is called strike 1 on Baer. Nobody out, runner on first. Boyd at the belt. Long look, now the pitch is hit foul down the third baseline. That pitch stayed inside to Baer.
Stayed inside, also fooled him a little bit. Baer really had to slow down his bat to make contact, and does so well to pull that ball foul. If he'd have stayed on plane, he would have swung right through that one before it got across the plate.
7th inning stretch will be coming up. We'll hear God Bless America on this Veterans Day one more time here at Hammond Stadium. Boyd ready, the pitch. A high fly ball into the sun, right field. The right fielder could not find it. Chappelle, it drops, and there will be runners at first and second. That was in the sun field.
That was in the sun field by definition. Chappelle did not make contact on it, so that is a catch, or that is a base hit. So the first 2 hitters on here for the Mass Chiefs trying to get something going. Dave Catanzarite at second. Matt Baer with that soft single to right field is on first base, brings up Carl Franco.
Franco, right-handed hitter, steps in. Just when you think the Brewers might be putting this away a little bit, here come the Chiefs. 2 on, nobody out. And I don't know why we would expect anything but this, the way these games have gone. Called strike inside corner on Franco. It's 0-1. Carl Franco, 1 for 3. Number 2 hitter in the order for the Massachusetts Chiefs. Willie Boyd ready. Here comes the pitch. Ground ball to the right side. Second baseman Seiler goes to second for 1, back to first.
They got him.
They called that. That's a double play. I didn't think they had a chance to do it, but they turned it, and that's because of Seiler making that long throw to second right on the money. Boy.
Seiler makes a great throw to second. Larry Davis turns that very quickly, and I tell you what, Carl Franco, not all that pleased by the call at first base. Jeff Williams had to make that call from the other side of second, but nevertheless, he is erased via a 4-6-3 double play.
What a play. Boy, this is an impressive player, Seiler. Now the batter, Schofield, Doug Schofield, second baseman for the Chiefs. 2 hits for Schofield today. Left-handed hitter, runner at third now, 11-4, but there's 2 out. Willie Boyd ready, lets it fly. That's a strike called. 1-1. Willie Boyd's in a rocking chair now. He owns this game the way he's pitching. You've got to love it. If you fans at home are watching this, just enjoy the way Willie's throwing. Ground ball, right side. Seiler knocks it down, picks it up, and once again a great play.
Wow, Rich Seiler fielding his position, making 2 great plays there. One to start the double play, the 4-6-3 job on Carl Franco, then erasing Doug Schofield, ranging widely to his left, knocking that ball down, pirouetting, finding it at the same time in the grass, and throwing out Schofield by a half step.
You think we might have somebody as an MVP? All right.
Possibility.
We're going to pause now as we have God Bless America on this Veterans Day. God Bless America in the 7th inning. We're going to go down here to the dugout down there to Glenn Miller in just a moment. Glenn will get us a guest here in the middle of the 7th inning of our championship game. Glenn's still talking to somebody down there. Let's see if he's ready to go.
Okay, I'm here with Todd. Todd, your last name? Tomlin? Okay. Todd, 3 double plays this game. That's...
We have a lot of games doing that. We got to get a little better, get a little more clean hits. Just got to keep pecking away and hope something happens for us.
And stay away from the double plays, though.
Obviously, that's a big thing to try to do, yeah. But they're playing good defense. You got to give them credit, too.
And your pitcher, the relief pitcher, just came in. How's that? Thing reminds me of Ewell Blackwell from the 40s, Ted Abernathy from the 60s, and Dan Quisenberry. Where did you get that motion? What do you know?
Well, he's an ex-fast pitch softball pitcher, and you can't find any leagues. He's been practicing for hardball last couple of years, been playing. He does quite well, really. Quite well.
Yeah, I can see the softball connection there. All right. Todd?
You're welcome.
All right, we go to the bottom half of the 7th inning. 11-4 lead for the Border City Brewers here in the championship of the 53, Legends 53. Mike Carter hits a ground ball to second. It's booted by the second baseman. Shortstop picked it up, but it's too late. And again, Mike Carter is on the base paths.
The more things change, the more things they say the same. Mike Carter on base for the 5th straight time there. We're waiting on the official scoring on that play.
I believe it, error. It
is an error on the second baseman, Schofield. So Carter, nevertheless, aboard on that play for the 5th straight time, brings up Bill Devine.
Big Bill Devine, left-handed here. They throw to first. Carter scampering back in there. The pitcher is Wayne Nicholson, and you just heard the interview in the dugout. He's a former softball pitcher and couldn't find a softball league to play in, so he's playing baseball to keep. I've never seen this, that a softball motion in a baseball game. Nothing against it, I guess, in the rule book. So here's the underhand pitch. Outside corner called, strike 1.
The motion very similar, obviously, to a fast pitch or slow pitch action. So he probably just had to do a little bit of practice, different grip on the ball.
Throw to first. His throw to first, he comes up a little bit, almost sidearm. All right, here we go. No ball, 1 strike. This one goes all the way to the screen, and Mike Carter races down to second base on the wild pitch.
That wild pitch obviously puts Carter in scoring position for the 5th time. He's been successful 3 out of the last 4 that he has been in scoring position, and obviously not a position you want to be in if you're the Mass Chiefs.
Here's the pitch. Down low. 2 balls and 1 strike on Bill Devine. Nobody down.
Devine 1 for 3. He singled in a run in the 4th, also walked and scored in the 6th.
That pitch is in the inside corner, a called strike. 2-2 on Devine. Wayne Nicholson. We want to call him a submariner, but it's even worse than that. That pitch hit Devine right in the back. So Another hit. We've seen our share of hit by pitches today.
We have. Guys are going to go home across the country with fresh bruises, seam marks on their bodies.
Here we go with Larry Davis. Davis, another impressive player, the shortstop. Larry Davis has 2 hits today in 3 trips and a walk. There's the pitch. Ball down low. The hitters are taking that first pitch so they can get a look at what this is.
Sure. Davis, 2 RBIs, also a run scored.
Nicholson's pitch. Slings it up there. It's a strike called 1-1. 1-1. Nicholson ready. The pitch. Shot on the ground to third. He'll step on third, go to second, out there, and they did not come back to first for the chance at a triple play. But that's a pretty well turned double play. 5-4 on your scorebook.
5-4 is the double play. That was a chance at a triple play. You're absolutely right. Both the first 2 were easily retired. The throw by Schofield opting not to happen, or else that could have been a triple play.
That brings up, if Glenn's listening, that's my choice for the MVP right here, Mr. Rich Seiler.
Glenn is listening. He's actually right beside us at the moment, and he wrote down on a sheet of paper his choice for MVP.
We have good choices.
We do have good choices, that's right. Anything can happen in these games, as we've seen. Boy, we thought we had a selection down in the last game earlier today, and we probably changed 3 or 4 times before we finished it up.
That pitch goes all the way to the screen, and another run comes across the plate. No, it doesn't. My fault. A wild pitch. 2 down, and it's Rich Seiler. Devine was hit by the pitch. The double play by Davis. Now Seiler takes ball 1-1 with 2 outs.
Seiler, an RBI double in the first, an RBI double in the third, walked and scored in the fifth, an RBI single in the sixth. He has scored 3 times, 3 RBIs.
This has got to look like slow pitch softball to these batters. They're going up there, and that pitch just floats in there from the underhand throwing of Nicholson. 2 balls, 1 strike. Bottom of inning number 7. The pitch is outside 3-1.
Yeah, Seiler also has 2 stolen bases. He has scored also. His 3 runs have all scored via wild pitch.
3-1. 2 down in the 7th. The pitch floats up there and it's hit. Base hit to left field. They're going to wave the runner. Left fielder up with it. The throw comes in, it's cut off, and it's 12-4.
Rich Seiler, his 4th hit of the game, his 4th RBI of the game. And boy, oh boy, here we go. Everything is happening for Rich Seiler and the Border City Brewers.
Paul Jennett steps in. 12-4. Paul Jennett is a right-handed hitter also. Runner at first is Seiler. Here's the pitch. Jennett just wanted to Jennett took a good look at it. It's a strike right down the middle, but he wants to see this motion. Here it comes again by Nicholson. Hit him in the back. So Jennett walks down to first base. Moves Seiler over to second. What's the rule? 4? You can hit 4, right? That's 2 there.
The rule is 4, yes, and let's see where he's at here. He has hit 2 in this inning already.
They're going to make
hit 3. He had 1 the last inning, so
they're going to change. I
think this could be a change here.
Pitching, the manager is at the mound in a big meeting here, and they're looking down.
They got the thumbs up from the bullpen, so it looks like we're going to get a change. That'll be it for Wayne Nicholson.
Nicholson comes off, and we'll see who the new pitcher is. A lot of times in my coaching career, you'd get behind like this, and you'd look over for the relief pitcher, and they're all hiding. They don't want to come in. They don't want you to find them.
Well, they were warming up on the outermost bullpen mound over there. We couldn't see who was warming up and where, but this new reliever is taking his time getting to the pitcher's mound.
They're down 12-4. They have 2 runners on, 2 out here in the bottom of the 7th. And it's number 35 coming in for the Massachusetts Chiefs.
This is Doug Moyers.
Wonder if he's any relation to Jamie. I doubt it. Jamie Moyer. Huh? Doug Moyers. That's a big right-hander.
Doug Moyers replaces Wayne Nicholson. Nicholson pitched. He pitched. He got 1 out in the 6th, and then he got 2 outs in this inning. He is also responsible for Seiler at second and Jennett at first base.
2 on and 2 out here in the 7th inning, and it's 12-4. Really the first kind of lopsided game we've had in this whole tournament that we've broadcast here, but it's not over.
It isn't over, but this brings in the possibility of a 10-run of a mercy rule game here. Really, the first time you and I have seen this in these championship games.
Don't forget, stay with us after the game because we'll have the trophy presentations and interviews by Glenn Miller as he talks to some of the winning team. This is the Legends Division, 53 and older, of the Roy Hobbs World Series, the Quad A division.
Doug Moyers, the reliever, 58 years old. He's an insurance agent from back in Warren, Massachusetts. He actually walked away from his baseball team in high school, did not play in college or professionally. He's been here 7 times in the Roy Hobbs World Series. He says, quote, "It's the game I love."
That is still great to hear, no matter what the age. Baseball, America's great game. Well, here comes Dick Chappelle to the plate with 2 on, 2 out, and Moyers, big right-hander, set to make his first delivery. Right-handed pitcher, right-handed hitter. Chappelle still looking for his first hit of the day. Here's the pitch. High, a ball, 1 ball, no strikes.
Chiefs have 4 runs, 10 hits, 2 errors. The Brewers 12 runs on 10 hits, no errors. Goes to show the difference between Willie Boyd's mastery in getting guys out when he needs to and the 4-pitcher performance so far by the Mass Chiefs.
Called strike 1 on Chappelle as Moyers brings it right over the heart of the plate. Here's the set. The 2 runners lead away, and the pitch. Chappelle looks at another strike outside corner, and it's 1-2. Couldn't ask for a better placed pitch that time if you're the pitcher. He put that in an unhittable spot. The 1-2 to Chappelle. Here it comes. It's almost hit him. Boy, Chappelle was ready to unload, and that pitch knocked him back off the plate. And it's 2-2. Moyers is a big guy. A right-handed pitcher.
Rick Seiler at second, Paul Jennett at first base. The 2 runners on for Border City.
Here's the 2-2. Outside full count. So now the merry-go-round will start. The runners will be going full count on Dick Chappelle. Moyers will work out of the stretch. Both runners get their good leads. He's at the belt. There they go. The pitch is swung on and hit high in the air out the right field. That's tough. The right fielder can't find it. It drops right in front of him. Here comes a run to score, and it is 13-4. Chappelle gets his first hit. And that again, up in the sun in right field. That's a wicked place to play right now out there.
A wicked place to play, both with the sun and also the wind playing havoc on Brian Cassidy. And that brings in the situation again, 90 feet away from a mercy rule victory here for Border City. Paul Jennett at third base. Dick Chappelle with that RBI single is now at first.
And we've got a pinch hitter, number 12, coming in for the Brewers.
That is Seiler's 4th run scored, by the way. His only one that he did not score via wild pitch.
Ball or a strike on the outside corner. The Border City Brewers. 1 run away from ending it right here in the 7th, 13-4. Runners on the corners lead away. The pitch is outside. A ball, ball 1.
It feels like this is one of those situations, Doug, where the Mass Chiefs really just kind of ran out of pitching here in this game. They had to play earlier today to get to this spot, and Border City was fresher and ready to go.
Here's a high pop back out of play. This is Alan Gates, the batter, a pinch hitter, batting for Dave Cooper. Alan Gates. He's a left-handed hitter. He's got a 1-2 count. Moyers at the belt, the pitch. Ground ball, foul, wide at first. And it's still 1-2. The only sun now on the whole part of the field is in the outfield, in right, center, and in left, and it's pretty dark around the infield.
It's really only affecting the right fielder here because in left field they're looking across the sun. The center fielder now completely in the shade because of the overhang here at Hammond Stadium. So right fielder Brian Cassidy really the only one affected.
Here's a shot up the middle, base hit, and that might end this thing. Run scores 14-4, and that is the end of this championship game. So by the mercy rule, the Border City Brewers win the ball game by the 10-run rule, 14-4. The totals are 14 runs on 12 hits, no errors for the Brewers. And for the losing Chiefs, they have 4 runs. They did get 10 hits, 2 errors. The winning pitcher, and an impressive win for Willie Boyd. The losing pitcher was the starter, and that's Jeff Capelli. Well, the final broadcast of our 2 days there at the ballpark is going to be closing up with another championship. This in class, legend class, 53 and older, in the 4A division. The champions of the World Series are the Brewers from Border City. And the runner-ups come out of Massachusetts, the Chiefs. Now we'll have the awarding of the medals down on the field, and the MVP and Glenn Miller will be down there talking to some of this winning team. But David, an impressive team, and especially Mr. Seiler.
Absolutely. Rich Seiler with getting on every time. He had 2 RBI doubles, 2 RBI singles, scored 4 times, also walked and scored. Just an impressive performance in the 4 spot. He also played a tremendous second base. And again, you can't say enough about the pitching performance by Willie Boyd. 17 of his 21 outs were ground balls in this game. They got a couple of clutch double plays as well. He scattered a couple runs here and there, but really limited the damage towards the end. Almost got better as the game went on. And again, throwing ground balls when you're a pitcher is the easiest way to a victory.
And also, Mike Carter, the leadoff man, very impressive. He gets to bat 5 times, gets on base 5 times. So this team is made up of some very, very impressive players. And not to take anything away from the Chiefs, but Border City just too strong today.
Indeed, Carter was 1 for 2 with 2 walks. He reached via hit by pitch, reached via an error as well. He had an RBI double in the 4th, scored 3 times. Bill Devine in the 2 spot, an RBI double and a run scored. Larry Davis, as we talked about, had an RBI double and an RBI single. He scored twice. We already went over Seiler's line. Fantastic there. Paul Jonich, the 5-hitter, scored twice. Dick Chappelle had an RBI single in the 6th spot. Dave Cooper had an RBI single, also scored a run in the 7th spot. Mike LaPiccolo had an RBI single in the 6th. And Drew Hutchinson, the 9-hitter, walked and scored in the 4th. So really everybody from the Border City Brewers had an offensive explosion here in this game. Really balanced, but built around Rich Seiler, the cleanup hitter.
14-4, and David, Wendell Brown has woken up from his nap. He's here to join us. Isn't that great?
How about that? I mean, it's only 4:45, so I'm sure he's well rested. I'm sure he's going to tell you that he listened to every bit of our 2 broadcasts. But nevertheless, Wendell, one of the many people who make up the Roy Hobbs baseball organization. It's great to see so much support. People coming over here from the player development complex to take in some action. Ball games going on all over the area, culminating today. Still one more week of tournament play next week. here with some of the older gentlemen, but really a fantastic 4.5, 5 weeks of baseball here in Fort Myers, Florida.
It certainly has been, and again, the Legends 53 division, and it's down to Glenn Miller with the winning team.
Okay, I'm here with the Border City Brewers manager Dave Cooper, and probably the 2 co-MVPs, pitcher Willie Boyd and second baseman Rich Seiler. They all had tremendous games, as did the team. So, Dave, tell me first about reaching this milestone, winning this championship.
Well, that's our 5th straight, and we had a big turnover this year. We lost some key players, some personal problems and injuries, and you know what, guys that didn't play a lot last year stepped up, and we get big games out of our big players. I mean, Richie's a great example of that today. That was just a phenomenal day for anybody. And hey, Willie threw strikes, and they made the plays behind him. He did what he had to do.
Is Rich one of the new guys?
No, Rich has been with us right from the onset. Yep. And
talk about Willie. I mean, battling the whole way. His motion seems to be throwing him off. What was the key to his success?
Willie battles. Willie's an athlete. Willie's Willie. And you know what? We throw him out there. That's what we expect and nothing less. And when he's going to go out there, you've got a great shot at winning. That's what it's all about.
And Willie, this is a big day for you. You're winning pitcher in the championship game, the Hall of Fame induction ceremony tonight. So how would you just sum up this big day?
This championship game right here, it just topped it off. And the Hall of Fame, it was the beginning of it. And that's an honor. I never would have thought it. I enjoyed it, but this really completed everything, winning this game right here.
And that double play, I think the 5th inning-ending double play, the comebacker to you, feel like that was a key point in the game?
Yes, that was a key point, but also right after that, the ball that was hit to second base and my middle infield turned it. That was the biggest play.
You guys turned 3 double plays?
I think 3 for sure, and they were tough ones. They weren't easy ones.
Talk a little bit about Rich's amazing game, about what he accomplished.
Well, he gives it to you, a big 2-way player today. I'll say a 3-way player, because he ran. If you'd have seen Richie last year, he had some big knee problems, and we were pushing him to get his knees fixed, and he kind of refused, but he got himself in shape, and I mean it makes all the difference in the world when a guy can run, and that's what was happening. He got to 3 balls tonight that he would have never got to a year ago today. And the hitting's phenomenal. I mean, we just rely on him in the middle of that order.
So, Rich, what did you do to prepare over the past few months to get in shape?
Well, we don't have enough time to talk about all that, but I do a lot in between the games and in the off season as well. A lot of bike, a lot of swimming, leg work, and I play a little tennis with the coach here. But racquetball is another thing that I do. Just a lot of work so that when I show up here, ready to go.
And this game today, how would you describe what you were able to do with all that offensive production?
I'll tell you what, I lived the entire year for this day, and this is what the culmination is, and I'm going to give it 110%. And I love playing with these guys because they're all ball players, and there's no whining or complaining. This team backs each other up in every play, no matter what, and it results in a great championship behind the leadership of Coop.
And how many years you been on this team?
This will be my 4th year.
And you won every year? All right. And talk a little bit about Willie, his gutsy pitching, his way he battles out there and competes.
Well, I have a lot of respect for Willie because when I got called to join this team, Willie was the man. So I said, well, where am I going to play with Willie there? And so I get to play next to Willie and with him. And it was just incredible because I watched him play so many years before that. And I had so much admiration for him. And the Hall of Fame tonight is a culmination of justification that is well deserved.
And you're going to be there tonight? Other teammates going to be there?
I'm going to be there for sure, and I'm sure we'll have quite a few teammates. And in addition, I've got Bart Waldman, who's a very, very close friend of mine, going into the Hall of Fame as well. Just proud of those 2 gentlemen, and they're well deserved.
All right, I think it's time for you guys to get your gold medals and championship hats. So congratulations. Hopefully, we'll see you here next year.
Thank you, Glenn, down there for the great interviews all day that we've had from Glenn Miller down on the field. Well, the awards are being presented by Tom Giffen's wife, Ellen, and she's going into the Hall of Fame tonight at the Shell Factory, and well deserved.
The Giffen family certainly fundamental to the success of Roy Hobbs baseball. Really couldn't do it without them and all the work that they put in here. Just being everywhere all week long throughout the different facilities, and it just is fantastic to see everybody's participation here. And obviously, the Mass Chiefs disappointed in finishing second here, but it's disappointing on one level, but at the same time, they fought hard to get here. So even though they finished second, they go home with those silver medals. I'm sure they're proud of the effort, as well they should be, throughout the week.
Well, we've enjoyed the week. We've enjoyed the 4 broadcasts with Glenn Miller and Dave Wasson, and I'm Doug Jennett. It's off to cold Indiana for me, David, now for a week, and then back next weekend. I hope we get to do this again next year. It's been fun, and I have nothing but admiration for all the work you've done here with me. Thank you so much.
It's been my pleasure, Doug. Obviously, I've known Glenn for a long, long time, and I have a tremendous amount of respect for what Glenn does. We were both in the journalism business for a long time, so I think we make a decent team. I'd love to do this again.
Thank you very much, and fans, we hope you've enjoyed it. Once again, I'm Doug Jennett for David Wasson and Glenn Miller. Thank you for joining us, and once again, the final score here is 14-4 as the Border City Brewers win the Legends 53 and older division. For all of us here, good night.